Chapter 1 Newcomers sign in and get 8888 gold. The overall worldview is collapsing. In the systematic world composed of all things, some people have suggested that there may be bugs in our world, which is not impossible. Parallel world. Kyoto, Kyoto City. Jiang Chenyang is a hard-working college student who just graduated this year. He has been staying in his small rental house for 2 months. Not only can I not find a job, I have no money either. The most unfortunate thing is that his school beauty girlfriend has looked down on him even more since she became a live broadcaster. Just now when he was browsing his circle of friends, he couldn't believe his eyes. He actually saw his girlfriend. It was official. Isn't that ridiculous? The girlfriend who was crying to him about her lack of money last night now has a boyfriend this morning? Recalling his youthful days, when he was in college, he found a girlfriend who was a campus beauty, which immediately caused a sensation in the whole school. In an instant, he, a poor loser, became a celebrity in the school. To be honest, the two of them are really a good match when standing together. It's a pity that Jiang Chenyang is a poor guy, while Lu Shiran is very beautiful, a classical beauty. Of course, the two had known each other for 4 years, but had only been together for about 2 years. On weekdays, their relationship was limited to holding hands and kissing. Jiang Chenyang looked at the balance in his phone, his eyes welling with tears. I just transferred 2,000 yuan to Lu Shiran last night, thinking that I could find a job today and the remaining 280 yuan would be just enough to buy instant noodles, steamed buns, etc. for a month. I didn't expect that my girlfriend would run away as soon as I opened my eyes. The rental house was filled with a mixed smell of instant noodles and cheap tobacco. Jiang Chenyang lay on the bed, staring at the shaky incandescent lamp on the ceiling, feeling empty in his heart. He thought he was miserable enough, but he didn't expect it to be even worse. He even began to doubt whether he had been living in an absurd dream during his 4 years in college. That 2,000 yuan was his last life-saving money, and now, it has become the startup capital for Lu Shiran's new relationship. At this time, the cell phone rang. Jiang Chenyang, lying on the bed, glanced at the caller ID reluctantly. It was Li Hao, the boss of his roommates, calling, so he pressed the answer button. "Boss, good morning." Jiang Chenyang's voice was a little hoarse and a little tired. Li Hao on the other end of the phone said worriedly, "Are you okay, kid? What can happen to me?" Jiang Chenyang said in a flat tone, trying to hide the turmoil in his heart. "You're being a bit too pretentious, kid. Actually, it's a good thing you broke up with campus beauty Lu. You gave her almost all the living expenses your family gave you over the past 4 years. You bought her everything she ate, drank, and even wore. But now, you're cheating on her just 2 months after graduation. Don't be discouraged. That guy isn't as handsome as you, and not only is he ugly, but I heard his height is also a drawback. I guess his thing isn't much bigger either." Li Hao's comfort was so straightforward that it was a bit rough. Jiang Chenyang's mouth twitched. "Buddy, are you comforting me or just trying to console me?" He thought to himself that this way of comforting was in line with Li Hao's usual style. He could always accurately hit the pain point and then help you in a more painful way. He hung up the phone, but Li Hao's last words echoed in his mind. Lu Shiran's new boyfriend is actually the top guy in the live broadcast room? And he is ugly, so his height is his shortcoming? This is a bit overwhelming and a bit absurd. Jiang Chenyang was daydreaming while sliding the Quyin homepage. The moment he entered the interface, there was a crackling sound of electricity, and then there was an inexplicable freeze. The image on the screen distorted for a moment, as if the signal was interfered with, and then returned to normal. After a moment, a series of prompt sounds suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! The Godly Rich system is activated and is looking for a host. Host selected. Host is automatically binding. Current level of the Godly Rich system, level 1. Sign in daily to get 8,888 gold. Host, have you signed in? Jiang Chenyang nodded involuntarily after a moment of trance, and then he heard the system prompt sound again. Successful sign in. Successful collection of 8,888 cash, which has been transferred to your account. Your China Construction Bank debit card with the last number 8888 had 8,888 yuan credited to it on October 15th. The current balance is 9,168 yuan. The phone screen lit up, and Jiang Chenyang was stunned for a moment. Then he excitedly sat up from the bed and quickly opened the text message to check. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The string of numbers was clearly displayed on the screen. It was not an illusion. Oh my god. Super rich system? So, was he just lucky? Jiang Chenyang was extremely excited at the moment. He even couldn't imagine that such a good thing could happen to him. He didn't know how generous this system was. Going from being heavily in debt to suddenly becoming rich is like falling into a gold mine and then finding out you have an excavator. At this moment, Jiang Chenyang didn't care about the current situation of the system. He just wanted to take a look at what the so-called number one guy on the list was like, his ex-girlfriend who cheated on him. He took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. Driven by anger and curiosity, he wanted to know what kind of ugly, short and ugly top brother could make Lu Shiran abandon 4 years of relationship in just one night. Jiang Chenyang clicked on Kuai-in and naturally entered the live broadcast room of Lu Shiran, whom he had been following. Lu Shiran started live streaming in her junior year, and the number of fans she has accumulated in more than a year is not very large. After all, there are too many beauties on the internet in this age, and she doesn't have any special talents, so she has no more than a few thousand fans. Jiang Chenyang is one of the fans who gives the most comments to Lu Shiran. As soon as Jiang Chenyang entered the live broadcast room, he saw 520 bouquets of flowers floating all over the screen. This kind of gift is equivalent to 52 yuan in real life. The bouquets of flowers continued to appear until they reached the 52nd time and then stopped. Jiang Chenyang stared at his ex-girlfriend's smiling face on the screen and felt a chill in his heart. I don't know what method Lu Shiran used, but there weren't many people coming and going in this live broadcast room, only about 10 or 20 people. Obviously, this person who spends money lavishly should be the top of the list. It is calculated that this person just spent about 2,700 yuan, which is not bad for a small anchor with only a few thousand fans. Brother Feng Chitianch is awesome, he got so many flowers in one go. Brother Feng, are you missing any accessories? Great, Feng Gu. It's only been 30 minutes since the show started and you've already spent 3,000 yuan. It seems like you've invested a lot of money. What do you know? Last night, the streamer was competing against another young lady, and Feng Gu gave her at least 500,000 votes, allowing the streamer to win the match directly. Otherwise, the streamer would be embarrassed. It's basically a 4-person competition, and whoever gets the lowest score will post an ugly photo of themselves online, with words written on their face. If they lose, it will be really ugly. Isn't that intense? That's right, the anchor almost cried last night. Luckily, Big Brother Feng Chitianch was there last night, otherwise. I can't even imagine it. Jiang Chenyang roughly understood the scrolling words on the screen. Although he was not very optimistic about Lu Shiran's cuckolding behavior, if it was due to this reason, perhaps he could accept it. Chapter 2 Newbie Gift Pack, 888888 Gold. Jiang Chenyang looked at Lu Shiran smiling shyly on the screen, feeling mixed emotions. Looking at the barrage of comments on the screen, he felt a little sad and a little understanding about this behavior of compromising to avoid shame. After all, who would want to post ugly photos online? In fact, Jiang Chenyang is a fan of Lu Shiran, but Lu Shiran is not aware of it. This small account only followed her and was used to send gifts to Lu Shiran. Jiang Taoshui is Jiang Chenyang's nickname, and he is currently an 18th level Lightboard fan. In fact, Lu Shiran saw Jiang Taoshui as soon as he entered the live broadcast room. This 18-level Lightboard fan has been with her the longest. It can be said that he has been by her side since she started the live broadcast. Lu Shiran's eyes stayed on the screen for a moment. She knew this account. Every time when she needed him most, he would appear and silently support her. She was even a little curious about who this Jiang Taoshui was. Jiang Chenyang looked at Lu Shiran with a rosy face, even a hint of shyness on her face. At this moment, he found that Lu Shiran was not in Beijing City, but in the neighboring city H. It seems that she went to H City specifically to meet this lightning man. Just 52 flowers, and the anchor fell for it? A comment suddenly appeared on the screen, with a hint of sarcasm. Feng Chitianch's level is around 38, and his fan level in Lu Shiran's live broadcast room is only around 16. It is estimated that this guy has only appeared in this live broadcast room in recent days. Jiang Chenyang said nothing. After all, Lu Shiran had been in a relationship with him for a year or two. He was useless and could not give his girlfriend a rich life. Perhaps Lu Shiran's current choice was the most correct one. It was understandable. People always want to climb higher. He comforted himself in this way, but he could not hide the powerlessness and anger that came from being overwhelmed by reality. Jiang Chenyang opened the recharge panel and directly recharged 5,000 yuan worth of diamonds on Kuai-in, and then directly bought Lu Shiran the most expensive carnival worth 3,000 yuan. He looked at the numbers jumping on the screen and clicked to confirm without hesitation. This is not just about giving gifts, it is more like a form of catharsis, a silent mockery. He wanted to let that lightning fast see what true expression was love. After all the gifts were given out, many 660 CXS appeared on the screen. Zhang Jiang is awesome. Zhang 666. The live broadcast room instantly became lively, and the carnival special effects covered the entire screen. The gorgeous light and shadow made the previous 520 bouquets look pale in comparison. Lu Shiran stood up happily, bowed to the screen, and said many words of thanks. Her smile was brighter than before, her eyes were full of surprise, and even revealed a hint of curiosity about the river and the water. She didn't seem to expect that this fan who had silently supported her would suddenly give her such a generous gift. Because Jiang Chenyang directly gave a carnival gift, just a big gift made Fengqi Jianxia lose face. Fengqi Jianxia felt a little embarrassed and suddenly started cursing on the screen. Jiang Taoshui, who the hell are you? Didn't you see me confessing my feelings? Are you blind? His tone was filled with anger and resentment, and his rhythm was obviously disrupted by the sudden carnival. Jiang Chenyang typed 3 question marks. To be honest, he really didn't want to pay attention to these SB things on the internet. He looked at Feng Chidian's frustrated look and sneered in his heart. Brother Feng, this is where you are wrong. Brother Feng, Zhang Jiang has been with Lulu for a long time, you shouldn't curse. What kind of quality is this? You're still managing. Get out of here. Voices speaking up for Jiang Taoshui soon appeared in the live broadcast room, making Feng Qi Dianche's face even uglier. Because Feng Qi Dianche performed very well last night, he has now become the manager of the live broadcast room. Without saying a word, he kicked Jiang Taoshui out of the live broadcast room. Just after being kicked out of the live broadcast room, a new system prompt sounded again on Jiang Chenyang's mobile phone screen. Ding! The host has triggered the Targeted by Hostile Forces event for the first time. The system level has automatically been raised to level 2. Newbie gift pack has been distributed, 888,888 yuan in cash already received. Business acumen skill can predict high-quality investment projects within 3 days. Identity disguise item temporarily hides real spending records. The next second, my phone vibrated and a CCB text message popped up. Your account ending in 8888 had 888,888 yuan credited on October 15. Current balance, 897,968 yuan. Zhang Chenyang stared at the ridiculously long string of numbers and was stunned for several seconds. The frustration and anger that he had just felt after being kicked out of the live broadcast room without any explanation were instantly shattered by this sudden huge wealth. 888,888 money? This gift pack for beginners is too simple and crude. His first reaction wasn't ecstasy, but absurdity. I just recharged 5,000 yuan, and the system gave me nearly 900,000 yuan? This money seems unreal. He subconsciously poked the prompt, fearing that it was some visual effect or virus pop-up. The moment his fingertips touched, the prompt box disappeared, and the account balance number at the top of the phone screen jumped wildly like a rocket, and finally stopped at a number that made Jiang Chenyang gasp. It really arrived. There is actually a huge sum of money in the account. An indescribable sense of confidence suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The frustration of being kicked out of the live broadcast room just now was not only swept away, but turned into a stronger excitement and a condescending joke. Lightning speed? A live broadcast administrator who got to the top by licking others? Who does he think he is? Zhang Chenyang's lips curled up in an icy arc, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Throwing money at someone and slapping them in the face? He was originally too lazy to play this kind of low-level hobby, but now, he decided to have a good time. Used this huge amount of money given for free to kill that ignorant guy. Without any hesitation, he slid his finger across the screen and clicked on the familiar Quyin app icon again. The flickering light of the icon illuminated the eagerness in his eyes. In the live broadcast room, he is back. When Zhang Chenyang entered Lu Shiran's live broadcast room again, the screen was showing Lu Shiran dancing with her waist twisted. Lu Shiran's long hair swayed gently with the rhythm of the music, her slender waist was as agile as a water snake, and every twist exuded a charming aura. The lights in the live broadcast room shone on her fair skin, reflecting a faint halo. Sure, my wife, how can you be so beautiful? You are so beautiful that I can't take my eyes off you. My wife, the anchor, is proficient in all kinds of skills. She is truly an all-round anchor. I love my wife Sure, you are so beautiful. You are my only one. The entire live broadcast screen was filled with a sickening love that flowed rapidly. Chapter 3 Live Slap in the Face, Take Down Tang Tang Xiaoyao. To be honest, Lu Shiran is just a pretty face. A classic beauty, full of charm, her figure is what the post-aughts generation pursues, with thinness as the standard of beauty. If you talk about her dancing, it's just average. Compared with other dancing female anchors, she is incomparable. It can only be said that she dances better than ordinary people. Brother Phone, stop praising me and vote for me. Brother Phone, the other side is catching up. Family, please check out the individual tickets, popular tickets, airplanes, and sports cars. Lu Shiran's live broadcast room is currently connected to a dance host named Tang Tang Xiaoyao, and a PK between the two is in progress. This Tang Tang little demon has a pure appearance, but has a good figure with big breasts and a thin waist. She has long straight black hair scattered behind her ears. She is simply the master of pure desire style. In one word, she is a beauty. Unfortunately, the traffic in the Beauty's live broadcast room doesn't seem to be very good, and there is no big brother to speak of. There are only some scattered votes, and it is dangerous to get more than 100,000 votes. Before, Lu Shiran's traffic was not very good when she was in school. It is estimated that because of the fast pace in recent days, she has been cheating more and more. The official traffic support of Kuayin also pushed Lu Shiran's live broadcast room to the section with more traffic pool, and pushed the traffic. His popularity has also increased a lot, and the number of fans is about 200,000. At this time, the PK competition was more than half over, and Lu Shiran was far ahead in the number of votes. Tang Tang Xiaoyao seemed a little anxious, and the smile on her face was a little stiff. She began to dance more vigorously, trying to attract audience rewards with more exciting performances. After Lu Shiran started dancing for a while in the live broadcast room, she now just sits in front of the screen, interacting with fans with a smile, and expressing her gratitude to the fans who bought individual tickets. After all, she is now considered to have a big brother, so she is not afraid of losing the PK at all. Yesterday, Feng Chidianch gave her about 500,000 yuan. After the live broadcast, she added this big brother on the list. In the past, she never dared to imagine that she could get so many votes in a live broadcast, and thought that she would be an unknown person in this life. Once a person's vanity is satisfied, he will become. Although 500,000 is not a lot, compared to ordinary people, it takes at least many years to earn this amount of money. These days, she earns more money in a day than others do in a month or even a year, and she thinks she is superior to others. She had seen the screen full of criticisms against Jiang Taoshui. Although I am very grateful for the constant companionship of Jiang Taoshui, people go to high places and water flows to low places. Who would push money away? Jiang Taoshui, do you have any shame? Didn't I kick you out? Jiang Taoshui, get out. Get out. Jiang Chenyang was too lazy to argue with a bunch of idiots and just replied with rubbish. Then he walked casually to the live broadcast room of Tang Tang Xiaoyao across the street. A bunch of trash belongs in the trash can. Tang Tang Xiaoyao looked at her own votes of less than 10,000 and Lu Shiran's 100,000 votes, which continued to rise. A trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes, but she still tried to maintain a smile and continued dancing. Jiang Taoshui entered the live broadcast room with an 18th level fan sign that read "Shir is the most beautiful." Although Tang Tang Xiaoyao's fans were a little confused, they didn't say much and just welcomed him warmly. The next second, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded with a screen full of golden special effects. 30 carnivals were linked together, and special effects hit the public screen like a golden waterfall. Tang Tang Xiaoyao's votes instantly soared from 10,000 to 910,000, directly crushing the opponent, and his data bar was far ahead. Wow! Who is this super rich man? Sister Yao Yao is taking off today. Get 30 of them at the carnival? That's 90,000 yuan. I am super, Jiang Taoshui? Isn't that a true fan of the other streamer? Why would they give it to Yao Yao? Could it be that a true fan has switched sides? This change is too fast. Maybe he was conquered by Sister Yao Yao's charm. Who cares? As long as Sister Yao Yao wins, it's a sure win. Tang Tang Xiaoyao was very surprised and thought that Jiang Taoshui was a spy sent by the opposite side. Unexpectedly, the spy who was not optimistic in her eyes gave her such a surprise. How could she have deserved 900,000 votes one day? After this live broadcast, apart from the share with Kuayin, she can get at least half of the money. Lu Shiran's votes were all supported by Feng Chidianch. He thought he only needed to spend about 10,000 to defeat the other side, but he didn't expect that Jiang Taoshui, who had just been scolded away, would give him a warning. His forehead was sweating and his fingers were clicking back and forth on the recharge interface. He had just finished swiping the last rocket and was still 600,000 votes short of the other side. Brother phone, keep pumping in votes. Hold on. Don't be afraid, my wife sure, brother phone will definitely make you win. Brother phone, swipe over. The barrage of comments was flying, but his hands were shaking as he worked so hard. The loan app on his phone still had an unpaid bill of 300,000 yuan, which was the last 50,000 yuan he could get together. Jiang Chenyang glanced at Lu Shiran's live broadcast room. The special effects on her screen had stopped for a long time. The top guy on the opposite list, are you going to vote? Is my money gone? Or do I need to refinance my loan? Haha, the ticket is on the opposite side. Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang, I want to be your pendant. Brother Jiang 666, Brother Jiang, I love you, I want to be your wife. These words were like a needle, piercing the weak spot of Feng Qiki accurately. He looked at the interface showing his failed recharge. There was only 200 yuan left in his bank card, and then stared at the 910,000 votes in Tang Xiaoyao's live broadcast room. His face turned purple and his fingers crushed the phone case. Lu Shiran clutched the live broadcast stand in her hand, shaking with anger as she looked at the pitiful number of 300,000 votes in her own live broadcast room. She looked at the dazzling light of the carnival that Zhang Jiangtao was giving to the female anchor opposite, as if every golden waterfall was hitting her heart. Despair surged up her throat like a tide, making it difficult for her to breathe. This Jiang Taoshui is obviously an old fan of his own 18-level lightboard. Obviously, these carnivals should all belong to you. At that moment, Lu Shiran was jealous to the point of going crazy. Bite. The system prompt sounded in Jiang Chenyang's mind. Host triggers the cross-broadcast room crush achievement. Reward, a top-of-the-line sports car plus double money return, 1,800,000 yuan in cash already received. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Chenyang's eyes. He didn't expect that just giving a gift would trigger an achievement reward. A top-notch sports car and double money back, these are what he needs right now. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he was secretly proud of himself. On the other hand, Tang Xiaoyao was so excited that her voice trembled as she looked at her vote count, which skyrocketed to 910,000 in an instant, and the golden special effects that filled the entire screen and had not yet faded. She thanked Jiang Taoshui even harder. She knew that winning this PK would bring her a huge boost in popularity. On Lu Shiran's side, tears welled up in her eyes when she saw the results of the system settlement. She bit her lips tightly, and her knuckles turned white from holding the live broadcast stand tightly. The fans in the live broadcast room were also in an uproar. Some were comforting Lu Shiran, while others were calling Jiang Taoshui a traitor. Feng Qi sat slumped in the chair, staring at the screen with empty eyes, not even noticing that his phone had fallen to the side. He felt frustrated. Jiang Chenyang stayed in Tang Xiaoyao's live broadcast room for a while, enjoying the pursuit and gratitude of the crowd, and then slowly left the room. He planned to see what kind of top-of-the-line sports car the reward was, then comfort himself and move to a hotel. Chapter 4 Extract the sports car, and the side quest will start. Jiang Chenyang exited the Qian live broadcast room and just took off his clothes to take a cold shower to relax. At this time, a private message came and one more follower appeared. Jiang Chenyang didn't care too much and just took a quick glance. The sender should be Tang Xiaoyao. In fact, Tang Xiaoyao is quite suitable for his preferences. Compared with Lu Shiran, she has more of the temperament of a female college student. When he finished taking a shower and took out his phone again, there was another red dot in his private message. Lu Shiran, who had never paid attention to him, actually replied to Jiang Taoshui for the first time. Jiang Chenyang and Lu Shiran have been together for 2 years and have known each other for 4 years. Every little detail of their time together, which he thought was normal, now has a different interpretation. He thought about how much he had paid for Lu Shiran, but received very little in return. Even if he met a girl on the street and she added him on WeChat, Lu Shiran would remain indifferent. She would not be angry or jealous, but would just glance at him coldly, naturally assuming that he had made a mistake, and then she would make a series of apologies and ask for forgiveness. Only when she asked him for money, planned to buy a mobile phone or needed to purchase other items, would a smile appear on Lu Shiran's cold face. On that day, he could kiss her and hold her hands. At that time, he simply thought that he was not good enough and could never figure out what Lu Shiran really needed. Now, he finally sees it clearly. He first clicked on Tang Tang Xiaoyao's private message, which displayed 3 messages. If strangers could only send 3 messages, I'm afraid Xiaoyao would have sent even more messages. Brother Jiang Jiang, can you please come back to Guan Xiaoyao? Brother Jiang Jiang, I really want to chat with you. Brother Jiang Jiang, I really like your performance in the live broadcast room. I think you are really talented. Seeing such praise, Jiang Chenyang's mouth corners unconsciously rose. To be honest, which man doesn't tea like this? It is soft, cute, pretty, and can act coquettishly. He muted Tang Tang Xiaoyao's QQ music and casually replied, Brother is hungry and needs to go out to eat now. Contact me when I'm done. Tang Tang Xiaoyao, who received Jiang Chenyang's quick message, replied immediately and sent her own VX. Jiang Chenyang looked at the contact information sent by Tang Tang Xiaoyao, and his heart moved slightly. He really didn't expect that this female anchor would be so proactive. In fact, men know everything. Green tea girls, gold diggers, aloof girls, scheming girls, they know more than anyone else. It's just that men enjoy the feeling of being remembered and the desire to be in control. Half an hour later, Jiang Chenyang ate something casually outside just to fill his stomach. To protect Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Then he took a taxi and went straight to the Imperial Hotel in Beijing to book a luxurious presidential suite. Just as he was about to call the system to ask where his limited edition sports car was, the system made a ding sound. Host, your exclusive limited edition sports car has been delivered to the designated location, parking space B1001 in the underground parking lot of the Imperial Hotel in Beijing. Also, please provide the user manual and performance specifications of the sports car. Jiang Chenyang's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the system to be so considerate. It not only informed him of the location of the sports car, but also took into account its usage. He quickly browsed the information sent by the system in his mind and learned that this sports car has a top-level power system and advanced intelligent driving assistance functions. Jiang Chenyang was already sitting in the sports car at this time. He stroked the steering wheel, feeling the delicate texture, and then started the engine. The sports car made a low and rhythmic roar, like an awakened beast. Jiang Chenyang slowly drove out of the underground parking lot and came to the bustling streets of Beijing. Beijing at night is ablaze with lights, flashing neon lights and bustling with traffic. He drove his sports car down the street, feeling the wind whistling past his ears, and was intoxicated by the feeling of freedom, wealth, and excitement. He suddenly wanted to go out for a drive and visit some lively places. So he turned on the car navigation, planned a route, and drove towards the commercial district in the city center. Along the way, he enjoyed the ultimate driving experience brought by the sports car and also attracted the attention of many passers-by. When he arrived at the commercial district, it was already crowded with people and very bustling. Jiang Chenyang parked his sports car, and soon 2 girls with a 7-point appearance and great figures stood beside him. They came up to him and asked for his contact information. Jiang Chenyang accepted everyone who came and directly clicked on the WeChat QR code to let the 2 scan and add him, but his request was rejected. At this moment, his quick voice vibrated, and it was a message from Tang Tang Xiaoyao, Brother Jiang Jiang, are you done? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Chenyang's mouth corners rose again. It felt so good to be remembered by others. Ding, the system prompt sound rang again in my mind. Host, a new side quest has been successfully added for you. Mission requirements, within 24 hours, you must take effective measures to make Tang Tang Xiaoyao completely develop a crush on you and eventually become your official girlfriend. It seems that this system understands the fun better than he does. Jiang Chenyang copied Tang Tang Xiaoyao's WeChat on Quine. Without any hesitation, he directly opened WeChat and added her as a friend. Soon, the friend request was approved. Before Jiang Chenyang had time to type, Tang Tang Xiaoyao's message came flying at him like a barrage of artillery shells. Brother Jiang Jiang, you finally added me. I was so anxious waiting for you that my heart was about to break. It also comes with several pitiful little expressions. Jiang Chenyang smiled and tapped his fingers quickly on the screen. Sorry, I was a little busy just now. The reply came almost instantly. It's okay, Brother Jiang Jiang is busy with work, I understand. Brother Jiang Jiang, what do you like to do? Jiang Chenyang leaned on the hood of his sports car, gazing at the bustling commercial street. He recalled the system's mission requirements and replied, as for me, I just like driving around and feeling the speed of the wind. As soon as the message was sent, Tang Tang Xiaoyao's voice call request came in. Jiang Chenyang pressed the answer button, and a sweet voice instantly came, Brother Jiang Jiang, I also like the feeling of the wind, it feels like freedom. What kind of car do you drive? It must be super cool, right? Jiang Chenyang smiled and replied, it's a sports car. When it's driving, the wind whistles past my ears. It feels really great. What about you, what are you doing now? Tang Xiaoyao on the other end of the phone said coquettishly, I'm sitting by the window, drinking juice, and waiting for news from brother Jiang Jiang. Brother Jiang, when are you free? I really want to see you. Jiang Chenyang was secretly delighted. He had not expected the mission to go so smoothly. He thought for a moment and said, I'm in the commercial district of Beijing now. It's very lively here. If you want to come, I can accompany you for a good stroll. Tang Xiaoyao's face was full of shyness. She said in a sweet voice, Brother, I'm in H City next to you. Brother, can you come and pick me up? Jiang Chenyang didn't say anything and asked Tang Xiaoyao to send the location. Chapter 5 Prelude to Face Slapping, Encounter in H City. An hour and a half later, Jiang Chenyang drove straight to H City. When we arrived downstairs at Tang Xiaoyao's house, it was already around 11 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Chenyang parked his sports car and made a phone call directly. Not long after, a beautiful girl dressed in a sexy mom-style outfit walked out of the corridor. Tang Xiaoyao looks even more charming than in the live broadcast, with a curvy figure. During the live broadcast, Jiang Chenyang only knew that she had big breasts and a thin waist, a pure and sexy style, and a hint of charm in her purity, but never vulgar. Jiang Chenyang admitted that he had made a mistake. Tang Xiaoyao is definitely not the kind of good girl that appears on the surface. For girls like Tang Xiaoyao, men's primitive desires are most intuitive. Jiang Chenyang coughed lightly, straightened his clothes, got out of the car and stood around the other side of the sports car. In fact, Tang Xiaoyao noticed it when she saw a sports car parked downstairs. She thought to herself that as long as the man downstairs was not too ugly and not stingy, she would definitely not refuse to date Jiang Tashui, or even develop a closer relationship with him. She originally thought Jiang Tashui was an old uncle, but the person who came out to greet her was a handsome guy of 182 centimeters tall. His height and face were perfect in the eyes of girls, not to mention he was rich. As the distance between the two gradually closed, Tang Xiaoyao's mouth slightly raised, revealing a shy and charming smile. Her eyes seemed to speak, and she said coquettishly, Brother Jiang, you have worked hard. It's great to have you. Jiang Chenyang stopped and said jokingly, it's not very hard, but it might be a little late to go back at night. Tang Xiaoyao walked gently to Jiang Chenyang, stretched out her hand and gently stroked his arm, and said softly, Brother Jiang, then we can live in H City. Don't you want to spend more time with Yao Yao? Jiang Chenyang only felt an electric current running through his arm and throughout his body. The two got into the sports car, and Jiang Chenyang took out the prepared gift from the back seat. It was a gift he had bought when he happened to pass by an LV store on the commercial street. Isn't it said that bags can cure all diseases and women's favorite thing is bags? Now, he has plenty of money. The limited edition LV bag worth more than 1 million yuan was placed directly in Tang Xiaoyao's hand without even blinking an eye. Tang Xiaoyao looked at the bag in her hand excitedly, her eyes lighting up. She gently hugged Jiang Chenyang's arm, rested her head on his shoulder, and said in a soft voice, Brother Jiang, you are so good to me. I like this bag very much, and I like Brother Jiang even more. Jiang Chenyang felt a little embarrassed by her behavior, and his face flushed slightly, but he felt very happy in his heart. The car was driving steadily in the night, and the lights and street scenes outside the window were quickly receding. Jiang Chenyang glanced at Tang Xiaoyao beside him from time to time, and saw her carefully stroking her bag with a smile on her face. Jiang Chenyang has no emotional basis for Tang Xiaoyao, and their relationship is at most one of mutual exploitation. At this moment, he just wanted to complete the task quickly. He didn't know what kind of reward this task would give. He called out to the system and communicated with it in his mind, let's see how much favorability this Tang little demon has for me. The system quickly responded, host, don't worry. Tang Xiaoyao's favorability towards you has reached 80 points. Jiang Chenyang was secretly delighted when he heard this number. It had already reached 80 points so quickly? It seemed that this limited edition LV bag worth over 1 million yuan had played a significant role. He then asked, if this trend continues, how likely is it that her favorability towards me will quickly reach 100 points? The system analyzed, based on the current situation, as long as you continue to maintain this level of investment and interaction, the success rate can reach 70%. However, you still need to pay attention to some details and always meet her emotional needs. Jiang Chenyang nodded. Women look at details when it comes to love, while men look at perception when it comes to love. At this time, Tang Xiaoyao was shaking his arm and said coquettishly, Brother Jiang Jiang, what are you thinking about? You are so engrossed. Jiang Chenyang came back to his senses, looked at her gently, and said with a smile, I was wondering if such a beautiful girl is hungry now. Tang Xiaoyao raised her head, looked at Jiang Chenyang with her big watery eyes, and said, Brother Jiang, let's find a place to eat something. I'm a little hungry. Jiang Chenyang nodded and said, Okay, what do you want to eat? I'll take you there. Tang Xiaoyao tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said playfully, I want to eat Western food, in a more romantic restaurant. Jiang Chenyang smiled and said, No problem, I'll take care of everything. As he spoke, he turned on the navigation and began to look for a suitable restaurant nearby. Hentang Restaurant, the most expensive French restaurant in H City, with an average consumption of 8,888 yuan per person. Jiang Chenyang signaled to Tang Xiaoyao with his eyes, How about this Hentang restaurant? Seeing Tang Xiaoyao nod shyly, he drove the sports car directly to the Hentang restaurant. Just as they arrived at the Hentang restaurant, the system prompt sounded again, Ding host, please complete the main mission, defeat Feng Qi Dianche, and help Lu Shiran break free from Feng Qi Dianche's entanglement. Jiang Chenyang was slightly stunned. Why did this main task appear at this time? He looked at the expectant Tang Xiaoyao beside him, feeling a little conflicted, but he quickly adjusted his mood. After they got out of the car, he patted Tang Xiaoyao's hand soothingly and said, Baby, wait for me for a moment. I have something to take care of. He pretended to pick up his phone and motioned Tang Xiaoyao to go in first, as he had an important call to make. Then, he communicated with the system in his mind, System, how can I complete this task in this situation? I don't even know where Feng Qi Diansu is. The system quickly responded, Host, don't worry. Feng Qi Dianche is in the Cloud Top restaurant right now. He is dining with Lu Shiran. Jiang Chenyang was shocked. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. He took a deep breath and decided to meet this lightning-fast person first. Jiang Chenyang quickly caught up with Tang Xiaoyao and naturally put his arm around her waist. Entering the Hentang restaurant, Jiang Chenyang called the receptionist and asked him to talk to the manager to arrange a separate seat, preferably a private room, and money was not a problem. Afterwards, they followed the receptionist through the Hentang lobby, took Tang Xiaoyao to a private room, and ordered what Tang Xiaoyao wanted to eat. After making all the arrangements, he said to Tang Xiaoyao, Baby, I saw a friend when I passed by the restaurant just now. I'll go over and say hello and I'll be back to accompany you soon. Jiang Chenyang came to the hall and quickly locked onto the locations of Feng Qi Dianche and Lu Shiran. Tonight, Lu Shiran was wearing a Chanel dress that he had never seen before. Her slender hands were holding a glass of red wine. Sitting opposite her was a short and fat man. It was Feng Qi Dianche. Chapter 6 Hentang Restaurant, Face-Slapping Moment. The man had a large gold chain around his neck, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist was very dazzling under the light, but Jiang Chenyang recognized at a glance that it was a high imitation. Sure, let me tell you, the gifts I gave you on Kuayin are nothing. The man patted his chest and said, I own 3 KTVs in H City. I just negotiated a shop in the city center last week. I'll take you to pick out a diamond ring in a couple of days. The starting price is 50 cents. Lu Shiran's smile faltered. But, you said before that you were giving me gifts to support me, and you only talked about dating. Why are you suddenly bringing up all this? Silly girl, I'm sincere to you. The man expressed his deep affection and reached out to touch her hand. After you get married, you should stop live streaming and stay at home as a young lady. Jiang Chenyang's footsteps suddenly stopped in front of the table. He lowered his eyes to look at Lu Shiran. Classmate Lu, what a coincidence. Lu Shiran suddenly looked up and her face turned pale instantly. She never imagined that her ex-boyfriend, who should have been hiding in the rental house eating instant noodles, was now wearing a neatly tailored black suit, and on his wrist was the Cartier blue balloon that she had seen twice at the counter, an identity disguise prop given by the system, which also came with an outfit. Jiang Chenyang? Why are you here? Her voice trembled. Come and eat. Jiang Chenyang pulled over an empty chair and sat down, raising an eyebrow at the waiter. Give me a bottle of Romane Conti, 2018. I heard you have some in stock here. The waiter's pupils shrank slightly. Sir, that bottle of wine is priced at 280,000. Are you sure you want to open it? Open. Jiang Chenyang handed over the bank card without waiting for the waiter's response. Who the hell are you? The conversation between the waiter and Jiang Chenyang made Feng Qi Dianche furious. This person has no tact at all. Can't he see that he is proposing to her in such an affectionate way? Jiang Chenyang glanced at Feng Qi Dianche, pointed at the red wine on Lu Shiran's and Feng Qi Dianche's tables, and said, "By the way, let me settle this gentleman's wine list. Is that bottle of 1982 Lafite he just ordered from your restaurant? It looks like a fake." Seeing Jiang Chenyang refusing to leave, Feng Qi Dianche instantly became furious and slammed the table. "Who cares about my drinking?" Jiang Chenyang pulled a chair over and sat further away. He brushed away a small piece of rare steak that happened to fall on his shoulder, shrugged, and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that I don't like you. And your wine is fake." Fake? Feng Qi Dianche's eyes widened with anger, the veins on his neck bulged, and his tone became less friendly. "Boy, how dare you act so wild here? Do you know who I am? If I stop my foot in H City, it will shake 3 times. Jiang Chenyang sat in his chair without moving, his arms folded across his chest, and said jokingly, "I don't care who you are. I just know that you're so old, and you're still drinking fake alcohol to pick up girls, and you're not ashamed of it." Then he looked at the stunned waiter and said, "Why don't you go call your restaurant manager and find out the source of this gentleman's bottle of 1982 Lafite? If he really drank fake wine, your restaurant's reputation will be ruined." I was so angry that I wanted to vomit blood. This kid is really stubborn. Seeing Jiang Chenyang's confident look, he felt a little nervous, but he still said stubbornly, "Don't slander me here. This wine of mine is from a regular restaurant. How could it be fake?" Lu Shiran also tugged at the corner of Jiang Chenyang's clothes and whispered, "Jiang Chenyang, stop making trouble. This has nothing to do with you." Jiang Chenyang stared at Lu Shiran without saying anything. If it weren't for the system task, he wouldn't even want to see Lu Shiran. Soon, the restaurant manager hurried over and Jiang Chenyang briefly explained the reason for the incident. Upon hearing this, the manager did not dare to delay and immediately went to check the source of the bottle of wine. Feng Qi watched the manager's departing back, feeling more and more uneasy, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. After a while, the manager came back with a rather grim look on his face. He said to Feng Qi Dianche, "Sir, after verification, this bottle of 1982 Lafite is indeed fake." Feng Qi Dianche was immediately anxious when he heard it. "Impossible, you are falsely accusing me, I will file a complaint against you." Jiang Chenyang sneered, "Don't be so hasty, the facts are right in front of you. Besides, the big gold chain around your neck and the Patek Philippe on your wrist are probably fakes. And yet you're still bragging about how much you have and even saying you want to buy a diamond ring for Shiran. What are you going to use to buy it? Are you relying on these fakes to show off?" Feng Qi Dianche was speechless after hearing what Jiang Chenyang said. He was so angry that he stood up suddenly and grabbed Jiang Chenyang's clothes. "You kid, are you really not going to accept my toast and drink the forfeit?" Jiang Chenyang was not afraid at all. He looked at Feng Qi Dianche with cold eyes. He took out his mobile phone calmly, called up the business sense prediction interface given by the system, and put it in front of Feng Qi Dianche. The screen clearly shows: target person, Wang Daqian lightning speed. Assets, liabilities, 5.2 million KTV. Business under his name was investigated for pornography, and the business contract was forged. Then, he turned his phone to Lu Shiran, "Your new boyfriend's 3 KTVs were actually shut down last week. The property deed to the city center shop he mentioned is fake. As for the money for the gifts, it was borrowed from a loan shark." Lu Shiran's face instantly lost all color. She turned her head suddenly, trembling as she tried to grab the cell phone that was flying at her fingertips. Feng Qi Dianche is certainly not stupid. He knows very well that the man in front of him named Jiang Chenyang is probably someone not easy to deal with, otherwise how could he know all his details? He waved away Lu Shiran's outstretched hand, glared at Jiang Chenyang fiercely, and then left in shame. It's over, it's all over. Lu Shiran felt like the sky was falling. The identity of the number 1 brother on the list is fake. Feng Qi Dianche is a liar. Actually, it can't be called a lie. I can only say that it was consensual. Jiang Chenyang looked at the distraught Lu Shiran and sighed secretly. He looked at Lu Shiran and said soothingly, "Shiran, I hope you can see the true face of such people in the future and don't be deceived by them again." Lu Shiran lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. At this moment, Tang Xiaoyao in the private room seemed to have heard the noise outside. She walked out gracefully in high heels. Seeing Jiang Chenyang looking at Lu Shiran with concern, a hint of displeasure flashed across her eyes, but she quickly returned to her coquettish expression. "Brother Jiang, what's wrong? I've been waiting for you in the private room for a long time. Jiang Chenyang glanced at her and said gently, baby, it's okay, the matter has been resolved. After saying that, Jiang Chenyang quickly walked up to Tang Xiaoyao, put his arms around her waist, kissed her on the face affectionately, and walked towards the private room. Suddenly, the atmosphere between the two of them became a little more lively. Tang Xiaoyao was originally unhappy when she saw Jiang Chenyang and Lu Shiran together, and she felt more or less disappointed. You know, Jiang Chenyang has learned a lot on Kuayin in the past few years in order to coax Lu Shiran, and he is very good at reading girls' expressions. Girls' little tempers are actually very easy to appease, all they need is a hug and a kiss. It seems to have nothing to do with each other, but it is actually a manifestation of possessiveness, which makes the favorability level that was about to decline soar to 90 points in an instant. Jiang Chenyang had no idea what would happen to Lu Shiran in the future. At this moment, Jiang Chenyang was in a very happy mood. As long as the system made a ding sound, he knew that his wealth had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, slapping someone in the face like lightning, and helping Lu Shiran escape from her predicament. Reward, a luxurious villa plus 10 million cash already received. The next second, the waitress appeared like a ghost, holding the opened bottle of red wine worth 280,000 yuan, and followed Jiang Chenyang quietly. Sir, your wine. Chapter 7 Mission completed, 1 turntable draw. That night, Jiang Chenyang and Tang Xiaoyao directly booked a presidential suite at Hentang. After drinking, the two were slightly tipsy and were deeply in love without realizing it. Subsequent developments. Use your imagination. Xiao Mo, I can't help you. I can only help you old idiots up to this point. Unless you give me 99 plus likes, I will give you special treatment. Jiang Chenyang came back to his senses in a daze, looking at the little demon Tang sleeping beside him. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon of the next day. Yesterday, he and Tang Xiaoyao were physically compatible. The two of them were tireless and had done it many times. Doesn't the internet say that men can only chat after they turn 25? Fortunately, he is young and full of vigor, full of energy and tireless. Looking at Tang Xiaoyao's peaceful sleeping face, he gently kissed her forehead. She got up and went to the bathroom to wash up quickly, changed into clean clothes, then tiptoed out of the room and went to the hotel restaurant to buy Tang Xiaoyao her favorite desserts and coffee. When they returned to the room, Tang Xiaoyao had already woken up. When she saw the dessert in Jiang Chenyang's hand, her eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Chenyang gently pulled the quilt over Tang Xiaoyao's shoulders, then carefully opened the box and handed the slightly cool matcha cake to Tang Xiaoyao. How do you know I like matcha? Jiang Chenyang smiled and said, a careful person will notice everything about you. Tang Xiaoyao took a small bite with her fork and said, it's delicious. Brother Jiang, you are so good to me. An inappropriate system prompt sounded in Jiang Chenyang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Tang Xiaoyao's favorability has increased to 99 points. Only one more point is needed to complete all the side quests. Please complete the side quests as soon as possible within the specified time, otherwise the rewards previously issued will be forfeited. Jiang Chenyang felt depressed. Why was there still 1 point missing? Did he behave badly last night? Or maybe there aren't enough gifts? What details did he fail to include? He almost qualifies as a good boyfriend who was devoted to his parents, so why is he still 1 point short? Jiang Chenyang racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. System, can you give me some hints for this 1 point? The system's mechanical voice rang out in Jiang Chenyang's mind. Sorry, due to system restrictions, we cannot provide specific instructions. Please explore on your own and complete the task as soon as possible. Jiang Chenyang sighed helplessly, looking at Tang Xiaoyao who was happily eating cake, and secretly wondered what to do next. He decided to spend the remaining few hours with Tang Xiaoyao first. Maybe he could find the missing 1 point in the process of getting along. So he forced a smile and gently asked Tang Xiaoyao, baby, after eating the cake, I will go out for a walk with you, okay? As a woman, apart from bags, the rest of her life is shopping. As long as you are happy with the purchase, maybe you will get this 1 point. However, after Tang Xiaoyao finished eating the cake, she flatly refused Jiang Chenyang. Brother Jiang, I don't want to go out for a walk. I just want to stay in the room with you. Tang Xiaoyao held Jiang Chenyang's hand and said coquettishly. Jiang Chenyang was a little anxious, but looking at Tang Xiaoyao's cute appearance, he couldn't refuse, so he could only smile and say, okay, then let's stay in the room. What do you want to do? Tang Tang Xiaoyao tilted her head and thought for a while, then her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "Brother Zhang, let's go to the movies together. I haven't watched a movie properly in a long time." Jiang Chenyang nodded in agreement and quickly turned on the TV to search for popular movies. After much deliberation, I chose a romantic love movie. The two of them snuggled together and watched a movie. The affectionate confession of love between the hero and heroine in the movie moved Tang Tang Xiaoyao so much that her eyes were red. She leaned in Jiang Chenyang's arms and whispered, "Brother Zhang, how happy are they?" Jiang Chenyang patted her back gently and said, "Baby, we will be so happy too." But Jiang Chenyang was still thinking about the one point he missed, and he couldn't concentrate on the movie at all. Halfway through the movie, Tang Tang Xiaoyao suddenly sat up straight, looked at Jiang Chenyang seriously, and said, "Brother Zhang, I have a question for you." Jiang Chenyang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what kind of troublesome question Tang Tang Xiaoyao would ask him, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "Baby, ask it yourself. What is your relationship with that Lu Shiran?" Jiang Chenyang secretly groaned in his heart. He didn't expect Tang Tang Xiaoyao to ask this question. He calmed himself down and tried to sound calm. "Baby, she and I are just ordinary college classmates, nothing special." Tang Tang Xiaoyao frowned, her eyes full of suspicion, and asked, "Are you really just ordinary college classmates? But last night at the Hentaying restaurant, you seemed to care about her a lot. It doesn't seem like you're just ordinary college classmates." Jiang Chenyang quickly explained, "Baby, I swear." At this time, Tang Tang Xiaoyao opened the Quyin interface and asked Jiang Chenyang, "But Brother Zhang is a true fan of Lu Shiran? So, Brother Zhang, can you unfollow Lu Shiran for me?" Jiang Chenyang's expression instantly became a little unnatural. On the one hand, he had liked Lu Shiran for many years, and paying attention to her had become a habit. On the other hand, there was the little demon Tang Tang in front of him. If this one point was the detail of unfollowing Lu Shiran, then he would unfollow and quit the fan group without hesitation. The next second, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Tang Tang Xiaoyao's favorability has reached 100 points, and the side quest has been completed ahead of schedule. Rewards are as follows: the host can draw the big wheel once plus 10 million gold already distributed. What women value in relationships is details. Men don't have real feelings, and they can lie without any hesitation or blushing. After sending Tang Tang Xiaoyao home, Jiang Chenyang realized that the system had just rewarded him with a roulette wheel lottery, and he didn't know what hidden rewards there would be. With full anticipation, he immediately called on the system in his mind to start the lottery. I saw a colorful big turntable in front of me, with various prize areas densely distributed on it, including skill areas, prop areas, and some mysterious and unknown areas. Jiang Chenyang took a deep breath and prayed silently in his heart that he could draw something powerful. Then he moved his mind and the turntable began to spin rapidly. The pointer quickly passed between various areas, making him dizzy and his heart hanging in the air. As time went by, the speed of the turntable gradually slowed down, and the pointer slowly approached an area. Jiang Chenyang was so nervous that he didn't dare to blink. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully drawn a hidden potion, the Power Pill. Chapter 8 Beautiful Landlord moves to the villa. System, what exactly is this? Power Pill? The system's mechanical voice rang out again in Jiang Chenyang's mind. The Power Pill is a special item. After taking it, it can change your physique in a short period of time and increase your charm by 10 points. System, what do you mean? Are you doubting my ability? Jiang Chenyang returned to Beijing and lay bored in the presidential suite, living a life of drunkenness and dreams. Tang Tang the little demon comes to Beijing every 3 days, and every time she comes, she wishes she could suck all of Jiang Chenyang's yang energy out of him before going back. According to Xiaoyao, if you feed the cow at home, he will no longer look for food. He has already arranged for people to clean the big villa awarded by the system. He will probably be able to move in within 10 days or half a month. In the past half month, Tang Tang Xiaoyao has made good use of the streaming pool provided by Quyin, and her performance is quite impressive. She has even been able to squeeze into the top 100 of Quyin. She is a talent anchor. She is beautiful and has a great figure. She has big breasts and a perky butt. Her legs are white and well proportioned. The most important thing is that Tang Tang Xiaoyao is sweet-mouthed, good at coaxing people, and has high emotional intelligence. The number of fans also increased rapidly, and directly broke through the 1 million plus mark. Tang Tang Xiaoyao, who had just finished her live broadcast, took the initiative to send a message. "Hubby, I miss you so much. Where are you now?" Jiang Chenyang had just woken up and saw the message from Tang Tang Xiaoyao. He replied, "Just woke up. I plan to move this afternoon. Husband, do you need my help?" Tang Tang Xiaoyao knew that Jiang Chenyang had a luxurious villa worth hundreds of millions. "The last time I came to Beijing, Jiang Chenyang happened to be looking for someone to clean the place, so Tang Tang Xiaoyao went there once. The villa area seemed like another world, so luxurious and extravagant that it was daunting. No need. There's nothing to move. Are you coming over tonight? May I? I'll send you the location later, and you can take a taxi directly to the villa tonight." Tang Tang Xiaoyao felt satisfied when she received the location message from Jiang Chenyang. In fact, Jiang Chenyang understood it in his heart. He could feel Tang Tang Xiaoyao's possessiveness towards him. He could also feel that Tang Tang Xiaoyao treated their relationship as if he were her boyfriend. Others have a very bad reputation for the female anchor industry. He could also feel the changes in Tang Tang Xiaoyao. When I was live streaming in the past, I wore clothes that were a bit revealing, and sometimes a little bit of my chest would be visible. Ever since Tang Tang Xiaoyao followed Jiang Chenyang, she has been dressing more and more conservatively, even wanting to cover her neck. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Chenyang checked out of the hotel suite and went straight to the shabby rental house where he had lived before. The supercar parked downstairs of the rental house seemed out of place. The rental house has been uninhabited for more than half a month. As soon as I opened the door, an unpleasant smell hit me. Jiang Chenyang looked at the rental house, feeling mixed emotions and indescribable feelings. He called the landlord and simply told her that he would not rent the house anymore and that he did not need to refund the 6 months' rent he had paid. He also did not plan to keep the things in the rental house. He simply asked the landlord to keep the useful things and help him throw away the useless ones. The landlord was a young woman. When she heard that Jiang Chenyang was moving, she first congratulated him and then said she would come to help Jiang Chenyang move. Jiang Chenyang was actually a little embarrassed because he had troubled the landlady a lot in the past 2 months. What's more important is that when he saw the landlord's sister for the first time, he had a physical reaction to her. That night, he even dreamed that he was lying on the landlord's sister, panting and sprinting. The landlord's sister is called Su Wanqing. She is 35 years old, with excellent looks and fair and delicate skin. If she hadn't said that she was 35 years old, no one would believe it. She has maintained a fitness habit for many years, so her body proportions are very good. After a while, the landlady came into his rental house from outside, wearing a cheongsam, black stockings and exquisite high heels, with her hair in a bun and a graceful figure. The landlady took the room key from Jiang Chenyang and asked with concern, "Why are you moving out so suddenly? Have you reconciled with your girlfriend?" Jiang Chenyang simply packed the things he was going to take away. His luggage consisted of only a small bag, which looked pitifully small. He didn't take any daily necessities. After hearing the landlord's question, Jiang Chenyang showed a puzzled expression on his face. "What girlfriend? How come I don't know anything about her?" "Don't you know?" The landlady asked in surprise. "A few days ago, a beautiful woman came to see you and said she was your girlfriend. She looked pretty, a beautiful girl next door. However, she seemed a bit cold and icy, so I guess she wouldn't be easy to get along with." After hearing the description from the landlord's sister, Jiang Chenyang roughly knew who it was. This rental house was originally supposed to be rented to Lu Shiran. There was nothing wrong with the two of them living together after graduation. However, after Lu Shiran came here once, she felt a little disgusted that this place was not a high-end community. She never came here again after that, and she never lived with Jiang Chenyang. Jiang Chenyang packed up his things, picked up the bag he was going to take with him, and replied, "My dear sister, where would I get a girlfriend? You know I'm single." The landlady covered her mouth and chuckled. "That's right, I just asked casually. But you moved so suddenly, did you find a better place to live?" Jiang Chenyang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a smile, "Sister Ching, I came here to experience life before, but now I want to return to my life as a young master." The landlady looked curious and teased, "Hey, you're getting more and more slick. Are you daydreaming in broad daylight?" Jiang Chenyang blinked, but didn't respond directly. He asked jokingly, "Sister, you don't have any plans to find a boyfriend in the near future, right?" After saying that, he picked up his bag and walked out of the rental house together. Jiang Chenyang stopped in front of his supercar and threw the bag he brought out into it. At this time, Su Wanqing, as a woman, finally looked at Jiang Chenyang straight in the eye. Could it be that this kid is really some young master who came out to experience life? Jiang Chenyang started the car, started the engine, and fastened his seatbelt. He turned his head to look out the window, and happened to meet Su Wanqing's surprised face. He said, "Sister, I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. You won't refuse me this favor, right?" Chapter 9 Monthly Top List, take first place if you want to. When Jiang Chenyang drove back to the villa area, he saw Tang Xiaoyao being stopped by the security guard at the gate from a distance. The Kyoto villa area is a wealthy area, so the security here has always been diligent and responsible. After all, if anyone can enter freely, everyone will want to join in the fun. Before Jiang Chenyang's sports car came to a complete stop, the security guard left Tang Xiaoyao behind and quickly walked towards Jiang Chenyang, greeting him in a friendly manner. "Mr. Jiang, are you planning to move in today?" Jiang Chenyang honked the horn and signaled Tang Xiaoyao to get in the car. Seeing Tang Xiaoyao quickly get into the car, he said to the security guard, "This is my girlfriend. If she comes over next time, just let her in." The security guard took the several hundred yuan bills handed over by Jiang Chenyang with a smile and responded with a flattering look. "Understood, Mr. Jiang. I will definitely tell the brothers below that we will not stop your girlfriend from coming over in the future." Jiang Chenyang drove into the villa area and soon stopped in front of a villa. The word Jiang at the door is particularly eye-catching, which means that Jiang Chenyang also has his own status in this place. The villas in front of him were decorated according to Jiang Chenyang's own preferences, and there was an extra-large open-air swimming pool in the courtyard. Jiang Chenyang parked his sports car, put his arm around Tang Xiaoyao's slender waist, and came to the gate. He directly entered the fingerprint password to open the door, and the soft light in the room instantly fell on him. In the spacious and bright living room, the furniture is arranged neatly and orderly, and there are several art paintings hanging on the wall, adding a touch of artistic atmosphere to this luxurious space. Tang Xiaoyao is wearing a purple battle robe today, revealing her plump chest in front, and the hollow stockings make her white and tender long legs even more charming. "Wife, you are so tempting today, are you planning to let me go?" Men are all impulsive visual animals. With such a beautiful scenery in front of us, who cannot be moved? Without waiting for Tang Xiaoyao to answer, Jiang Chenyang directly carried Tang Xiaoyao horizontally to the room on the second floor. "This is omitted. 10,000 words I want to say much, I just want to show you. You can fill in the blanks yourself, hee hee." After finishing, Tang Xiaoyao leaned in Jiang Chenyang's arms with a look of satisfaction on her face. "Honey, tomorrow is the end of the month. My traffic has been pretty good lately. Could you help me out tomorrow and get into the top 50 for the month?" Jiang Chenyang lowered his head and looked at Tang Xiaoyao, whose blush had not yet faded. She looked very shy and lovely. Does Jiang Chenyang's wife only want to be ranked 50th in the monthly top? Tang Xiaoyao stared at Jiang Chenyang with her innocent big eyes and asked, "Is it okay, husband? What's the point of being ranked 50th this month? If you want to win, get the top one. I, Jiang Chenyang's wife, deserve the best. Your husband will support you, so go for it." Jiang Chenyang pinched Tang Xiaoyao's little nose, and then her rosy lips. Suddenly, thinking of how comfortable that small, peach-like mouth had made him feel just now, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss it. The ranking mechanism of the Kuayin platform is mainly based on the popularity brought by the anchor. In other words, the popularity of the anchor and the interactive activity of the audience are the key factors that determine their ranking. In addition, the Kuayin platform encourages anchors to continuously improve their abilities and attract more viewers. A monthly PK list will be set up at the end of each month. This is not only a recognition of the outstanding performance of the anchors that month, but also a recognition of their hard work. In addition to the monthly PK list, Kuayin also has a quarterly PK list and an annual PK list. At this time, the monthly ranking PK of Kuayin has entered the final stage of the last hour. The atmosphere in Tang Xiaoyao's live broadcast room was so tense that it froze. She never thought that such a PK would be so exhausting. All the anchors on Kuayin have been busy for a whole month preparing for the monthly end-of-month rankings. The one currently ranked first is a female anchor in the largest guild in Kuayin, named Yuran. At present, Yuran's Yuebang has exceeded 8 million, which is the highest score among all Kuayin anchors. At this time, the distance between Tang Xiaoyao and Yuran was 5 million points. Tang Xiaoyao had joined a union before, but quit mainly because the commission was too high. Because she is 25 years old, she is considered to be relatively old in the internet live broadcast industry. Because her younger brother needed to get married, her parents kept asking her for money, so she thought about leaving the guild and working on her own to earn more money. A large part of his achievements today are due to what Jiang Chenyang brought him. In addition, she has always kept her original intention and has been trying to live on her own. Her eyes were red as she stared at the approaching red blood bar on the screen, and her voice was already filled with tears. Family members. Hold on. We must hold on. That Hwazi guy across the street is crazy. His guards are crazy too. This Hwazi brother is ranked 30th in the monthly top list. On Tang Tang Shouyao's public screen, the fans' consolation and sporadic gifts could not withstand the opponent's fierce offensive. Just then. A second ago, the avatar of Jiang Taoshui's account was still pitch black. The next second, he entered the live broadcast room with the title of Tang Tang Shouyao's highest fan level. No extra nonsense. Next second. In the center of the screen, a golden spaceship special effects animation exploded with the force of thunder. Jiang Taoshui gave away spaceships X10 in the live broadcast room of Tang Tang Xiaoyao. Then came the second group, the third group. 10 groups in a row, a total of 100 spaceships. Worth 2 million. Across the Kuayin platform, in all the live broadcast rooms currently in progress, golden banners were floating above the screens. Tang Tang Xiaoyao's health bar instantly surpassed, and with a crushing attitude, she stepped on the opposite side, Huazigu. After a brief period of silence, the live broadcast room became completely boiling. But at the same time, among the countless people who came to watch the excitement, there were also various sharp discussions. Comments slowly floated across the public screen and the barrage. Holy crap, is this guy printing money? With all this spending, I'm afraid they're hired by the platform to take advantage of us. Another comment followed. When the two of them were piking, the screen was shared, and fans on both sides could hear what they were saying. Does this Tang Tang little demon have any talents? Isn't it just shouting Big Brother 666 at the top of your lungs? Sure enough, it's really easy for women to make money nowadays. Our Yao Yao is a dance host, so please be careful with your words. Brother Jiang is here, we are relieved. Jiang, I love you. I want to be your concubine. This is a sure thing. Brother Hwazi on the opposite side is a 35-year-old big brother. His live broadcasts are usually unconventional. Many fans like him because his live broadcast style is unique. Chapter 10 become famous in one battle, and become the new god of wealth. At this time, Brother Hwazi was obviously also angered when he saw the opponent's health bar being crushed madly. Brother Hwazi started shouting frantically to gain points, and soon his health bar rebounded and caught up. Brothers, hold on. Beat that female anchor on the other side. Family, bring out the gifts, airplanes, sports cars, and go on a carnival run for the other side to see. On the opposite side, the gift special effects once again illuminated the screen, and the gap in health bars was visibly shrinking. Tang Tang Xiaoyao's heart was in her throat again. Just as she was about to speak, a message came through her WeChat mobile phone. It said, "Wife, it's my turn to perform. Take a break." Tang Tang Xiaoyao looked at the WeChat message Zheng Chenyang sent her, and her heart couldn't help but burst into joy. Since childhood, her parents have always loved her younger brother more than her, and she is like a transparent person at home. Now, she finally experienced the feeling of being loved and cared for. Zheng Chenyang didn't give the opponent any chance to breathe and directly recharged 10 million diamonds on the recharge panel. This time, they will no longer be sent in batches of 10. On the screen, the spaceship special effects never stopped. One after another, like free tap water, they violently filled the entire screen. Another super rich guy has been born. Just wait, within 3 days, he'll have an offline dinner, a hotel room, and a live stream. Then he'll disappear. The script is already written. Holy crap, this super rich guy is awesome. He probably spent 10 million in one night, right? Let's check the source of this person's funds. Who would spend money like this? He's either a second-generation rich kid or a money launderer. None of them are clean. Opposite party, you actually doubt our brother Zheng's strength? Let your eldest brother be voted? Do you have the guts to vote? What's the other party saying? Why are you so jealous? Can't you see rich people? Our Yao Yao family is really strong. Brother Jiang is mighty and awesome. There were only 10 seconds left in the PK countdown, and Brother Hwazi on the opposite side completely gave up struggling. Zheng Chenyang's gifts are still being sent, and the special effects are still blooming on the public screen. When the countdown reaches 0, the PK ends. The total amount of Tang Tang Xiaoyao's ranking has exceeded the astonishing mark of 10 million. She won the individual PK competition without any suspense, and Tang Tang Xiaoyao became an instant hit on the charts. After finishing the PK, both of them thanked everyone in the live broadcast room. However, there are always some comments that float out of the screen with a bit of mockery that comes from seeing through the world. Keep swiping. Today you praise her to the skies, tomorrow some other big brother will trample her down. On Quayin, the rich come and go faster than clothes. The platform is permanent, but the big brothers are transient. Their discussions, their speculations, and their ridicule were meaningless to Jiang Chenyang. The next moment, a system announcement covering the entire platform appeared on every user's mobile phone screen in the most dazzling golden font. Congratulations to user Jiang Taoshui for his lavish spending in becoming a legend. He topped the Quayin New Rich list and earned the exclusive title of Quayin New Rich God. Ding, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Get the title of Quayin's New Rich Man. The reward has been issued, please check. The system's voice sounded in Jiang Chenyang's mind. Jiang Chenyang couldn't wait to ask the system, what exactly is this reward? Why are you trying to keep me on hold now? Just ask me to check it? So perfunctory? The system responded calmly, this hidden mission is complete. Reward, 100 million yuan already received. You will also be granted an additional business insight skill, allowing you to keenly identify business opportunities in future business decisions. After hearing this, Jiang Chenyang was no longer very excited about money. Just like when he sees too many beautiful women, he will become numb one day. 100 million in cash is no longer very tempting to him. On the contrary, his business insight skills gave him some expectations. At this time, in the management meeting room of the Quayin platform, several senior executives sat together, their eyes focused on the system announcement on the screen. Among them, the one with slightly gray hair is the CEO of Quayin Group Zheng Heng. The younger one is Li De, the director of Quayin Development and Planning Activities. There is also a middle-aged executive who has remained silent, Gao Jia, the general manager of Quayin. Zheng Heng frowned and said seriously, this Jiang Taoshui is so generous. We must thoroughly investigate the source of his funds to avoid causing trouble for the platform. The happiest person was of course Li De, because all the activities were planned by him. Seeing Jiang Taoshui's operation, his eyes lit up. Li De said excitedly, regardless of the source of his funding, this time he has brought unprecedented popularity and traffic to our platform. Perhaps he can even attract more wealthy people to spend on our platform. Gao Jia pushed up his glasses and calmly analyzed, we can't just focus on the current popularity and traffic. If there's a problem with the source of funds, once something goes wrong, the previous popularity will turn into a negative impact. Moreover, if other wealthy people learn that we haven't strictly scrutinized the source of funds, they will also have doubts about the security of the platform. Zheng Heng, CEO of Quayin, nodded and said, that's right. We still need to proceed steadily. First, investigate thoroughly, and at the same time, assign someone to closely monitor Jiang Taoshui's movements. Although Li De was somewhat reluctant, since Mr. Zhang had spoken, he had no choice but to agree, okay, let's investigate first. I hope there won't be any mistakes. If we can successfully retain the wealthy Jiang Taoshui, it will definitely be of great benefit to the long-term development of the platform in the future. Gao Jia then said again, first, arrange for a Quayin customer service representative to keep in touch with Jiang Taoshui and stabilize this new super rich. In case Jiang Taoshui is only spending money on Quayin temporarily, we must increase his stickiness. Later, have the channel recommend him some beautiful female anchors with a score of 8 or above. The female anchor Yuran, who had been firmly sitting on the top of the personal monthly PK list, was cheering in the live broadcast room, expressing gratitude for the support of her big brother, the help of the guild, and the love of her fans. But what no one expected was that due to a slight negligence, in the last 3 minutes, an unknown little anchor successfully stole the tower and directly ranked top 1 on the monthly list. The guild that Yuran belongs to is the largest guild with the most potential on Quayin. In fact, the person behind this guild has some relationship with Gao Meng. Gao Jia's son is Gao Meng, 32 years old, a wealthy second-generation playboy. The women he had played with were like playing cards. His main purpose in opening the guild was to have fun, but he never expected that the guild could actually make money. The most important thing is that all those second-generation masters in the guild have some shameful messages on their hands. As long as you come to the guild to cash out, the guild will charge a 10% fee. Chapter 11 Side Quest, Group Broadcast Beauty. Gao Jia's favorite thing to do is to watch the female anchors in the guild compete with each other and try their best to rank on the list. Gao Jia felt a little embarrassed when Yuran's tower was stolen this time. He wondered how the top anchor in his guild could fail at the critical moment and allow a small anchor to take advantage of the opportunity. Although Gao Jie felt a little embarrassed, he never thought that someone would spend 12 million in cash directly in the last hour of the monthly list. This kind of generosity is simply that of a super rich man. Gao Jie said to his assistant, "Send someone to test this female anchor, Tang Tang Xiaoyao, and see if you can recruit her to the guild." It is such an honor for Tang Tang Xiaoyao to win the top one in the monthly personal PK competition. After the live broadcast ended, after deducting the share from Kuai-yin from her personal income, she still received more than half of the money. The emotions in her heart were beyond words. Now I have a source of money for my younger brother's wedding gift, house, and car purchase. She could even buy a small 2-bedroom, 1 living room house in Kyoto or H-City, and a car as a means of transportation, which would make it much more convenient for her to visit Jiang Chenyang in the future. After the live broadcast ended, Tang Tang Xiaoyao didn't even have time to remove her makeup and took a taxi directly to Jiang Chenyang's villa. The two of them exercised crazily for 2 days and 2 nights. This time, Jiang Chenyang finally felt physically tired. Men over 25 years old can only chat. Those who understand will understand. There are always a few who are stubborn. As the saying goes, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death. On the 3rd day, Tang Tang Xiaoyao went back. In the days that followed, she began to deal with matters related to her brother's wedding, contacting wedding companies and selecting hotels, and was very busy. At the same time, she also began to pay attention to real estate information in Kyoto and H-City, and used the breaks between live broadcasts to visit several houses. As for Jiang Chenyang, after Tang Tang Xiaoyao returned, his life seemed to have returned to its normal pace. Tang Tang Xiaoyao initially had her period every 2 days, then it became once a week, and then twice a month. It seems that her life has gradually changed. In the past, she was busy every day for money. Now, although she still broadcasts live, she seems to have become more open-minded, and has begun to enjoy life, enjoy the fun of traveling, and slowly accept the outside world. Ding, please ask the host to take the initiative to complete the side quest, assist Sun Yan to regain his confidence. The task deadline is 1 week. Group broadcast, as the name suggests, it refers to a group of beauties performing group dance in the live broadcast room, and then determining the ranking through PK. The live broadcast room adopts a 1 coin 1 dance mode. Each of the 5 girls has a small gift worth 1 coin in front of them. The one with the most combos will perform first. This model makes many fan groups and even tourists feel involved, and everyone gives small gifts to their favorite girl group members. Girl Group Live Broadcast Room, a beauty group broadcast that is as small as it can be, with about 1,000 people in the live broadcast room. Jiang Chenyang had just finished eating 3 dishes and a soup prepared by his nanny, and was lying in an indecent manner on the sofa in the living room. He was watching the lively scene in the live broadcast room with great interest, but did not go in. At this time, the system's voice sounded in his mind again, "Host, the target person Sun Yan is in this girl group." Jiang Chenyang's eyes swept over the 5 girls. They were wearing the same white short tops and pink pleated skirts. They were young and beautiful, but there was a hint of fatigue between their brows that was hard to conceal. One of the girls, although dancing along with everyone else, had a hint of insecurity in her eyes, and her movements were a little restrained. Jiang Chenyang wondered, could she be Sun Yan? At this time, the PK session in the live broadcast room became more and more intense. The number of small gifts in front of the other girls continued to rise, but there were very few in front of the girl who looked like Sun Yan. Why is it always Yao Yao dancing? I want to see number 3, I want to see number 3. Jia Jia, I want to see Jia Jia dance. Don't you see above, the one with the highest combo gets priority? Stop barking like a dog. Swipe your ticket and bark when you get up there. Jiang Taoshui's current level has reached 60, and he is considered a wealthy man in the entire fast music. As soon as the user Jiang Taoshui entered the live broadcast room, the screen prominently displayed, "Congratulations to level 60 user Jiang Taoshui for entering the live broadcast room." Even when entering the live broadcast room at level 60, there are specific special effects on the screen, which are very conspicuous. It was the first time such a big shot had entered the small live broadcast room. The host's voice seemed to tremble as he excitedly shouted, Girl Group, welcome Jiang Taoshui." This display instantly caused an uproar in the live broadcast room. The audience posted words of amazement in the barrage. Level 60 God, this is a legendary existence. Why did this great god come to our small live broadcast room? Holy crap! Level 60? How much does it cost to farm this? Boss, are you in need of a pendant? Can I be your pendant? Fuck, you guys are just licking dogs? And you even have pendants? At this time, a person named It appeared on the screen and said, Brother Jiang, do you remember me? I'm the manager of Sister Yao Yao's livestream room. I'm Dabin. Jiang Chenyang was a little confused at first, but then he thought about it and realized that there seemed to be several managers in Tang Tang Xiaoyao, and one of them was called I am Dabin. Jiang Chenyang greeted him in a friendly manner. Hello, Dabin. At this moment, the anchors also recovered from their previous shock. The leader of the girl group quickly adjusted herself, put on a smile, and greeted enthusiastically. Welcome our respected level 60 master Jiang Tao Shui to the live broadcast room. Your presence really makes our live broadcast room shine. Several other girls joined in, shouting welcome in sweet voices. Jiang Chenyang typed and posted a comment. Just saw these girls somewhere else, they're pretty good, came over to support them. This simple sentence was like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake, causing the popularity of the live broadcast room to soar again. Chapter 12 Girl Group, Beautiful Sun Yen. In fact, the number of fans of Jiang Tao Shui's account has increased a lot during this period, and the number is increasing almost every day. The current number of fans is over 100,000. Among these 100,000 plus fans, there are not only those who follow him in the live broadcast room, but also those who follow him because of his wealthy status. He even discovered that many female and even male anchors were following him, and his private messages were flooded with messages every day. At first, Jiang Chenyang would click on it to check, but later he just stopped clicking on it. Mostly boring people. A female anchor directly sent her a WeChat message asking him to add her, and he even opened several private messages, and actually received private photos directly from her. That was quite explosive. The seductive photos are full of seductive eyes, and the clothes are very revealing, almost like revealing sexy lingerie. Some are videos, some are photos, and they are very seductive in a vague way. At this time, the comments in the live broadcast room were all praising Jiang Chenyang, but there were very few people sending gifts. The girl who ranked first received just over 1,000 gifts, while the girl who ranked last, named Nian, received only a lonely 77 in number of gifts. She lowered her head, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Only when she raised her eyes occasionally, her eyes were filled with gloom. Side quest 1, help Sun Yen get the opportunity to perform as the center. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Jiang Chenyang understood, and his finger pointed precisely at the fluorescent stick gift worth 1 coin below Nian's portrait. The next second, the screen began to refresh frantically. Jiang Taoshui sends out 10 glow sticks. Jiang Taoshui sends out 20 glow sticks. Jiang Taoshui gives out light sticks x99. The gift column that was originally scrolling slowly was instantly dominated by the same ID, and the number of gifts in front of the girl named Nian also soared rapidly from single digits like riding a rocket. 758, 199, 366, 1314 5200. The captain, standing in the middle and in charge of controlling the situation, was the first to react. She looked at the numbers jumping wildly on the screen and covered her mouth in surprise. Wow! Thank you, Brother Jiang. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your support every year. The other girls also looked at him with envy and curiosity, and seemed to have many questions. This girl named Nian joined their dance troupe recently. Nian is usually not talkative and is not the lively type. She is more shy and timid. In fact, her nickname was Nian. Maybe her voice was too soft and the captain heard it wrong, so her stage name became Nian. Because he was too shy and not very good at speaking, Nian was not liked by the team members when he was in the company. Another reason is that she is so beautiful, as delicate as Lin Daiyu who fell from the sky. The girl is jealous of her, but the male anchors and male employees in the company have always wanted to trick such a girl into becoming their girlfriend. It's a pity that Sun Yen is only immersed in his own world and is not easy to deceive. Men are very calculating. If a woman takes up too much of his time and energy, he would rather give up and choose a girl who is easier to pursue. Sun Yen, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly raised her head at this moment, her clear almond-shaped eyes filled with disbelief. She stared blankly at the screen, her small mouth slightly open, obviously stunned by this sudden happiness. The barrage of comments instantly exploded. Holy crap, a wild big brother appeared? Brother Jiang is awesome. He goes all out right from the start. Keep going every year. Take the center position for me. Jiang Chenyang did not stop, his fingertips kept tapping the screen, and the special effects of the fluorescent stick almost never stopped. The number quickly exceeded 10,000, leaving the girl who was originally ranked first far behind. Alright. The priority performer for this round is Sun Yen. The captain excitedly announced, "Let's give Nyen Nyen a warm round of applause as she performs her solo for us." Sun Yen finally came to her senses, and her eyes instantly turned red. She stood up and bowed deeply towards the camera, her voice choked with sobs and full of sincerity. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. Thank you." Then she walked to the center of the stage, and when the dynamic music sounded, the lost and inferior little girl seemed to disappear in an instant, and was replaced by an idol shining on the stage. Each of her movements was in time with the beat, with strength and gentleness combined just right. Her face was filled with a confident and bright smile, which infected everyone in the live broadcast room. When the song ended, Sun Yen froze in the center of the stage. Sweat slid down her delicate jawline, and her chest rose and fell slightly, but her almond-shaped eyes burst into an unprecedented brilliance, which was astonishingly bright. She is like a diamond that has been wiped clean of dust and finally blooms with her own brilliance. After a brief silence, the comments in the live broadcast room started scrolling at a speed even crazier than when the gifts were just being given. Holy crap! I take back what I said before. This little sister isn't just a pretty face, she's a treasure. This professional ability is incredible. The movements are smooth and the expression management is perfect. Why has this person been nowhere to be found before? I'm a fan of both her looks and her career. Brother Jiang has good taste. This money is well spent. Brother Jiang really knows how to judge people. His vision is truly unique. Jiang Chenyang leaned back on the sofa, a satisfied smile on his lips. He thought it was just a simple money-burning task, but unexpectedly, this girl named Sun Yen gave him an unexpected surprise. It's not that she is incapable, she just lacks an opportunity to be seen. On the stage, the captain and other team members had returned to Sun Yen's side, and the envy and jealousy on their faces had turned into sincere admiration and a hint of awe. In this circle, strength is the bottom line. "Nyen Nyen, you dance so well," the captain exclaimed sincerely while guiding the process. "Thank you again to our brother Jiang. It seems that Brother Jiang has a very good eye and has discovered the treasure in our team." Sun Yen bowed deeply towards the camera again. This time, her face was no longer filled with the previous anxiety, but a bright smile with tears in her eyes. "Thank you. Thank you everyone, thank you Brother Jiang, I will definitely work harder in the future and will not let you down." The girl's voice was sincere and firm, as if she was making a solemn promise. In the live broadcast room, fans were still excited about her performance just now. They kept posting messages like "Come on, sister," and looking forward to the next stage. Jiang Chenyang looked at the girl on the screen whose eyes were red, but she was holding back her tears, and his heart moved slightly. Instead of exiting the live broadcast room, he switched to the top of the gift list and found the most expensive gift with the most gorgeous special effects on the entire platform, Starry Universe. Worth 100,000 diamonds. The next second, a dazzling galaxy special effect instantly covered the entire live broadcast screen. Chapter 13 Offline Encounter with the Landlord's Sister. There are countless planets surrounding the screen, and the starlight is twinkling, finally converging into 4 large characters, Starry Universe, floating in the center of the screen for a long time. The gift giver's ID, Zhang Zhang Tao Shui, was therefore coated with a layer of dazzling gold. The entire live broadcast room, whether the host or the audience, were all petrified. Zhang Zhang Tao Shui gave away Star Universe X1 in the live broadcast room of Girl. The broadcast banners on all platforms attracted countless passers-by in other live broadcast rooms to rush in, and the number of people in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded 20,000 plus. Holy shit, am I dazzled? A Starry Universe? 100,000 yuan. Oh my god. Brother Jiang, are you still looking for a pendant? The kind that makes you say 666. This is no longer a wild big brother, this is the arrival of a super rich man. The captain opened his mouth, having completely lost the ability to speak. Sun Yen was completely stunned. She looked at the extremely gorgeous special effects, tears rolling down her face like beads from a broken string. She covered her mouth, unable to make a sound. This is not just money, but also an unparalleled affirmation and support. Jiang Chenyang looked at the girl crying with joy and turned off the screen of his mobile phone. Jiang Chenyang looked at the 10 million transferred by the system. At this time, he had discovered that the reward for each small node of the side quest was at least 10 million, and the reward for the main quest was basically 100 million, plus a special skill point provided by the system. It has been more than half a year since I graduated from college. Last night, a few brothers contacted each other in the group and talked about getting together. Tonight is the day when several boys in Jiang Chenyang's dormitory will have a dinner together. There are only 11 people in total, including a few brothers and their girlfriends. Jiang Chenyang arranged a place to eat early, and he did not tell his good brothers that he was a wealthy man. So, at 8 o'clock in the evening, a group of people came to the private room booked by Jiang Chenyang one after another. This is just an ordinary restaurant, and a meal costs only a few hundred to 1,000 yuan. The atmosphere at the dinner party was very lively. The hot air from the air conditioner mixed with the steam from the alcohol, making everyone's faces glow red. The noise in the box froze for a second because of Lu Shiran's appearance. Everyone's eyes were focused on the delicately made-up face at the door. Jiang Chenyang's hand holding the wineglass stopped in mid-air, and his brows frowned unconsciously. "Shiran? Why are you here?" It was Li Hao who spoke. He looked at Jiang Chenyang, then at Lu Shiran, with an embarrassed expression. Lu Shiran squeezed in sideways and closed the door, blocking out the light from the corridor. She looked around with a smile. "Why, you don't welcome me?" "I heard from a friend that you were having a dinner here, so I came to take a look." Her voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The brothers and their girlfriends all have a good relationship with Jiang Chenyang, and almost everyone present is in contact with him on WeChat. Not to mention that Lu Shiran had cheated on the top guy on the list before, and even officially announced it on WeChat Moments. This kind of thing that embarrassed her boyfriend made all the friends who knew the inside story have subtle expressions on their faces. When Jiang Chenyang and Lu Shiran broke up, it was not a happy one. Lu Shiran's gaze finally fell on Jiang Chenyang. She walked straight over and naturally wanted to sit down in the empty seat next to Jiang Chenyang. "Jiang Chenyang, long time no see." Jiang Chenyang didn't say anything, but just moved to the side and kept some distance. This action made the smile on Lu Shiran's face freeze for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. She didn't mind, so she sat down in the distanced position and poured herself a glass of wine. "I'll drink a glass as an apology for being late." She tilted her head back, drank a glass of wine, her white neck curved into an arc, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. This action made it difficult for the boys at the table who originally disliked her to say anything. The atmosphere at the dinner party became strange. No one was talking and laughing as freely as before. They just lowered their heads to eat, occasionally saying a few words, but they were neither meaningful nor interesting. Jiang Chenyang remained silent throughout the whole process, and he just felt a tightness in his chest. Lu Shiran, however, acted as if nothing had happened. She took the initiative to bring up topics, chatting about work with one person and talking about recent developments with another. She showed off her skills as a female anchor to the fullest, and warmed up the atmosphere a little bit. But this warmth was filled with a sense of discomfort. "We've almost finished eating, let's go somewhere else to continue." Li Hao took the initiative to suggest when he saw that Jiang Chenyang's face was not right. "Okay, where are we going?" "I know there's a new bar nearby called Night, and the environment is nice." Lu Shiran immediately responded, but her eyes were always glancing at Jiang Chenyang. But before Jiang Chenyang could open his mouth to refuse, the others had already agreed. "Okay, let's go to Night Color." "Let's go, let's continue the second half." A group of people stood up and Lu Shiran walked beside Jiang Chenyang naturally, as if they had never been separated. Jiang Chenyang felt annoyed, but he didn't want to lose his temper in front of so many friends. Night bar. The deafening music and swaying figures made the air sticky. A group of people followed the waiter and found a booth to sit down. Fruit plates and foreign wine were quickly served. Lu Shiran sat close to Jiang Chenyang, her body almost touching him. She leaned close to his ear and spoke, her warm breath spraying on Jiang Chenyang's neck. "Are you still mad at me?" Jiang Chenyang moved away a little and said in a cold voice, "We are no longer related. But I still can't forget you." Lu Shiran's voice was filled with a hint of grievance. Jiang Chenyang stood up, picked up the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, but it couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He was just about to find an excuse to slip away when his eyes inadvertently swept across the booth across from the dance floor and he was stunned. There sat a familiar figure. She has big wavy hair and wears a bar uniform. It is a very sexy and revealing outfit that can make men's blood boil at first sight. At this moment, she seemed different from usual. Usually she always dressed very appropriately. Now she is so beautiful and so wild. Her profile looked very charming under the hazy light. It's the landlord's sister Su Wanqing. Jiang Chenyang's heart skipped a beat. Opposite Su Wanqing, there was a man sitting. He had a slicked back hair and powdered face, was wearing a t-shirt with a huge logo printed on it, and had a shiny gold watch on his wrist. He was talking eloquently, which made Su Wanqing occasionally smile politely. Jiang Chenyang could see that the smile looked forced. At this moment, the mechanical electronic sound of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Host, please complete the main quest. Make Su Wanqing your second girlfriend. The quest period is 1 week. Chapter 14 Mr. Jiang pays for everything. Jiang Chenyang's head buzzed, and he seriously suspected that the system was monitoring him. What does this mean? It seemed that as long as he had some thoughts in his mind, it could read them and then start assigning him such tasks. Let the landlord's sister be his girlfriend? Coincidentally, that's what he thought. Jiang Chenyang stared straight at Su Wanqing opposite him, and the landlady opposite seemed to sense something and looked up at him. The lights flickered and the voices were noisy. The two people's eyes met precisely in the air. Su Wanqing was stunned at first, then she recognized him. Her eyes curved up, a faint smile spread across her lips, and she raised her glass towards him. A simple action made the surrounding noise quiet down a little. Jiang Chenyang's heart skipped a beat and he quickly raised his glass in response. This scene was seen clearly by the man with a gold watch sitting opposite Su Wanqing. The man with the gold watch turned his wrist, and the shiny gold watch flashed a tacky light under the light. He frowned and leaned close to Su Wanqing's ear. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but just loud enough for the people at the next table to hear. Who is that? Your friend? He looks like a college student who hasn't graduated yet. The contempt in his words was not concealed at all. Li Hao at Jiang Chenyang's table exploded on the spot, his butt raised half an inch, and curses were already on his lips. Jiang Chenyang's hand was on his shoulder, not heavy, but it made him unable to get up. With a look, Li Hao could only sit back angrily and curse in a low voice. Chenyang, this grandson is too pretentious. Jiang Chenyang shook his head and said nothing. It seems that he is not in a hurry at all. What he likes most now is to watch others pretending to be rich and then get slapped in the face by him. No one can understand the sense of satisfaction he feels. The man with the gold watch enjoyed the feeling of being in control of the whole situation. He snapped his fingers and called the waiter. Go, give me the most expensive ace of spades you have. He deliberately raised his voice, attracting the attention of many people around him. The waiter quickly came over with a cart, and the champagne opened with a crisp pop sound. The man with the gold watch proudly poured a glass for Su Wanqing, then filled it up for himself. Then he raised the glass towards Jiang Chenyang and his lips moved silently. Jiang Chenyang understood. What he said was poor guy. Su Wanqing's smile completely disappeared. She turned sideways, as if trying to distance herself from the man with the gold watch, her brows furrowed. Jiang Chenyang frowned, looking unhappy, and slowly clenched his fists. He was not angry with himself, but with the man with the gold watch, who was not worthy of Su Wanqing. Lu Shiran, who was standing by, noticed his reaction and looked back and forth between him and Su Wanqing, as if thinking about something. Lu Shiran's heart couldn't help but tremble, and she felt in a trance that this ex-boyfriend in front of her seemed to be someone she had never really understood during college. At this moment, a trace of resentment flashed in Lu Shiran's eyes. Looking at the possessiveness Jiang Chenyang showed towards other women, jealousy made her almost crazy. As far as she knew, Jiang Chenyang spent a full 1 million at the Hentang restaurant that night last time in H City. It seems that Jiang Chenyang had been pretending to be a poor student during his college years. And today, she saw Jiang Chenyang still dressed as simply as before, and she was a little unsure at first. It's just that Jiang Chenyang is not very good at concealing his true situation, and his car keys exposed his true situation. Lu Shiran deliberately used her body to block Jiang Chenyang, stretched out her soft and white hands, held the wine in front of her, and filled Jiang Chenyang's empty glass. Chenyang, can I? Before Lu Shiran could finish her sentence, Jiang Chenyang downed the wine in front of him. He turned to face Lu Shiran's hypocritical face and said, Do you want to drink with me? I'm done, can you leave now? You. The next second, Lu Shiran was so angry that she threw down her wineglass and turned to leave the night bar. Seeing Lu Shiran leave, Li Hao couldn't help but sit down next to him, then patted his shoulder and comforted him. Brother, I hope you can get over it. There are many women in the world, why bother to force this one flower? At this time, the waiter at the opposite table was standing by and doing his duty. Time passes by every second. It was finally time to pay. When the waiter handed over the bill, the smile on the man with the gold watch froze. He took out his wallet, his movements as slow as if he were practicing Tai Chi. He flipped the cards over and over again, refusing to take any out. He kept complaining, "Your bar is too shady. You charge such a high price for a bottle of crappy wine." Su Wanqing's expression was extremely embarrassed, and her hand had already reached for her bag. Just these words from the man with the gold watch made his peers who were hanging out with him burst out laughing. If you come to a place like a bar and think the drinks are too expensive, you can just go to the barbecue restaurant next door and eat barbecue. Why spend a lot of money in such a place? You want to pick up girls without spending a penny. Where in the world can you find such a good thing? At this moment, people from several tables looked over, their eyes filled with the feeling of watching a show, and more of it was ridicule. The man with the gold watch had no choice but to hand over his bank card. Unfortunately, within 3 seconds, the waiter spoke again, "Sir, the balance on your card is insufficient." Just then, Jiang Chenyang stood up. He ignored the surprised gazes of Li Hao and the other brothers in the booth, and walked slowly towards the bar under the focus of everyone's attention. He looked at Su Wanqing's table, hooked his finger at the waiter, and said, taking out a microphone from somewhere, "Waiter." His voice was not loud, but it made the music in the entire bar seem to be paused. Jiang Chenyang took out a pure black card from his pocket. Since Jiang Chenyang already had assets worth hundreds of millions, the bank directly upgraded the card face for him. He gently placed it on the bar with a crisp click. "Tonight, everyone in the audience will spend money." He paused, his eyes sweeping over the increasingly stunned face of the man with the gold watch, and spoke word by word. "I, young Master Jiang, will pay for it." The bar was dead silent for 2 full seconds. The next moment, thunderous cheers and whistles were instantly ignited. "Holy crap! Awesome! Mr. Jiang is so generous. Mr. Jiang, are you looking for a partner? We'd like to introduce you to someone." The stunned expression on the gold watchman's face seemed to be frozen in time, his complexion changing like a palette, first turning bright red, then purple, and finally settling into a dull gray. Su Wanqing also stood up. She looked at the figure in front of the bar. It was obviously the same person, but the feeling was completely different. That calmness and aura were something she had never seen before. After swiping the card, Jiang Chenyang turned around without looking back and prepared to walk back to his seat. But he had just taken 2 steps when a figure stopped him. It's Su Wanqing. She had already left the booth that had embarrassed her. "Jiang Chenyang." Her voice was soft but clear, reaching his ears accurately amid the noisy cheers. "Thank you, and didn't you say you would treat me to a meal?" Chapter 15. The landlady's sister is still as skilled as ever. When the man with the gold watch saw Su Wanqing walking towards Jiang Chenyang, he couldn't help cursing in his heart, his face full of embarrassment. The man with the gold watch is named Ji Fei. In fact, he and Su Wanqing came here today to meet their online friend. Strictly speaking, this is not a face-to-face meeting between netizens. His rich second-generation brother originally had a CP relationship with Su Wanqing in the game, but this rich second-generation brother had a date with another girl tonight and had no time to pay attention to Su Wanqing. At this time, Yi Fei, as a good brother, showed brotherhood. His rich second-generation brother gave him 10,000 yuan and asked Yi Fei to go to the meeting on his behalf. The only requirement was that after meeting Su Wanqing, she should take a photo and send it to him to see what she looked like and what her figure was like. However, when Yi Fei sent the stunningly beautiful photo of Su Wanqing, his rich second-generation brother immediately regretted it. "I had just brought the person to the hotel and hadn't had time to take off my pants." He directly abandoned the little sister he was dating at night. How could a young sister be as interesting as a mature and charming young woman? What's more, this CP itself belongs to him. After some bargaining between the two, the rich second-generation brother gave Yi Fei another 50,000 yuan, and the matter was settled. Yi Fei did not reveal the truth to Su Wanqing. He just said that he was here to wait for Su Wanqing for his brother. About an hour later, his rich second-generation brother would arrive at the night bar. So, the rich second-generation brother immediately asked Yi Fei to find a way to delay Su Wanqing and try to deal with her tonight. Although Yi Fei was somewhat reluctant, but thinking that he could earn 60,000 yuan in one night, he still agreed. But who could have thought that Jiang Chenyang would suddenly appear halfway? He looked at Su Wanqing swaying back and gritted his teeth. This Su Wanqing was really a flirty woman who wanted to hook up with everyone. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from his rich second-generation brother. Yi Fei hesitated for a moment, but still answered the video call. Yi Fei's face appeared in the video, and he greeted him, "Hey, brother, where are you?" A handsome young man appeared in the opposite camera, and he didn't seem to be easy to talk to. He drove the sports car with one hand and played video with Yi Fei with the other hand, then he deliberately took pictures of the interior of the car from front to back and said, "There's a bit of a traffic jam. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Yi Fei, where's Su Wancheng?" Yi Fei was hesitant at this moment and didn't dare to show the video to the person on the other side. At this moment, the angry roar of the rich second-generation brother came from the other end of the video call. "Yi Fei, what the hell is wrong with you? Where's Su Wancheng? Didn't you say you'd hold her back? Where is she now?" Yi Fei quickly apologized with a smile and explained, "Brother, this is really not my fault." A man suddenly appeared, and Su Wancheng went directly to find him. "I can't do anything about it." The rich second-generation brother cursed for a long time on the other end of the video call, and finally said something harsh. "Yi Fei, if you can't handle this, forget about the 50,000 yuan, and don't hang around in front of me anymore." After hanging up the video call, Yi Fei's face became very ugly. He looked at Su Wancheng and Jiang Chenyang not far away, feeling jealous. He was unwilling to fail like this, and even more unwilling to see the 60,000 yuan go to waste. Yi Fei gritted his teeth, straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and walked towards Su Wancheng and Jiang Chenyang. He planned to use whatever means to pull Su Wancheng back from Jiang Chenyang. As soon as his friend arrived, the job was done and he could just take the money and leave. When he walked in front of Su Wancheng and Jiang Chenyang, his face was full of smiles again, and he pretended to be very familiar with Su Wancheng and said, "Wancheng, who is this? Why don't you introduce yourself?" Then he deliberately looked at Jiang Chenyang with a provocative look. Su Wancheng frowned and said impatiently, "Yi Fei, this is my friend Jiang Chenyang. Why haven't you left yet?" Yi Fei smiled awkwardly and said, "Wancheng, I'm just worried about you, so I wanted to stay with you for a while." "Mr. Jiang looks unfamiliar. I wonder what he does for a living." Jiang Chenyang gave Yi Fei a polite smile with a forced smile. In front of the woman he liked, he still had to pretend to be a polite boy. What's more, his personal qualities are here, he is a good man himself. Before Jiang Chenyang could speak, Su Wancheng spoke first, "You don't need to know his job. Yi Fei, didn't you say that Lin Xiao would arrive in an hour? How long has it been now? Where is he?" Yi Fei's heart tightened, but he still had a smile on his face. "Maybe there's a traffic jam on the road, let's wait a little longer. Wancheng, let's not worry about Lin Xiao for now. It's a rare occasion for us to come out and have a drink together." As he spoke, he reached out to pull Su Wancheng's arm. Su Wancheng quickly dodged, her eyes full of disgust. "I'm not in the mood to drink, if you have nothing to do, just leave quickly." Yi Fei was frustrated, but still didn't want to give up. He turned his gaze to Jiang Chenyang again and said sarcastically, "Mr. Jiang, I just saw a female companion with you. How come she left now?" Jiang Chenyang smiled faintly and ignored Yi Fei's deliberate provocation. At this moment, Yi Fei mentioned Lu Shiran at this time, just to tell Su Wancheng that there were other women around him. Su Wancheng couldn't help it, her face flushed red, obviously she was angry. She said angrily, "Yi Fei, don't go too far. You and I have nothing to do with each other. We've only known each other for a few hours. You said your brother is my CP in the game, but it's been so long now. You're not going to be deceiving me, are you?" Yi Fei's face turned red and white after being told this by Su Wancheng. He was so angry that he shouted, "Su Wancheng, don't be so shameless. You and my brother played games online and pretended to be a couple. You kept calling me brother all the time, husband and honey, and you were so affectionate. How come you saw that my brother was not around? Are you planning to cheat on him?" Su Wancheng was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at Yi Fei's nose and said, "Yi Fei, please speak with some respect. Your brother Lin Xiao and I are a couple, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Besides, he didn't come to meet me at the beginning of today. Do you think I don't understand what he meant?" At this time, Jiang Chenyang probably understood something, a face-to-face meeting with netizens? You really can't tell that the landlady is still as good as ever. She plays with things that young people are keen on and keeps up with the trend. Jiang Chenyang couldn't bear to watch it anymore and finally spoke. His voice was steady and powerful. "Sir, please be respectful. Sister Qing doesn't want to drink with you, so please stop pestering her. If you continue like this, it will be embarrassing." Yi Fei sneered, "Oh, you're still protecting me. I want to see what you can do to me." As he spoke, he took a step forward, trying to provoke Jiang Chenyang. Jiang Chenyang said casually, "Mr. Yi, it seems you haven't paid for your wine yet?" Just this one sentence made Yi Fei's face suddenly look ugly. He should indeed be grateful to Jiang Chenyang in front of him. If it weren't for what he had just done, he would probably be extremely embarrassed now. Chapter 16 Jiang Chenyang has never heard of it. When Li Hao and his group of brothers saw that Jiang Chenyang was blocked by someone, they immediately came to Jiang Chenyang's side to support him. "What are you doing, boy across the street?" Li Hao is a tall and strong man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a big build and a very loud voice. After graduating from university, he went straight to a gym to work as a fitness coach. Not to mention Yi Fei's small body. Although he was only about 1.78 meters tall, he was very skinny. He was a standard thin dog type, which was not good enough in Li Hao's eyes. At this time, a group of people blocked Yi Fei's back, and Yi Fei was frightened. In the end, Yi Fei couldn't bear the loss and could only return to his seat in shame, like a drowned dog. Li Hao stared at Su Wanqing with a small look and whispered in Jiang Chenyang's ear, "Brother, I don't think you can get this sister. If you really like Lu Shiran, just turn a blind eye." Jiang Chenyang hit Li Hao's chest muscle with his crutch and couldn't help rolling his eyes. This guy is really a dog that can't spit out ivory. He knows nothing. He really likes the landlady, the so-called physiological love. Just one glance and he wanted to take the landlord's sister back to the villa and ravage her. Because of the emotional fluctuations just now, Su Wanqing's big and full breasts in front of her were shaking up and down in anger. Her lips were delicate, red and tender, and Jiang Chenyang wished he could kill her right there and then. This is simply a blatant seduction. A few of them returned to the booth, holding their wine glasses and started chatting and laughing again. It was a pity that a few of the brothers brought their girlfriends with them and didn't have much fun, so they all left before 11:30. Jiang Chenyang and Su Wanqing were the only ones left in the booth. For a while, there was some ambiguity between the two. With the help of the lights, it seems that if the two people don't kiss, it would be a bit of a shame to create such an atmosphere. "Lin Xiao, you're here." Yi Fei saw Lin Xiao coming, which resolved his current embarrassment. He immediately stood up to greet Lin Xiao. It was only 10 or 20 minutes, but it felt like a lifetime. "Where is that woman Su Wanqing?" Yi Fei didn't need to say anything, he just used his eyes to signal Lin Xiao to look at the booth opposite. Su Wanqing had been laughing for more than 10 minutes, with the corners of her mouth never going down. She was talking and laughing happily. Lin Xiao glanced at the shy Su Wanqing and immediately became furious. This slut was really shameless. At this moment, he didn't like anything about Su Wanqing. She lowered her eyelids pretentiously, her fingers unconsciously stroking the wineglass, with a smile in her eyes. She didn't know what she heard, but she looked so shy that his stomach churned. "Ha, you're pretending quite well. You're already 35 years old and still playing the role of a pure girl? Only the young man next to me would fall for this trick, she's definitely a gold digger. This morning when I was playing games with him, I affectionately called him baby and stinky baby. No matter what, the goal tonight is clear, he must get Su Wanqing. This kid must be a rich second generation, he's quite generous with his money." Just now, he took out his black card and waived all the fees for everyone in the venue tonight. "He's paying for everything tonight?" Lin Xiao seemed a little surprised. Yi Fei pointed at the half-drunk bottle of Spade Ace in front of him and said, "This bottle of Spade Ace on my table was paid for by him." At this time, Lin Xiao looked at the man sitting opposite Su Wanqing. He saw that the man was dressed very ordinary and his appearance could barely be rated 8 points. If this person was a second-generation rich, there was no way he didn't know him. Lin Xiao knew almost half of the second-generation rich in Kyoto. But he had never even heard of this guy named Jiang Chenyang. He suppressed the anger in his heart, forced a formal smile on his face, and strode to the booth where the two of them were sitting. However, his eyes were like a poisoned knife as he swept over Su Wanqing. "Wanqing, I'm sorry, I'm Lin Xiao. There was a traffic jam on the road, so I just arrived." The bar was noisy and Lin Xiao's words were intermittent and difficult to hear clearly. Su Wanqing looked up at Lin Xiao, smiled politely, and said nothing. Jiang Chenyang looked at Lin Xiao with interest, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a hint of amusement. Lin Xiao felt a little uncomfortable under Jiang Chenyang's gaze. He coughed twice, trying to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. "Who is this?" Lin Xiao asked casually, but his eyes were fixed on Jiang Chenyang. Just as Su Wanqing was about to introduce herself, Jiang Chenyang extended his hand and said with a smile, "My name is Jiang Chenyang, and I'm Sister Qing's younger brother." Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and shook hands with him, but his eyes were full of hostility. Wanqing, I brought you a gift. As Lin Xiao spoke, he took out an exquisite box from behind him and handed it to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing did not take it immediately, but looked at Jiang Chenyang with some embarrassment. Seeing this, Jiang Chenyang smiled and said, Sister Qing, young Master Lin is so thoughtful, just accept it. Su Wanqing then took the gift and said thank you softly. When Lin Xiao saw Su Wanqing accept the gift, he felt a little proud. It turned out that women still like men who spend money on them. Then, he sat down next to Su Wanqing and began to chatter about the traffic jam he encountered on the road, and occasionally made a few jokes that he thought were humorous. However, Su Wanqing only responded intermittently, but her eyes looked at Jiang Chenyang from time to time. Jiang Chenyang didn't seem to care about Lin Xiao's presence. He drank his wine leisurely, his eyes fixed on the people dancing on the dance floor. Suddenly, he turned to Su Wanqing and said, Sister Qing, I think the dance over there is quite interesting. Do you want to go and dance with them? Su Wanqing's eyes lit up and she readily agreed. She had wanted to go dancing for a long time, and today she wore a sexy outfit suitable for nightclubs, and the inner layer was all lace, almost hanging by a strap. With just a slight pull, she could go out completely naked. Of course, people come to places like bars to show off their bodies, drink, and pick up men. Lin Xiao's face turned very ugly in an instant. Just as he was about to speak to stop them, Su Wanqing and Jiang Chenyang had already stood up and walked towards the dance floor. Lin Xiao sat in the booth, watching the two people's cheerful figures on the dance floor. The anger in his heart grew more and more intense. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. At this time, the music in the bar became louder and louder, as if mocking his failure. He gulped down a glass of wine, his eyes becoming more ferocious. In this world, no one can tease him, Lin Xiao, like this. What's more, she is an old woman. If it weren't for the fact that Su Wanqing had a pretty face, a good figure, and a decent voice, when would Lin Xiao have ever fallen for any woman? Chapter 17 Jiang Xiao will always be Jiang Xiao. After Jiang Chenyang danced with Su Wanqing, he did not return to the booth, which made Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the booth, very angry. Seeing Lin Xiao return to his booth with a grim face, Yifei filled a glass of wine for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao drank it all in one gulp, gazing at the two people on the dance floor with a dim gaze. Mr. Lin, now you know that this guy is not easy to mess with, right? This old woman is so shameless. She was calling me little darling sweetly this morning, but now she's ignoring me. I'm going to break up with her when I get home. She'll definitely come back crying and beg me for mercy. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Yifei's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself that Lin Xiao was really stubborn. But she still followed his words and said, Mr. Lin, you are a magnanimous person, why bother with her? There are many female anchors on Kuayin who are much more interesting than Su Wanqing. But Jiang Chenyang is really arrogant. He is so showy in this bar. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, he's just relying on his wealth. I'll find an opportunity to show him how powerful I am. As he spoke, Lin Xiao drank another glass of wine, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. At this time, Jiang Chenyang and Su Wanqing were dancing ambiguously in the dance floor. The two of them leaned against each other tightly, and Su Wanqing wished she could snuggle in Jiang Chenyang's arms. After all, Su Wanqing is a young woman, so she naturally knows a lot. Brothers, it's not that Xiao Mo1T give you meat to eat, it's that you didn't pass the review, so you can only be civilized. A pair of hands, as if boneless and slightly warm, directly covered Jiang Chenyang's firm and bulging chest muscles and deliberately pinched them. Jiang Chenyang understood what Su Wanqing meant at the moment. As the music became louder, his hands slowly reached down. The ripples in the pool of water made Su Wanqing's heart surge. The two of them are good-looking and their actions are bolder. The most important thing is that Jiang Chenyang's identity as a wealthy man has attracted a lot of people's attention. Lin Xiao watched this scene, the anger in his heart growing stronger and stronger. He slammed the table and stood up. I can't just let this go. I want them to know that I still have the final say in this bar. Yifei quickly grabbed Lin Xiao and said, Mr. Lin, calm down first. If you go over now, you will only bring trouble to yourself. Let's take a long-term view and we will eventually find something to hold against him. Lin Xiao shook off Yifei's hand and said, let's wait and see. I can't wait. I'm going to make him look bad in public today. As he spoke, Lin Xiao strode towards the dance floor. Yifei sighed helplessly and had to catch up quickly. Lin Xiao walked in front of Jiang Chenyang and Su Wanqing and deliberately bumped into Jiang Chenyang. Hey, didn't you say you were siblings? Is your relationship so close? Jiang Chenyang stopped dancing and looked at Lin Xiao coldly. Mr. Lin, watch your words. Lin Xiao raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of mockery. What? You can't tell? I think you two have a shameful relationship. Su Wanqing, you are such a fool. You don't choose someone as good as me, but insist on being with this kid. Su Wanqing frowned, her eyes full of disgust, and her tone was particularly impolite. Lin Xiao, please be respectful. It's not your place to comment on the relationship between Jiang Chenyang and me. Lin Xiao snorted disdainfully. Respect? You can do such a thing, are you still afraid of what others say? At this time, people around gathered around and looked at the scene curiously. This young Master Jiang is the god of wealth for everyone in the bar tonight. What if they make the god of wealth unhappy and he doesn't pay their bill? Jiang Chenyang took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Mr. Lin, if you want to cause trouble, I'll accompany you to the end. But if you continue to speak rudely, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xiao looked at Jiang Chenyang's calm expression and felt a little scared. But he refused to give in. You're welcome? I want to see what you can do to me. As he spoke, Lin Xiao raised his fist and punched Jiang Chenyang. Jiang Chenyang was quick-eyed and quick-handed, easily dodging Lin Xiao's attack, then took advantage of the situation to grab Lin Xiao's arm and swung it hard, causing Lin Xiao to fall to the ground. The people around exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect Jiang Chenyang to be such a good fighter. Lin Xiao got up from the ground in a panic, his face full of anger and unwillingness. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Jiang Chenyang looked at Lin Xiao coldly. I don't care who you are. If you make trouble in front of me, you will pay the price. Lin Xiao was so angry that he shouted at Yi Fei beside him. Yi Fei, what are you still standing there for? Come on. Yi Fei hesitated for a moment. After all, he knew that Jiang Chenyang was not easy to mess with. But seeing Lin Xiao's angry eyes, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and pick up the bottle of wine on the booth next to him and prepare to go over. Jiang Chenyang showed no fear at all. He got ready to have a good fight with them. At this time, the noise was so loud that it directly alarmed the bar owner in the private room on the second floor. What's going on down there? The owner of the bar is a beautiful woman. She had already noticed the situation below through the monitoring room screen. No further explanation needed. The female boss wore a sexy pencil skirt with a white shirt, exuding a unique temperament. The female boss did not go downstairs to solve the problem, but arranged for the security team leader to deal with it immediately. The security captain seemed to be in a bit of a dilemma at the moment. Young Master Lin Xiaolin was a regular at their bar, but why would the boss help someone who had just arrived today and started causing trouble? The security captain asked uncertainly, Boss, are you really not going to help young Master Lin? What kind of young master is he, Lin Xiao? The female boss scratched her nails and sneered, Do you know how much it costs to book the whole place tonight? Who is he, Lin Xiao? Anyone who stands in the way of He Yume's wealth deserves to die. Just when the two sides were about to fight, the security team leader rushed over with a group of security guards who were 1.8 meters tall and dressed in black. The security captain looked at Lin Xiao lying on the ground and the people gathered around him and said seriously, Don't do anything. You're causing trouble on my territory. Don't you want to live? When Lin Xiao saw the security captain coming, he felt like he had seen a savior and quickly said, Captain, you're just in time. This guy hit me, you must help me teach him a lesson. The security captain looked at Jiang Chenyang, then at Lin Xiao, and had already made a judgment in his mind. He knew that Jiang Chenyang was a favored guest of the female boss, and although Lin Xiao had some background, he could not cause trouble in the bar. The security captain sneered, Mr. Lin, this is a bar, not a place for you to act wildly. If you cause trouble again, don't blame me for being rude. When Lin Xiao heard this, he was stunned. He didn't expect that the security captain would not help him. He glared at Jiang Chenyang angrily, Okay, just wait. I won't let today's incident go like this. After saying that, Lin Xiao left the bar with Yi Fei in shame. Chapter 18, Playing Hard to Get. At this time, the security captain walked up to Jiang Chenyang and said respectfully, Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry to trouble you. Jiang Chenyang smiled and waved his hand, It's okay, thank you for coming in time. The security captain nodded and said, Mr. Jiang, if you have any problems in the future, please tell me. I will definitely solve it for you. After Jiang Chenyang thanked the security captain, he took Su Wanqing away from the dance floor. Su Wanqing leaned in Jiang Chenyang's arms and said with admiration, Chenyang, you were so handsome just now. Jiang Chenyang smiled and patted Su Wanqing's head. Okay, stop messing around. It's getting late, why don't we go back? Sister Cheng? Su Wanqing nodded thoughtfully and replied, okay. Then go and pay the bill first, brother. I'll wait for you. When Jiang Chenyang came back after paying the bill, Su Wanqing had already left. She only left a note and a small pair of black lace panties at the security office. The underwear still exuded the charming and unique fragrance of a mature woman, and the note read, "Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow." Jiang Chenyang curled up the corners of his mouth, looked at the black lace panties in his hand, revealed an ambiguous smile, and thought to himself, "Sister is indeed my sister, she is really good at playing hard to get." When Jiang Chenyang got home, it was almost 3 a.m. He quickly rushed into the bathroom, washed off the sweat, and planned to have a comfortable sleep. At this moment, the Quyin app on the mobile phone dinged and received a private message. Jiang Chenyang had just put on his bathrobe and was lying comfortably on the bed. He glanced at the private message from Quyin and found that his fans had increased by hundreds. These new fans are almost all female anchors, and there are also some ordinary female fans, all of whom are looking for the big brother. Among them was a private message. Jiang Chenyang clicked it and replied to the other party. The person who sent the private message was the female member of the group live broadcast during the day named Sun Yan. The wording of her private message was very subtle. She sent a long paragraph to express her gratitude to him, and finally attached her WeChat account. It is estimated that this series of actions were instructed by their company, asking members to actively add the big brother, which is really a sassy move. Jiang Chenyang copied and pasted without thinking and directly added Sun Yan's WeChat. He had just sent his WeChat friend request and it was approved almost instantly. Sun Yan and her friends group broadcast usually starts around 1 p.m., and then they start taking turns competing, which usually ends around 10 p.m. In fact, Sun Yan sent a private message as soon as he finished the live broadcast, and it was not until around 3 a.m. that he received the message that he had been added as a friend. When she saw someone applying to add her on WeChat, she immediately replied. Because she had only given her WeChat to Jiang Taoshui, she had roughly guessed who she was facing. Sun Yan always thought that Jiang Taoshui would be an old uncle-level figure. When he opened Jiang Chenyang's WeChat moments, Sun Yan was completely mesmerized by Jiang Chenyang's sunny and handsome photos. At that moment, Sun Yan thought that Jiang Chenyang was her salvation and her sunshine. Sun Yan has been without parents since childhood and grew up in an orphanage. He just got admitted to university and is only 18 years old this year. Because she was admitted to university, her mother, the director of the welfare home, was unable to pay for her tuition. She saw on the internet that being a female anchor could make a lot of money, so she applied for the job and joined the group broadcast. At this time, Sun Yan also knew that what she was doing was immoral, but she really wanted to change her destiny, so she had no choice but to listen to the company's arrangements and appease her elder brother every day. Sun Yan's avatar is a cartoon cat, which looks very cute. Her WeChat name is her stage name Nian Nian. Brother, hello, I'm Nian Nian, you can also call me Sun Yan. Immediately afterwards, a cute cat saluting emoticon was sent over. Jiang Chenyang looked at the screen of his mobile phone and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. This girl is quite polite, unlike some female anchors who ask for this and that after adding the big brother on WeChat. He casually replied, hello. These two simple words made Sun Yan's heart tighten on the other end of the phone. She held the phone, feeling a little overwhelmed. My brother's response was too cold. Did I say something wrong? Or is it that the words taught by the company are too old-fashioned, causing the eldest brother to be disgusted? Sun Yan grew up in an orphanage, and the ability to read people's expressions is ingrained in him. She knew very well that a wealthy man like Jiang Chentian would have no shortage of women of all kinds around him. As a small anchor who has just entered the industry, I don't have any advantages at all. She bit her lip and organized her words carefully, fearing to upset the other person again. Brother, thank you for your support during the day. If it weren't for you, our group broadcast might have been eliminated in the first round. Thank you so much. She used very twice in a row and added a bowing expression. Jiang Chenyang looked at the message that popped up on the screen and could imagine the nervousness and anxiety of the girl on the other end of the phone. He is not arrogant, he just doesn't want to deal with those hypocritical courtesies. However, he became more interested in this girl named Sun Yan. For no other reason than her last name. Su Wanqing, Sun Yan. One is mature and charming, the other is pure and tender. I don't know if these two people have any relationship. Of course, he was just thinking about it. After all, he can only get rewards after completing the system tasks. It's a small matter. Jiang Chenyang replied with 2 words, then opened Sun Yan's circle of friends. It's very clean, with almost no content, only a few previews of the live broadcast, and the pictures are her own photos. The girl in the photo has no makeup on and has big eyes. She looks like a frightened deer and is as pure as a piece of blank paper. This is somewhat different from the exquisite makeup she wears in the live broadcast room. Brother, we're starting the second round of PK tomorrow at 1 p.m. This time, our opponent is very strong. They're led by a very famous anchor on the platform. I don't mean to ask you for a gift, I just want to tell you. Sun Yan sent a long string of text and explained hurriedly at the end, seeming a little clumsy. Jiang Chenyang smiled and typed a reply, got it, I'll go check it out this afternoon. After receiving this reply, Sun Yan was like winning the lottery. She excitedly sent a series of thank you emoticons, which dazzled Jiang Chenyang. He put down his phone, got up and went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of water. His mind involuntarily emerged with Su Wenqing's bright and charming face and the black lace dress that he had casually placed on the bedside table. This woman is like a glass of mellow red wine, the more you taste it, the more delicious it becomes. Chapter 19 wins the dance troupe team PK competition. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Jiang Chenyang woke up. He quickly washed up, then sat at the dining table in the living room on the first floor before opening the Kuayin app. As soon as he entered Sun Yan's live broadcast room, he was overwhelmed by the barrage of comments on the screen. Welcome brother Jiang Taoshui. Welcome brother Jiang Taoshui. Big brother is here. Nian, hold on to big brother's thighs tightly. Good afternoon, big brother. Our victory today depends entirely on you. When Sun Yan and several of her group members saw Jiang Chenyang's ID light up, they excitedly stood up from their chairs and bowed in unison to the camera. The host shouted cheerfully, welcome, brother Jiang Taoshui. This scene is like welcoming some important person. Jiang Chenyang was a little helpless, so he casually gave out a few small gifts worth a few hundred yuan as a greeting. Across the screen, in the live broadcast room of Sun Yan's opponent, a female anchor wearing heavy makeup and dressed gorgeously saw the movement here and sneered contemptuously. Hey, is this all the big brother on the other side can do? He thinks he can get rid of us with just a few lollipops? Girls, it looks like we're going to win this PK today. Her name is Sister Feifei and she is a somewhat famous internet celebrity on Kuayin. Behind her is a wealthy brother who has been supporting her for a long time. His ID is Brother Long is Mighty. At this time, Brother Long is Mighty was also in Sister Feifei's live broadcast room. Feifei, stop wasting time with these little streamers. Hurry up and start fighting. I'll get you to the top of the leaderboard today. Following the mighty speech of Brother Long, a rain of gifts instantly fell in Sister Feifei's live broadcast room. Various sports cars and rockets kept appearing as if they were free, and the PK bar instantly left Sun Yan far behind. The faces of several members of Sun Yan's group broadcast team turned pale. What should I do, Nian? The opponent is too strong. Yeah, that Brother Long is a well-known wealthy man. We can't compare at all. Sun Yan was so anxious that sweat broke out on her forehead. She looked at the screen for help, as if she wanted to see Jiang Chenyang through the screen. Some discordant voices also began to appear on the public screen of the live broadcast room. That's it? I thought this was some powerful guy. Disperse. Once Brother Long from the other side makes a move, this side is doomed. The surging waters of the river? I think it's the stagnant waters of the river, ha ha ha. Jiang Chenyang naturally also saw these mocking comments. Instead of being angry, he found it a little funny. There are always some people who lack common sense and like to act like clowns. Didn't anyone see his shining title of number 1 on the latest rich list? He did not rush to make a move, but calmly added more money to his account. It's a game, so you have to have fun. With only 3 minutes left in the PK, Sister Feifei's lead has expanded to hundreds of thousands of votes. Sister Feifei and her team members have already started celebrating their victory in advance. Thank you, Brother Long. Brother Long is so majestic and domineering. We are sure to win this PK. Sister Feifei was showing off her charm in the live broadcast room and kept blowing kisses at the screen. The one called Brother Long is Mighty was also typing on the public screen. Ha ha ha, a bunch of small fry, you dare to compete with Feifei? Today I'll show you what true strength is. On Sun Yan's side, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. The eyes of several little girls were red, and it was obvious that they had suffered a great blow. Sun Yan gritted her teeth and continued to sing hard in front of the camera, trying to win back some votes, but it was just a drop in the bucket. She no longer had any hope in her heart and even felt a little guilty. She felt that she had implicated Jiang Chenyang and caused him to be ridiculed by the other side. Just when there was only 1 minute left in the PK, Jiang Chenyang's fingertips finally moved on the phone screen. Next second, in Sun Yan's live broadcast room, a golden special effects animation suddenly exploded. Zhang Taoshui gave away Carnival X1 in Yan's live broadcast room. A carnival is worth $3,000. But this is just the beginning. Zhang Taoshui gave away Carnival X10 in Yan's live broadcast room. Zhang Taoshui gave away Carnival X20 in Yan's live broadcast room. Zhang Taoshui gave away Carnival X100 in Yan's live broadcast room. The entire Kuayin platform seemed to be stuck for a few tenths of a second due to this sudden bombardment of gifts. For all users who were watching the live broadcast, a huge banner notification popped up above the phone screen. The wealthy Zhang Taoshui lavishly spent $100 on the carnival to support the female anchor Yan. Sun Yan's live broadcast room was completely boiling. Fuck, there are still people questioning my brother Jiang? Don't you guys even look at the top 1 list? Brother Jiang doesn't take you guys seriously at all. I don't know what they're yelling about. Brother Jiang 6666. Brother Jiang, I'm going to be your pendant again. Brother Jiang is awesome. In an instant, the barrage was filled with 666 and Big Brother is awesome, and other content could not be seen at all. Sun Yan and her teammates all opened their mouths wide, staring blankly at the gift special effects scrolling on the screen, their minds blank. 100 carnivals, that is 300,000. In just a moment, Sun Yan's PK bar soared upwards as if it had been injected with chicken blood. She instantly surpassed Sister Feifei and left the other party far behind with an overwhelming attitude. The live broadcast room opposite. The smile on Sister Feifei's face froze, and the guy called Brother Long is Mighty didn't type a single word on the public screen for a long time. Their fans were stunned. What the hell? What's going on? Is the opponent cheating? 100 carnivals? Am I reading this correctly? How much does that cost? Brother Long, come on. You can't just give up like this. The guy called Brother Long is Mighty must have turned green in the face at this moment. Although he is known as a wealthy man, he would still feel distressed if he were asked to spend more than 300,000 in 1 minute. What's more, Jiang Chenyang's actions clearly told him that he was not short of money at all. If you continue, you will only be asking for trouble. PK time is over. Sun Yan won the victory with absolute advantage. Thunderous cheers erupted in the live broadcast room. Sun Yan's tears suddenly flowed down. She was not sad, but excited and moved. She bowed deeply to the camera, her voice choked with sobs. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Jiang Chenyang looked at the girl crying on the screen and typed 2 words lightly. It's a small matter. Then, under the gazes of countless people, he gave 5 red envelopes of 10,000 yuan each to the fans present, and then left the live broadcast room without looking back. To him, it was just a boring game. But for Sun Yan, this may be an important turning point in her life. Jiang Chenyang put down his phone, stretched, and his eyes fell on the black lace on the bedside table again. The game is over, it's time to get down to business. He picked up his phone, found the familiar number and dialed it. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected, and Su Wanqing's lazy and slightly charming voice came from the other end. Hello? Who is this? Sister, it's me. Jiang Chenyang laughed. I really like the gift from last night. I wonder if I'll have a chance to thank the person who gave it to me in person today. Chapter 20 Offline Meeting, Sister's Test. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, followed by Su Wanqing's sweet laughter like a silver bell. Oh? It's your little brother. Why, you miss your sister after just 1 day? Her voice was slightly teasing, like a soft feather, gently tickling Jiang Chenyang's eardrum. It's more than just a thought, it's a constant thought. Jiang Chenyang leaned against the headboard, his fingers unconsciously entwined with the black lace. Sister, won't you give me a chance? You left in such a hurry last night, I didn't even have time to say goodbye. He deliberately emphasized the word hastily, hinting at the bold token she left behind. Su Wanqing giggled on the other end. You little rascal, you're quite sweet-mouthed. It's not that easy to see me. It depends on your sincerity. Sincerity? Jiang Chenyang raised his eyebrows. Didn't you feel my sincerity last night? Or did you feel it was not enough? He was referring to paying the bill for the entire bar or even breaking up the dance floor. Su Wanqing naturally understood his hidden meaning. She snorted softly, that little trick of saving the damsel in distress is just an appetizer. If you want the main course, it depends on your performance next. This woman really doesn't play by the rules. The smile on Jiang Chenyang's lips grew stronger. Okay, then sister, draw a path and I'll follow. You can treat me to a meal if you want. Su Wanqing paused, a hint of cunning in her voice. However, the location must be decided by me. And you have to come alone. No problem. Jiang Chenyang agreed without hesitation. 7 o'clock in the evening, Jinjiaquan, tea house, Lanting, private room. Remember, if you are late by even 1 minute, you will automatically forfeit the opportunity. After saying that, Su Wanqing hung up the phone without giving Jiang Chenyang a chance to say another word. Jiang Chenyang couldn't help but laugh when he heard the busy tone on his phone. Jinjiaquan? He knew that place was one of the most upscale Chinese tea houses in the city, with a quiet environment, high prices, and most importantly, excellent privacy. Many business celebrities like to talk about things there. It seems that this sister wants more than just to have a meal with him. At 6:50 in the evening, Jiang Chenyang appeared at the door of Jinjiaquan on time. He specially changed into a well-tailored casual suit today, without a tie, and with 2 buttons on his collar undone, revealing a small part of his strong chest. He looked formal yet casual and unrestrained. He walked into the tea house and gave the name of his private room. A waitress wearing a cheongsam and with a graceful figure led him to the Lanting box on the second floor with a smile. Pushing open the antique wooden door, a faint scent of sandalwood mixed with the fragrance of tea wafts into your nose. In the box, Su Wanqing was sitting by the window. She wore a modified cheongsam in the style of ink painting today, which outlined her curvy and graceful figure. Her long hair was tied loosely behind her head, revealing her slender white neck. The afterglow of the setting sun outside the window shone on her through the wooden window lattice, giving her a layer of soft golden light, as beautiful as a painting. Hearing the door open, she turned around and saw Jiang Chenyang. A barely perceptible surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Wow, you're quite punctual. She opened her red lips slightly, with a smile in her voice. Jiang Chenyang walked over and sat down opposite her, admiring her beauty with his eyes without concealing his feelings. I would go through fire and water to see my sister, let alone just being on time. Su Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable under his direct gaze. She picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip to hide her slightly hot cheeks. Smooth talk. She scolded him, but the smile in the corner of her eyes revealed her mood. She pushed an exquisite purple clay teapot in front of Jiang Chenyang and said, "Try this year's Mingqian Longjing." Jiang Chenyang poured himself a cup of tea. The tea was clear, green, and fragrant. He took a sip and found his mouth full of fragrance and a sweet aftertaste. Good tea, he praised. The tea is good, it just depends on whether the person drinking it can appreciate it. Su Wanqing said meaningfully. Jiang Chenyang put down the teacup, leaned forward slightly, and locked his deep eyes with her. Sister, are you testing me with these words? It's not a test. Su Wanqing met his gaze without flinching. I just want to see what kind of brother is this who can make my little Chenyang spend so much money. As soon as she said this, Jiang Chenyang understood instantly. She knew what happened in the live broadcast room in the afternoon. It seems that this sister not only pays attention to him, but also investigates him thoroughly. Sister is well informed. Jiang Chenyang said calmly, it's just a little money, just for fun. But sister, you asked me to come here, didn't you just want to treat me to tea? Su Wanqing smiled, a very charming smile. She stood up, walked around the tea table and went to Jiang Chenyang. The high heels made crisp sounds as they stepped on the wooden floor, and each sound seemed to be stepping on Jiang Chenyang's heart. She leaned over and whispered into Jiang Chenyang's ear. Her warm breath brushed against his earlobe, bringing a tingling sensation. Brother, have you forgotten something? Her voice was low and full of charm. For example, you're not going to give back what you took from me? Jiang Chenyang's heart moved, and he knew she was referring to the black lace. He tilted his head, their cheeks almost touching, and he could even smell her unique scent, like a ripe peach. I will naturally keep my sister's things close to me and won't slack off in the slightest. His voice became a little hoarse. It's just that I'm afraid that after I return it to you, you won't be able to smell its charming fragrance anymore. As he spoke, he took out the neatly folded black lace from the inside pocket of his suit as if performing magic. When Su Wanqing saw that thing, her pretty face turned red instantly. She didn't expect Jiang Chenyang to carry it with him and take it out in front of her. This man was bolder and more direct than she had imagined. She subconsciously tried to grab it, but Jiang Chenyang grabbed her wrist. His palms were large and warm, with an irresistible strength. "Sister, don't be anxious." Jiang Chenyang's mouth curled up into an evil smile. "I can return the things to you, but you have to exchange them for something." What do you want to change?" Su Wanqing's heart was beating fast, and she felt her cheeks burning as if they were about to burn. Chapter 21 Heart-to-Heart Talk, Sincerity for Sincerity. Jiang Chenyang didn't say anything, but gently lifted her chin with his other hand, and then slowly kissed her. This kiss was not as light as the one on the dance floor last night, but was full of aggression and possessiveness. Su Wanqing's mind went blank and she struggled subconsciously, but soon softened under his domineering kiss. She felt like a small boat, being led up and down by him in the rough sea. After a long time, the two lips parted. Both of them were a little out of breath. Su Wanqing's eyes were blurred and her cheeks were flushed. The collar of her cheongsam was slightly open due to the struggle just now, revealing a piece of snow-white skin, which was very tempting. Jiang Chenyang looked at her charming appearance, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. "Now, are you satisfied with this exchange, sister?" His voice is hoarse and very magnetic. Su Wanqing gasped and glared at him. The previous strength and temptation were gone from those eyes, leaving only a hint of shame and annoyance and a barely perceptible hint of coquettishness. She snatched the black lace panties from his hand, stuffed them into her handbag, then turned and was about to leave. "Wait a moment." Jiang Chenyang held her back again. "What else do you want to do?" Su Wanqing asked unhappily. Jiang Chenyang took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and placed them on the table. "This is my sincerity." He looked at her and said seriously, "Sister, be my girlfriend." Su Wanqing looked at the bunch of keys on the table and was stunned. There is a Maserati logo on the key. She naturally understood what this meant. This man didn't just want to play ambiguous games with her, he was serious. For a moment, Su Wanqing felt mixed emotions. She had seen too many men who wanted to lavish money on her, but none of them was as direct, honest, and domineering as Jiang Chenyang. He was like an experienced hunter, seemingly giving her the right to choose, but in fact leading her step by step into a carefully laid trap. And she didn't seem to hate the feeling of being conquered. She was silent for a long time before she raised her head and looked at Jiang Chenyang, with that familiar, charming smile on her lips again. "If you want me to be your girlfriend, it's not enough to just have the car keys." She stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently stroked his chest. "You have to show me more of your sincerity." "For example?" Jiang Chenyang let her fingers tease his body, and one hand involuntarily rested on Su Wanqing's hand. "For example." Su Wanqing leaned close to his ear and exhaled sweetly, "Send me home first. The night deepens and the lights come on." A brand new Maserati, like a flash of blue lightning, drove smoothly in the lights and shadows of the city. Soothing jazz music was playing in the car. Su Wanqing tilted her head and looked at the street scene rapidly receding outside the window. Her profile was reflected in the car window glass, with the light and dark parts appearing on it. She was silent, as if thinking about something. Jiang Chenyang held the steering wheel with one hand, occasionally glancing at the woman beside him. After coming out of the tea house, Su Wanqing became much quieter. Her words were no longer full of teasing and temptation as before, but instead had a hint of calmness. Jiang Chenyang knew that everything that had just happened in the tea house had a great impact on her. This seemingly strong and charming woman may have a soft spot deep down in her heart, but it is wrapped in a hard shell. What he has to do is to peel off her disguise layer by layer. "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Chenyang broke the silence. Su Wanqing came back to her senses, turned her head to look at him, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "I'm wondering if I'm on a pirate ship." "That depends on what kind of thief it is." Jiang Chenyang also laughed. "If it's a thief who only wants to steal your heart, would you be willing to be stolen?" Loquacious. Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him, but her mood was obviously much better. "Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad woman? I'll cheat you of your money, your feelings, and leave you penniless in the end." "Then I admit it." Jiang Chenyang's tone was relaxed, but his eyes were extremely serious. To die beneath the peony flowers is to be a romantic ghost. To die at the hands of a bad woman like my sister is also a blessing. These words were half true and half false, but they caused ripples in Su Wanqing's heart again. She had seen too many men's sweet words, but Jiang Chenyang's sweet words always hit the softest part of her heart just right. He is not like those greasy middle-aged men who only use money and status to show their charm. Nor is he like those young boys who only know how to make unrealistic promises. He is very smart and knows how to strike a balance. He can show his strength and dominance without making others feel oppressive or vulgar. This feeling is both strange and dangerous. It's like walking on a tightrope. If you're not careful, you'll be doomed. The car quickly drove into an upscale residential area and stopped under one of the buildings. Arrive. Su Wanqing unbuckled her seatbelt, took her handbag, and prepared to get out of the car. Won't you invite me up to sit for a while? Jiang Chenyang looked at her sideways, the expectation in his eyes undisguised. Su Wanqing looked at his eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and her heart skipped a beat. She hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. You can come up, but you have to promise me not to do anything rash. She warned in a serious tone. I promise. Jiang Chenyang raised 3 fingers with a confident look on his face. Su Wanqing was amused by his appearance and said angrily, I don't believe you. Although she said this, she still opened the car door and got out. Jiang Chenyang followed her into the elevator. The space was small and the two stood very close to each other. The air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Su Wanqing's home is on the top floor, a duplex apartment. The moment he opened the door, Jiang Chenyang was amazed by the scene before him. The decoration style of the entire apartment is simple yet luxurious, with black, white and gray as the main colors, dotted with some bright-colored artworks, which is full of style. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of the entire city. Please sit down and have something to drink? Su Wanqing took off her high heels, stepped barefoot on the soft carpet, and felt completely relaxed. Wine, please? Jiang Chenyang's gaze lingered on her graceful back. Certainly. Su Wanqing took out a bottle of red wine and 2 high-heeled glasses from the wine cabinet, walked to the bar, and gracefully decanted and poured the wine. She handed one of the cups to Jiang Chenyang and said, Try it, it's 1982 Lafite. Jiang Chenyang took the wine glass and clinked it with hers gently, for our beautiful landlady. Su Wanqing took a sip of wine, her cheeks flushed. You are the only one who has a sweet mouth. Chapter 22 Mission completed, identity upgraded. The sky gradually darkened, and in an instant, an ambiguous atmosphere spread. Originally, the two of them went to the Jinjiaquan tea house at around 6 o'clock. They didn't stay in the tea house for too long and returned to Su Wanqing's home. At this time, the two of them were leaning against the bar, tasting wine and chatting. We talked from kindergarten to college, from college to ex-girlfriends, from art to philosophy, and from travel to life. Jiang Chenyang discovered that Su Wanqing was not only outstanding in appearance, but also very talented. Now he finally understood why Su Wanqing remained single. Su Wanqing is really outstanding, and she can clearly separate her life from her entertainment. The most important thing is that she is knowledgeable, eloquent, and has her own unique insights. Chatting with her is a pleasure. Before I knew it, the bottle of red wine was empty. Under the influence of alcohol, the atmosphere became more and more charming. Su Wanqing's eyes were blurred, her cheeks were flushed, and her whole body exuded a lazy and seductive aura. She put down her wineglass, walked to the French window, looked at the night view outside, and said quietly, You know what? It's been a long time since I've had such a happy chat with someone like today. Jiang Chenyang walked behind her and gently put his arms around her waist from behind. Su Wanqing's body stiffened for a moment, but she did not push him away. Me too. Jiang Chenyang rested his chin on her shoulder, his voice low and gentle. Wanqing, I'm not playing games with you. I'm serious. It was the first time he called her by her name instead of sister. The change in the name made Su Wanqing's heart tremble suddenly. She could feel the warmth and strong heartbeat coming from the man's chest behind her. Over the years, she has worked hard alone, pretending to be strong, disguising herself with strength and charm to resist the malice and harassment from the outside world. She also longs for a shoulder to lean on, someone who can see through all her disguises and still love her. The appearance of Jiang Chenyang seemed to be the answer given to her by God. He is domineering yet gentle. He is rich but not vulgar. He is young but mature enough. The most important thing is he understands her. Su Wanqing slowly turned around, raised her head, and met Jiang Chenyang's affectionate gaze. Their eyes met, and affection flowed silently in the air. Jiang Chenyang. She called his name softly, her voice trembling, If I promise you, will you be good to me? I will be good to you for the rest of my life, and all the time from now on will be used to prove it to you. Jiang Chenyang said without hesitation. Hearing this answer, Su Wanqing's eyes became hot and a crystal tear slid down her perfect cheek. She smiled, a bright and charming smile. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Jiang Chenyang on the lips. This kiss was no longer a test or a game, but full of trust and delivery. Jiang Chenyang took the initiative, deepened the kiss, picked her up by the waist, and strode towards the bedroom. The night outside the window is gentle and lingering. The lights in the room had gone out at some point, leaving only the beautiful spring scenery in the room. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains and fell onto the messy bed. When Jiang Chenyang opened his eyes, the first thing that caught his eye was Su Wanqing's beautiful sleeping face. She curled up in his arms like a docile cat, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow under her eyelids, and a satisfied smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Chenyang's heart was instantly filled. He bent down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. As if she felt his movements, Su Wanqing's eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Jiang Chenyang so close to her, she was stunned at first, then she remembered the madness of last night, and her pretty face turned red. She buried her head in the quilt shyly, not daring to look at him. Jiang Chenyang was amused by her cute look, and he reached out and pulled her out of the quilt. What? Are you shy now? You weren't like this last night. He teased with a wicked smile. Don't say that. Su Wanqing covered his mouth, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. Jiang Chenyang grabbed her hand, placed it on his lips and kissed it. Okay, no more words. My queen, do you want to get up now? I'll prepare breakfast for you. Who is your queen? You have no shame. Su Wanqing said she was disgusted, but her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Just then, Jiang Chenyang's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. He took the phone and saw that it was a WeChat message from Sun Yan. Brother, good morning. Thank you so much for yesterday. Because our group broadcast took first place, the company gave us 3 days off and also gave us a bonus. I've discussed it with my sisters and would like to treat you to a meal. I wonder if you have time, brother? At the end of the message, there was an expectation emoticon. Jiang Chenyang looked at the message and frowned slightly. Who is it? Su Wanqing leaned over to take a look. When she saw the name Sun Yan, her eyes changed slightly. Oh. It's that little anchor. Her tone was flat, but Jiang Chenyang could still detect a subtle hint of sourness. A friend. Jiang Chenyang explained casually, and then typed a reply to Sun Yan in front of Su Wanqing. No need to eat, just have fun. After sending the message, he threw the phone aside, then turned over and pressed Su Wanqing under him, with a wicked smile on his face. Sister and wife, should we do some morning exercise? Su Wanqing looked at the heat in his eyes and her heartbeat quickened again. She stretched out her arms, put them around his neck, and gave her answer with her actions. As for the little anchor named Sun Yan, she had long forgotten about her. Now, she just wants to sink to the bottom with the man in front of her. When Sun Yan received the rejection message from Jiang Chenyang, her face turned pale instantly. Brother Jiang, why did you suddenly become so cold? Although she is young, she seems to have fallen in love with the top guy who gave her gifts. It's not because of money, and she's not being hypocritical. Instead, it was the first time she felt truly loved by a man. Even though she had never met Jiang Chenyang, she was hopelessly in love with this young brother. Chapter 23 Planning to open a company for Su Wanqing. Jiang Chenyang quickly took a cold shower, then went straight out the door, intending to go downstairs to buy some breakfast for Su Wanqing. So, at the breakfast shop next door, Jiang Chenyang ordered 2 cups of coffee and some convenient foods such as hamburgers and sandwiches. Afterwards, he slowly returned to Su Wanqing's residence. Jiang Chenyang spoke to the system in his mind. System, please help me check how much Su Wanqing likes me now? The system quickly responded, Host, Su Wanqing's favorability towards you is currently 90, an increase of 10 points from before. Jiang Chenyang's mouth corners rose slightly. It seems that the domineering effect last night was still useful. Unfortunately, the favorability only increased by 10 points. Obviously, for now, Su Wanqing can be his girlfriend, but he still needs to work hard to reach 100% favorability. Thinking of Su Wanqing's passion, initiative, and enthusiasm last night, his heart couldn't help but become hot. He quickened his pace, wanting to see Su Wanqing as soon as possible. When he returned to his residence and gently opened the door, he found Su Wanqing still asleep. She curled up on her side in bed like a docile kitten, the sunlight shining through the window onto her face, giving her skin a golden glow. Jiang Chenyang walked lightly, put breakfast on the dining table, then sat beside the bed and looked at her quietly. After a while, Su Wanqing slowly woke up. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw Jiang Chenyang sitting beside the bed. She was stunned at first, and then a shy blush appeared on her face. When did you come back?" Her voice was soft, with the laziness of just waking up. Jiang Chenyang smiled and said, "I just came back and bought you breakfast." Su Wanqing sat up, tidied her messy hair, and said, "Thank you, Chenyang." Jiang Chenyang brought breakfast to the bedside and said, "You're welcome. Eat quickly. I have something to tell you after you finish eating." While eating breakfast, Su Wanqing asked curiously, "Chenyang, what do you want to tell me?" Jiang Chenyang stared at her and said seriously, "I plan to set up a company, but I want to register it in your name, and I will manage it behind the scenes." Su Wanqing opened her mouth in surprise, her eyes full of surprise and disbelief. "Really? Chenyang, this is simply amazing." Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Jiang Chenyang nodded, then said, "Registering a company in your name is mainly to give you something to do. I know that you come from a wealthy family and are naturally not short of money. I know that you have so many properties under your name. But I think you should be eager to have a job of your own, right?" At this moment, Su Wanqing's eyes were filled with tears. Although Su Wanqing is 35 years old and does not need to work every day, and has nothing to do except eating, playing, and sleeping, she still feels that she lacks ideals. Her parents are away from the country all year round, so she has never had to worry about food and clothing since she was a child. She only needs to get into a good university and collect rent for the rest of her life. She is a perfect landlady. Jiang Chenyang has always had the idea of starting a company, although he now has the support of the system. But if the subsequent system disappears, how should he plan his life path? Therefore, his first priority was to start a company of his own, where he would serve as the chairman behind the scenes. On the one hand, from an outside perspective, even though Jiang Chenyang is not the nominal boss of the company, it is fine as long as he is the executive director. In this way, not only can his social status be improved, but his subsequent popularity can also be spread more widely. On the other hand, Su Wanqing also has a share of the company's profits, so even if he no longer has a system to rely on, he doesn't have to worry about the future. However, the process of starting a company will certainly not be easy, and I don't know whether Su Wanqing can be competent for the related work. Su Wanqing's eyes flashed brightly, and she nodded vigorously and said, "Chenyang, I believe in you. Although I'm not very familiar with company operations, I will work hard to learn. I firmly believe that we can run the company successfully." Jiang Chenyang looked at her determined look, feeling relieved, and continued, "Next, I will have my agent handle the relevant procedures for registering the company. During this time, you should first learn the basics of company operations. Once the company is established, you can officially take up the position and begin your career as a boss. Also, my initial plan is for our company to primarily focus on the entertainment and cultural industries. This is somewhat related to the management training you took in college, so you should be more interested in it." Su Wanqing clapped her hands excitedly and said, "That's great. I love this industry and I'm so happy to have the opportunity to participate in the company's development." "Chenyang, what businesses do you think our company can develop in the early stages?" Jiang Chenyang thought for a moment and said, "In the early stages, we can start with artist management and film and television production. In terms of artist management, we can discover some new talents with great potential and train and package them. In terms of film and television production, we will first produce some low-budget but creative films and TV shows to open up the market. Once the company has gained a certain degree of fame and accumulated funds, we will gradually expand our business scope." Su Wanqing listened attentively, her eyes full of anticipation. She took Jiang Chenyang's hand and said, "Chenyang, I can't wait to see the day when the company is established. I will definitely cooperate with you, and we will make the company bigger and stronger together." Jiang Chenyang patted her hand gently and said softly, "Don't worry, with me here, everything will go smoothly. Let's take one step at a time, and our company will definitely become a leader in the industry in the future." Jiang Chenyang has always had an idea in mind, which is to directly recruit female anchors who he thinks have potential on the Quyin platform into the company. Currently, the most profitable project in the market is short drama development. Moreover, these are projects with low costs and high returns. Jiang Chenyang knows very well that in today's era where traffic is paramount, short dramas have quickly captured the hearts of a large number of audiences with their compact plots and fast pace. This is his current plan, to produce some short dramas with low cost that have the potential to become hits. However, first he has to screen good topics, otherwise, he will still be eliminated in this era where traffic is king. He believes that the female anchors on the Kwaiyin platform have unique personal charm and fan base. If we can discover them, provide them with professional training and packaging, and allow them to participate in the filming of short dramas, perhaps we can create more hits. After all, these female anchors themselves have topics and traffic. As long as they are given the right opportunities and resources, they can become popular in the field of short dramas. Chapter 24 Mission completed, System Reward. Ding, Su Wanqing's favorability is 91, host, please continue to work hard. Ding, Su Wanqing's favorability is 92, host, please continue to work hard. Ding, Su Wanqing's favorability is 95, host, please continue to work hard. Ding, Su Wanqing's favorability is 98, host, please continue to work hard. Ding, Su Wanqing's favorability is 99, host, please continue to work hard. Ding. The host's mission has been completed ahead of schedule. Su Wanqing's favorability has reached 100%. The host is being rewarded with 10 million yuan in cash already received. Also, the host is being awarded 30% of the shares of the top 10 company in the country UEFA Champions League Group Company, Limited. Any similarity is purely coincidental. Just now, the missing part in Su Wanqing's heart was completely filled by Jiang Chenyang. This man is indeed the one who understands her best in this world. At this moment, she sincerely wanted to possess this man completely. No matter what happens in the future, she will be the woman behind Jiang Chenyang. The company that Jiang Chenyang opened for Su Wanqing is in the process of preparation, and the agent he entrusted has begun to make comprehensive plans for him. Recently, Su Wanqing's pace of life has obviously accelerated a lot. She runs around between various study and work affairs all day long, and her schedule is full. Perhaps, as people often say, when a woman devotes herself to a busy career, the men around her do seem less important. Although she and Jiang Chenyang still keep in touch every day, and even confide in each other and say sweet words to each other, it is obvious that she is more focused on her work. Judging from her energetic state, Su Wanqing seems to be enjoying this fulfilling life very much. She feels extremely satisfied with being able to devote herself to work and having something to do. About a week later, Chenwan Entertainment, the company Jiang Chenyang founded for Su Wanqing, was officially launched. Here, the system rewarded Jiang Chenyang with 30% of the shares of UEFA Champions League Group Company, Ltd. Before, Jiang Chenyang's life goals were too short-sighted. He originally planned to follow the system to complete tasks every day. After all, he could earn money, and he would have real estate and cars, so he would be satisfied. However, once people reach a certain level and money can no longer satisfy their desires, they are prone to confusion. That night, he and Su Wanqing had a deep discussion, and suddenly, he felt that he might have found the direction of his life. He wants to reach a higher level for his family and his own life. After becoming rich, he would transfer 1 million yuan to his parents every month as living expenses. Now that the company has opened, he directly transferred 10 million yuan of savings to his parents and invested 50 million yuan in Chenwan Entertainment. Jiang Chenyang's original family is actually quite good. His parents get along harmoniously and are very loving. When he was in college, his monthly living expenses were basically around 3,000 yuan. This shows that Jiang Chenyang's family is a well-off family. Previously, he had purchased a large villa for his parents in his hometown, and now he has handed it over to the agent to arrange and handle it. He also hired a live-in nanny to take care of his parents' daily life. The reason he didn't dare tell his parents before was that he was afraid they would worry. Now he has figured it out. As for Jiang Chenyang's sudden possession of so much money, he only told his family that he had won 100 million in the lottery. Chapter 25 Su Wankai. At first, his parents were skeptical of their son. Because it is so easy to tell whether the lottery ticket is genuine or not. Just go to the lottery company and check. But after all, Jiang Chenyang is their son. They watched him grow up and knew their son's character. As long as it's not illegal, they won't ask any more questions. They never spent the 1 million yuan for living expenses every month. Instead, they opened another bank account and deposited all the money Jiang Chenyang sent into the card. They are happy that their children are successful in starting their own business, but they also want to give their children a chance to make a comeback in the future. Jiang Chenyang didn't know all this. Jiang Chenyang's recent behavior has also aroused doubts among his former friends. In particular, the person who attracted the attention of him was Su Wankai, the young master of the Su family, who had some grudges with him when they were young. Beep, beep, beep. Silence doesn't mean it's my fault. Breaking up isn't the only outcome. As the ringtone rang, Jiang Chenyang lay on the sofa and lazily pressed the answer button on the unfamiliar phone number. Hello, who are you? There was a burst of laughter from the other end of the phone. It's me, Su Wenkai. Jiang Chenyang, what kind of luck have you had recently? I heard that you've been doing very well lately. Not bad, it has aroused my interest. But, do you think you can enter the circle of upper-class people like us just like this? You are still too green after all. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll take you out to see the world. I'm in your Huaxia ballroom. You know what I'm talking about. Come to room 001. If you don't come and ruin my mood, you know what I'm doing. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a beep from the phone. This voice also evoked some memories of Jiang Chenyang. Su Wenkai, the son of the top family in the neighboring Magic City, can be said to be one of the top business families in China. When they were young, Su Wenkai transferred to his school for some reasons and studied there for 1 year. That year, Su Wenkai, relying on his family, did all kinds of evil. He ignored everyone in class and assaulted a girl. This incident became a hot news across the country at the time. But in the end, it came to nothing. From this we can see that the Su family is not only deeply rooted in the Magic City, but also has indescribable power in other places. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't go. But now, with the system in hand, what else is there for him to fear? It's time to take a look at this evil little devil. Huaxia Ballroom, room 001. Several beautiful women with pretty faces and outstanding figures kept touching this so-called strongest rich second-generation man with their bodies, trying their best to please him. Among them, a woman lying in Su Wencai's arms, wearing revealing clothes, said slowly, "Sir, who is Jiang Chenyang? Is he your good friend?" Su Wenkai pinched her little face with a wicked smile, exhaled a breath of hot air and said, "It's impossible for this young master to have such a good friend. Mainly to see this redneck." After saying this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, full of mockery. Chapter 26 He is no longer himself. Soon Jiang Chenyang arrived at the Huaxia ballroom and pushed open the door of box 001. As soon as Su Wenkai saw Jiang Chenyang coming, he immediately smiled evilly with ill intentions. Yo yo yo! My good classmate, you are finally here. You are a great god, yet you let me wait for you here. Have you become so rich recently and come out of a shabby mountain valley that you think you are so great? Su Wenkai was full of mockery and started to attack Jiang Chenyang as soon as he saw him. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman in his arms looked at Jiang Chenyang's clothes with disdain. Since they were not from any big brand, she couldn't help but make a sarcastic sound. Hey, is this Mr. Su's classmate? I'm really confused. How could a young talent like Mr. Su get to know a country bumpkin like you? After all, one is in heaven, the other is on earth, one is a white cloud in the sky, a figure among the gods, and the other is a maggot on the ground, only able to keep wriggling on the ground. Logically speaking, someone like you will never be able to come into contact with Master Su in your lifetime. Could it be that Master Su has condescended to make friends with you? After saying that, the woman lay directly in Su Wencai's arms and rubbed him with her body. This satisfied Su Wencai's vanity perfectly. He patted her waist hard, and she hummed softly. Xiao Chui, this is my friend, please be careful with your words. Although what you said is true, I still don't allow you to say anything about him in front of me, understand? Even if he really is a toad, a maggot on the ground, we have to talk about it in private. Ha 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 ha. Su Wenkai laughed very wantonly. At first, I heard from people in the past that Jiang Chenyang had some bad luck recently and was very generous. He asked Jiang Chenyang to come here today to let him know clearly that no matter how hard he, Jiang Chenyang, tried, no matter how much bad luck he had, he is still the same person he used to bully at will. It will not change over time. I also want to tell him something, some people are destined to be superior. Jiang Chenyang didn't care about these things. Instead, he sat directly on the sofa and watched the scene coldly. What a joke! If there was no system, he might be afraid of the Su family in the Magic City, but now, the Su family is nothing. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, everything has changed. But he didn't want to lose his temper now. After all, this free monkey show was not available every time. Jiang Chenyang's indifferent attitude surprised Su Wenkai a little. Then, as if he knew something, he continued to raise the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. Zhang Chenyang, I'm going to tell you the truth. Although it's a little cruel, you have to know it. In this world, some people are born to be superior. If you don't find the right partner in your mother's womb, then no matter how outstanding you are or how hard you work, it will all be in vain. In our magic city, any dilapidated house can be sold for billions. As a country bumpkin like you, even if you have been working since the primitive times, you can't afford a bathroom. Don't you understand this? Although Su Wencai's words were a bit harsh, Zhang Chenyang knew that this was the real world. But he is no longer himself. Chapter 27, Wine Grade. Zhang Chenyang smiled slightly at Su Wencai's words. You're right, but some people are not in this category. Of course, I don't deny that this is the way the world is. Winner takes all, for generations to come. For those at the bottom of society, even having food to eat may become a luxury. But what I want to tell you is that the world is in motion, and people are constantly changing. Nothing is absolute. I'll give you this sentence. When Su Wencai heard this, he was instantly happy. Oh, you are indeed a poor boy with a high level of ideological awareness. You don't think you are the exception, do you? Ha 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 ha. Boy, you're really making me laugh to death. Just based on your appearance, do you think you deserve to be an exception? Now I want you to see what the real gap is. Su Wencai snapped his fingers and immediately called over a good-looking waiter. Master Su, I wonder what you want me to do. How much do your drinks cost here? Tell me about it. When the waitress heard this, she immediately became excited. Mr. Su, it's like this. The drinks here are sold according to grade. There are 9 levels in total, namely. The first tier osmanthus wine is priced at 999 yuan per item. The second tier Qingzhou Brewing is priced at 9,999 yuan per item. The third tier Bishengquan wine is priced at 99,999 yuan per item. The fourth tier Wangjia Brewing, the price of a single product is 999,999 yuan. The fifth tier Zunznyang, the price of a single product is 199,999 yuan. The sixth tier Imperial Brew, priced at 6,999,999 yuan per item. The seventh tier Immortal Brew, the price per item is 9,999,999 yuan. The eighth tier Xingzuan Wine, the price of a single product is 69,999,999 yuan. The ninth tier Wuji Xiaoyao Brewing, the price of a single product is 100 million yuan. After the waiter finished speaking, his mouth was dry and he looked at Su Wencai with hope. And he continued. By the way, Master Su, our top-grade Wuji Xiaoyao Brewing is brewed by the most prestigious imperial winery in China. At the same time, this is the only place that sells fine wine to the public. The most precious thing is that this top-grade Wuji Xiaoyao wine is the only one of its kind in the world. Because the master who brewed it has passed away. No one knows how this wine is made or where it came from. Therefore, it is our treasure. The waitress described it vividly, but she didn't expect Su Wencai to buy it. After all, rich people are really rich, but they are not stupid. For a bottle of wine, would you spend a huge amount of money to buy such a small bottle of wine, just for a momentary pleasure? Their money didn't come from the wind. Besides, even if we use a printing machine to print out 100 million, it will take at least several days. Here we are talking about a single banknote printing machine. After listening to this, Su Wencai turned around and looked at Zhang Chenyang with a wicked smile, saying disdainfully, "Did you hear that, country bumpkin? This is the palace in heaven, and it's for millions. With a monthly salary of 3,000, you still dare to spy on the heavenly palace? You really don't know how to live or die. Waiter, give me the 7th grade immortal wine. I want to be as cool and elegant as an immortal today." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 28 Huaxiao Black Card. When the waiter heard what Su Wencai said, his eyes narrowed with joy. This is a huge order worth tens of millions, and her commission alone is 10%. This means that she might get 1 million. In an instant, she developed a favorable impression of Su Wencai, who was throwing money around. Mr. Su, you are indeed worthy of being the noble son of the Magic City. I guess this is not entirely due to your ability, but I am honored that you come to spend money here. So should we pay by credit card now, or? When Su Wencai heard this, he raised his head proudly, took out a black card from his arms, held it in his palm, and shook it in front of Zhang Chenyang. See, you redneck, do you know what this is? This is called a black card. It's Huaxia Bank's premium card. Its owners are usually wealthy or high-ranking. Without a net worth of hundreds of billions, it's impossible to have a card like this. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chenyang smugly, his eyes full of disdain. Dang, the host is detected to be being mercilessly mocked, starting the side quest of slapping the face, and temporarily issuing the host a Chinese red card. The amount is 10 billion 10 billion. After hearing the voice in his mind, Jiang Chenyang couldn't help but shook his head. It really is, the system is really powerful. If you feel sleepy, they will even give you a pillow. Good reviews must be good reviews. At this moment, the woman in Su Wensai's arms looked at Jiang Chenyang in a weird way and said, Mr. Su, maybe people like him don't even recognize this kind of card. After all, you are the vast starlight in the sky, illuminating countless stars and touching all the immortals in the sky. And him, TSK. The woman couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Chenyang. He is nothing but a firefly on the ground, and all he comes into contact with are the disgusting maggots in the toilet. For people like this, 3 meals a day already exhaust them. How could they possibly know about this kind of card? How could they possibly know about Master Su's abilities? And the power behind the words of the first master of Magic City? So, Mr. Su, this kind of person shouldn't be brought here. Not only does he pollute this place, he also pollutes our eyes. After saying this, he smiled coldly and sarcastically. Her words completely ignited Su Wensai's emotional value. Oh, little thing, you are really the worm in this young master's body. This young master wants to favor you right now. As Su Wenkai spoke, his hands kept moving around the surface of her body. The scene is momentary and not suitable for children. But the people present were already used to it. In China, the upper class has nothing but money and power. Morality is just a lie they use to bind the lower class people. For them, nothing requires logic. As long as they have an idea, they can commit indecent acts any day. Or, if they wanted to, they could easily wipe out a life without any effort. They are the gods of this world. Logic, morality, and law are nothing more than shackles they put on the lower class. To them, everything that is unreasonable is reasonable. Everything that is reasonable is unreasonable. Looking back, Jiang Chenyang saw Su Wensai's smug look. Chapter 29 Verification. Oh, really? What about this? After saying that, Jiang Chenyang took out a red card from his pocket. Look what this is? Jiang Chenyang's words instantly stunned Su Wenkai. He looked at the red card and said with confusion. Hey, you little country bumpkin, when did you steal a red card? Believe it or not, I'll call the police and arrest you. Jiang Chenyang laughed when he heard Su Wensai's words. You call this a red card, an anonymous card? If these are all nameless red cards, then no bank card in the world would be worthy of them. I'm giving this to you, country bumpkin. If you really don't know the meaning of this card, just call back and ask. After all, there aren't even 10 of these cards left on the market. Su Wenkai looked at Jiang Chenyang's clear and logical speech, and felt frightened for a moment. Do any of you know if this card is something this country bumpkin just pulled out to deal with me? Su Wenkai looked at the people around him and said. But these people are of too low a level and have no idea of the origin of this red card. For a moment, everyone was laughing at Jiang Chenyang, saying he was overestimating his own abilities. Mr. Su, how could we possibly know about this card? Maybe he just pulled one out randomly to trick you. Don't let him fool you. How could he possibly afford a top-tier, undisclosed VIP card when his outfit is worth more than 100 yuan? This is just taking advantage of Mr. Su's kindness. When Su Wenkai heard what they said, he felt that it was true. Then, he raised the corner of his mouth in disdain. Boy, are you crazy about money? Now I really doubt whether you used the same scam when you were so generous before. If that's the case for me, I think it's time to call the police. Oh, by the way, I have something else to tell you. I am the director of the group, so you can go in and eat the emperor's food. Ha 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 ha. You, a country bumpkin, dare to fight me? Even if you were born in your mother's womb and have been preparing for this moment, you still can't do that. People at the bottom of society are always at the bottom of society. From the moment you are born, you are destined to always be at the forefront of history. My ancestors and grandchildren have been engaged in business for 6 generations and have worked hard for hundreds of years to build this huge family business. It's just a simple study, not a real poor family. Oh, and if it were in ancient times, you wouldn't be considered a poor family either. You are nothing more than a gangster. Do you think that with just over a decade of experience you can rival my massive business empire? Wake up, times have changed after all. When Jiang Chenyang heard Su Wencai's sarcastic words, he couldn't help but laugh for a moment. If you want to change your voice, just call and verify it. You must have someone you know at Huaxia Bank. When Su Wencai heard this, his expression immediately turned into one of contempt. Okay, since you want to humiliate yourself, then I will do as you say. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wencai took out a mobile phone from his pocket. The 8848 titanium alloy phone made a mysterious call. Hello, is this Manager Pan? Yes, I am. Are you Mr. Su, Master Su? Chapter 30, half of the family property is compensation. When Su Wencai heard the voice of Manager Pan on the other end of the phone, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Manager Pan, I have a loser here who's trying to be serious in front of me. He pulled out a red card from his pocket and shamelessly said it was a bank card from your bank. I wanted to laugh at that time. His clothes, from head to toe, were not even worth 100 yuan. Not to mention the bank card, he even had to pay the service fee for the credit card. On the other end of the phone, Manager Pan's mouth curled up slightly, looking a little amused. But at this moment, his brain reacted instantly. Huaxia Bank has indeed issued some special cards, and they are targeted at special groups of people. Without exception, these people are either extremely wealthy or extremely powerful. Among them, the most top-notch one is the Huaxia Bank Red Card. This is the highest specification Huaxia Bank card, and is held by the rich and influential. It can be said that any voice from these holders can reshape the birth of an industry and cast doubt on the development and death of small and medium-sized countries. They are the group of people standing at the top of China. Thinking of this, he immediately retrieved these distinguished card numbers from the system, and then said in a calm tone, Mr. Su, just to be safe, please take a picture and show it to me so I can see if it's real. When Su Wencai heard this voice, he immediately said disdainfully, Okay, wait a moment. Then, he turned around, looked at Jiang Chenyang and said, Boy, show me your so-called red card. I want to see what you are up to. In response, Jiang Chenyang took out the red card and held it in his hand. Go ahead and shoot. If you don't kneel down and beg me, this matter will never be over. Damn, you kid, do you really think you're an elephant just because you have a pig's nose and put onions on it? Crack. As soon as the sound of taking a photo was heard, Su Wencai immediately sent the photo of the card to Manager Pan. On the other end of the phone, Manager Pan carefully compared the red card and found that it was the Supreme Red Card number 01. This is exclusive to the most powerful person in China. In an instant, he jumped up and said anxiously, Mr. Su, the red card is real. You can't afford to offend this person. We are no longer friends. After saying that, he hung up the phone. At the same time, Su Wencai was informed that he had offended the red card owner numbered 01 and was taken to a prestigious mansion in Shanghai that was comparable to a royal garden. When Su Shiqiang heard that Su Wencai had lost his father, he was so shocked that he immediately called Su Wencai. Beep, beep, beep. Hey, Dad, why are you calling? As soon as Su Wencai finished speaking in the KTV, a roar came from the other end of the phone. Unfilial son, kneel down and apologize to Master Jiang. At the same time, a group of men in black came into the private room of the KTV. They pressed Su Wencai to the ground and made him kneel in front of Jiang Chenyang. The leading man in black said, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. It's all because of our Su family that we have offended you. But, our young master has already made a grave mistake. Therefore, in order to save the situation, our Su family is willing to give up half of the assets of the Magic City to make amends for your sin. When Jiang Chenyang heard this, he didn't expect that he would get so much just after coming out, so he didn't care. Okay, since your Su family is so sincere, let's settle our grudges. Remember to convert all your assets into cash and put it on my card. After saying that, he ignored Su Wencai and walked out of the KTV. Chapter 31 Betting with Yueli. Jiang Chenyang was lying comfortably on the sofa in his big villa, holding in his hand the contract document that his representative lawyer had just delivered. It was half of the Su family's property, which had been fully transferred to his name. Nowadays, Jiang Chenyang's villa is already equipped with a housekeeper, driver, servants, and even a nanny and cook. Life is very comfortable. Looking at the document in his hand, Jiang Chenyang casually threw it on the marble coffee table in front of him. Jiang Chenyang was eating the fruit brought by the nanny when a familiar fast-paced sound rang out. Jiang Chenyang clicked on Kuayin without thinking and entered Tang Tang Shouyao's live broadcast room. Welcome my brother Jiang home. In the live broadcast room, Tang Tang Xiaoyao is still charming, with the sexy black tights wrapped around her curvy body, fully reflecting a man's primitive impulse towards women. Tang Tang Xiaoyao said that she welcomed Zhang Taoshui home. But the words typed on the phone were, "Hubby, you haven't messaged me much lately?" Jiang Chenyang held up his phone and turned to the live broadcast room on the living room TV, and then he replied to Tang Tang Xiaoyao's WeChat messages in a casual manner. "I recently opened a small company. If you haven't signed a contract yet, just come to my company." "Okay, as long as my husband asks, I'll go over and sign the contract right away." Jiang Chenyang looked at Tang Tang Xiaoyao, who agreed so readily, and without saying anything, he directly recharged 10 million Kuayin coins into Kuayin. Then, in Tang Tang Xiaoyao's live broadcast room, a special effect suddenly dominated the screen. "Damn, Brother Jiang, long time no see. Brother Jiang is back. So, can we win the PK against Yueli from the first guild tonight? Brother Jiang is awesome. Who is this Zhang Taoshui? He just came here and already spent 1 million? Awesome. Brother Jiang, you don't know? Go check out Tong Tong's wife's list and you'll understand." Jiang Chenyang stopped after only brushing 1 million, looking at the screen. Someone just said that tonight Tang Tang Xiaoyao would compete with Yueli from the first guild? When did this happen? Jiang Chenyang has indeed spent too much time in real life recently and has completely forgotten about the new hot topics on the internet. So, Jiang Chenyang sent another message to Tang Tang Xiaoyao. "When did you become involved with the first guild?" The music in Tang Tang Xiaoyao's live broadcast room was still playing. After the voice finished the last line of lyrics, Tang Tang Xiaoyao finished the opening dance of the live broadcast. Tang Tang Xiaoyao's eyes were as charming as silk, and she smiled and thanked Jiang Chenyang outside the screen. "Thank you for the gift, Brother Jiang. I haven't seen these beautiful special effects sent by Brother Jiang for a long time." He he. Tang Tang Xiaoyao tied her jet black hair behind her head with a hairpin. Since the opening dance she just performed was a passionate dance, a drop of sweat dripped down her slender neck, and the sound of her slight breathing was very seductive. "After I took first place in the monthly rankings last time, the top guild approached me and asked me to sign with them. I refused outright at first, but over the next month, their streamer kept coming up to challenge me in PK matches. Luckily, I managed to hold my own. Why didn't you tell me? I see you haven't sent me many messages recently. I'm afraid you, my husband, will find me troublesome, so..." Jiang Chenyang felt a little distressed at this time. He only replied, "My husband will avenge you. I will be your backer from now on. Don't be afraid." By then, Tang Tang Xiaoyao had already connected the line sent by Yueli. In the live broadcast room, two beautiful women were directly displayed on the screen. One was enchanting and charming, and the other was cold and distant. After exchanging a few pleasantries in the live broadcast room, the two began to prepare for tonight's PK. Yuli's voice was somewhat different from her persona. Her voice was soft and sweet, like marshmallows. She said, "Hello, anchor. I'm Yuli, the female anchor who came here to compete with you tonight. You made a bet with our boss that tonight is the last PK. If you lose, you can sign a contract and join our guild. Currently, the bet between Tang Tang Xiaoyao and the first guild is a 1:1 tie. If they lose tonight, Tang Tang Xiaoyao will have to join the guild." At this time, Jiang Chenyang sent another message to Tang Tang Xiaoyao. "Make a bigger bet with her. If she loses, have her quit the guild." Tang Tang Xiaoyao was slightly stunned, and then she understood what Jiang Chenyang meant. Tang Tang Xiaoyao also exchanged a few polite greetings with Yueli, then got straight to the point. "Hello Yueli, last time we played PK, I only said I'd join your guild if I lost. I didn't seem to mention what would happen if you lost." Yueli replied, "What do you want? My request is the same as yours. If you lose tonight, you will quit the guild. Then, sign a contract with me and join Chunwan Entertainment. Do you dare?" A trace of daze suddenly appeared on Yuli's indifferent face. Afterwards, what happened in the live broadcast room spread throughout the first guild. Someone actually openly challenged the first guild. At this time, outside Yuli's live broadcast room, a group of senior executives from the first guild gathered in the conference room, discussing this matter enthusiastically. "Compared to her, I don't believe it. Yuli has so many fans, how could she not be able to beat this Tang Tang little demon?" The young man kicked the chair in front of him away, his voice filled with anger and disdain. "This person is none other than Gao Meng." He placed his hands on the conference table, leaned forward slightly, and scanned everyone in the conference room before continuing. "Yuli is the pillar of our guild. Her strength and influence are obvious to all. That Tang Tang little demon is just a rookie. Others also echoed, and the entire conference room was filled with support for Yu Li and contempt for Tang Tang Xiaoyao. However, Gao Jia, who had remained silent, frowned slightly. Although this guild was a small gadget created by his son Gao Meng, the guild also had a certain reputation in the entire live broadcast industry. What if I lose? Lost? Gao Meng is a very conceited person. He never thought that he would lose today's live broadcast? In order to get this last live broadcast, he had to use up a lot of favors. Even the rich second-generation young man Lin Xiao, who had always liked Yu Li, was tricked into coming over. As long as he wins this PK, he will let Yu Li spend a night with this young man. If we lose, we will publicly announce that Yu Li's betting behavior was purely personal and had nothing to do with our guild. If she wants to cancel the agreement, she will only have to pay a penalty of 10 million. Chapter 32 Punishing the rival Black fans who swear. As soon as Gao Meng finished speaking, the conference room fell into a brief silence. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Gao Meng's bad idea was indeed extremely cruel. Even though Yu Li appears to be the mainstay of the guild, the money she earns from each live broadcast may not be as much as Tang Tang Xiaoyao. The guild's commission, guild's tasks, guild members' commissions, etc., actually made it to Yu Li's hands. For the guild, Yu Li is just a money-making machine. If there is no value in exploiting her, she can be discarded directly. At that time, some people lowered their heads in thought, while others secretly looked at Gao Jia's expression. No one present at the meeting dared to express any opinions. It seems that this kind of thing happens so often between the father and son that they are used to it. Gao Jia still frowned, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, making a rhythmic sound. He did not respond directly to Gao Meng's plan, but spoke slowly. Have you ever thought about how much of a dent Yu Li's reputation would suffer if it really came to that? She's the face of our guild. Losing her fan base would mean a loss of more than 10 million. Hearing this, Gao Meng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly adjusted himself and said with a cold snort. Dad, you're too cautious. Yu Li has tens of millions of fans now, so she can't lose at all. As long as Yu Li's fans cast a few thousand to 800 votes each, they can defeat the other side. Besides, I've already made arrangements with Lin Xiao, so raising 5 million votes shouldn't be a problem. Gao Jia did not refute immediately, but just looked at his son with a complicated look. He knew that Gao Meng had always been overconfident, even a little arrogant, but this time his opponent was no ordinary person. The female anchor named Tang Tang Xiaoyao is not very famous, but judging from her recent live broadcast data, her fan stickiness and interaction rate are far beyond expectations. The most important thing is that there are many big brothers behind this little Tang Tang demon. The one called Zhang Tashui is one of them. Kuai-yin has never been able to find his background, as if it was erased by something, and no information can be found at all. I hope you can think it over carefully. Gao Jia finally sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Don't push the guild into the cusp of trouble because of a momentary impulse. At this time, the traffic of the two live broadcast rooms has reached hundreds of thousands plus. Yu Li's fan base is among the high-quality female anchors in Kuai-yin, with more than 10 million fans. Although Tang Tang Xiaoyao had been popular for a while before, her fan base is only more than 2 million fans. In the eyes of many fans, this PK game seems incomparable. At that time, the screens of the two people will be shared, and the messages sent by both sides can be seen. My dear Yu Li, this little anchor is a bit arrogant. This Tang Tang Xiaoyao is quite pretty, with a nice figure and really big breasts. I like her very much. The one upstairs, please get out. Don't be so erotic. Tang Tang Xiaoyao is getting better now and can now compete with Yu Li. 666. Does this Tang Tang Xiaoyao look familiar? Is it the one that ranked first last month? Yes, that's her. Yu Li, today we'll help you take down this ungrateful new female anchor and get her out of the live streaming world. At this time, the public screen of Yu Li's live broadcast room was filled with comments from fans. Some used foul language, some looked down on Tang Tang Xiaoyao, and some praised Yu Li for her beauty. It seems that people on the internet are now so malicious towards female anchors. After Yu Li received the news from the guild, she immediately started the PK mode with Tang Tang Xiaoyao. As time went by, the health bars on both sides seemed to start competing with each other. As long as Tang Tang Xiaoyao's side had a certain number of votes, the other side would follow suit, no more, no less, and would always have 100,000 more votes than Tang Tang Xiaoyao. It's obvious that the fans on the other side did it on purpose. Vote up? Tang Tang Xiaoyao, 5 minutes have passed, why hasn't your big brother voted for you yet? Big brother, are you going to take out a loan? Ha 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 ha, was big brother scared away? Go and coax your big brother into giving you a ticket. We're going to the hotel to have sex tonight. Go and lick him. Why would you compete with Yuli if you don't have the strength? Shame on you. I really can't understand why they sent Yuli to compete with this weak female anchor. There's no pressure at all. Our Yuli family doesn't even need the rich brother to take down your anchor. Zhang Chenyang was not afraid of the other party's arrogance at all. Isn't it just money? What Zhang Chenyang has plenty of is money. However, the words spoken by those fans on the other side were so harsh that they even involved personal attacks. Zhang Chenyang was not vague and directly clicked on the fans on the opposite screen who were speaking rudely and swearing. System, help me check those fans in the other livestream room who are cursing or even using profanity. Lock them all down immediately. Post everyone's information on the public screen and send them a lawyer's letter of warning. Ding host, everyone's information has been posted on both parties' public screens, and all lawyers' letters have been sent out via email. The next second, Zhang Chenyang appeared directly on the public screen in the largest font on the barrage. To everyone present who used uncivilized language, please first check the public screen to see if your name and ID information are on it. If you do not apologize, I will send a lawyer's letter to you on behalf of Tang Tang Xiaoyao. Please check your email, your home address, phone number, and personal information are all there. The font is so conspicuous. Everyone on both sides stared at the public screen. Those people who were named on the public screen started out swearing, but in the end they all shut up. The next moment, the fans who were originally in ULE's live broadcast room all flocked to Tang Tang Xiaoyao's live broadcast room. Anchor, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scolded you just now. Anchor, can you please ask your elder brother not to sue me? Sorry, beautiful Tang Tang Xiaoyao. Host, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said such mean things. I apologize to you here. If you withdraw the lawyer's letter, I will only follow you from now on. Fuck, this is for real. It's true, everyone. Check your inbox. All my information is there, even the little piece of Play-Doh or toy I stole as a kid in kindergarten. Damn, they know me better than I know myself. This is outrageous. I saw it too. 666, this Zhang Taoshui is really awesome. Big boss, please let me go. Tang Tang Xiaoyao, my wife, I have already unfollowed you, Ellie. From now on, I will be your fan, so can you please withdraw the lawyer's letter? Chapter 33 and Lin Xiao have sex online. The comments that dominated the screen shocked everyone present. In just a moment, the number of Tang Tang Xiaoyao's fans increased by more than 100,000, which is simply terrifying. Yuli seemed a little annoyed by her family's rude remarks. She said gently, family, there is also a young lady on the other side. We should not be so hostile to beautiful women. I hope my fans won't slander others. I've also made it step by step, and you all should know the hardships and sufferings that have been with me for so long. After Yuli finished speaking, both sides were very harmonious and didn't say anything. At that time, a level 60 advanced fast trumpet flashed across the screen. Yuli, don't you welcome your husband yet? On the public screen, the name of that extremely arrogant level 60 account was very eye-catching. Just call him Master Lin, 3 words. This person is Lin Xiao. When Yuli saw this news, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she felt helpless. There is no way. Their president said tonight that if they want to win this PK, they have to rely on this young Master Lin. It seemed that Lin Xiao had a bad debt to settle. On the surface, he was giving her gifts, but in fact, he was laundering money. This order is for a large amount, and the guild can get about 20% as a commission. Yuli's voice was soft and sticky, and it sounded like a gentle drizzle. She said softly, welcome home, Master Lin. Ellie, what's Mr. Lin? After tonight, you should call me husband. Why are you being so formal? Yuli's fans were upset when they heard Lin Xiao say this. Fuck, who is this person? Xiaowu document anti-piracy, find, just Xiaowu, stable and reliable, don't step into the pit. Level 60 bro, you think you're awesome? What's going on? You're already talking nonsense now that you haven't swiped your coins yet? Where's the management? Silence him. However, Tang Tang Xiaoyao's fans can also see ULE's public screen. At this time, the difference between the two sides is really huge. On one hand, they are flooding the screen with apologies, and on the other hand, they are boycotting the level 60 Big Brother who suddenly appeared. Even though both sides were refreshing the public screen, the health bars on both sides remained the same, with almost the same difference. Wife Ueli, if I help you win this PK, how will you thank me? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let us win first. Another Big Brother who talks big? Vote up? Master Lin, there's a super rich guy on the other side, take them down if you can. The next second, Lin Xiao didn't wait for Yuli to say anything and directly sent them to the carnival in groups. I directly played a carnival of 100 groups. At this time, the gift special effects in Ueli's live broadcast room never stopped. The health bars on both sides directly widened the gap of 400,000 votes, and Tang Tang Xiugao's fans also began to get anxious. Tang Tang Xiugao's fans have not yet understood the full extent of the situation from the abusive words of the black fans, including the lawyer's letter and all sorts of messy information. They were caught off guard by the 100 carnivals on the opposite side. Where is Brother Jiang? Family, please send some tickets first. The rich man on the opposite side is coming. Level 60 account, hold on for now. On the opposite side, the gift special effect once again illuminated the screen, and the gap in health bars was visibly getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Chenyang drew a heart gesture towards the Tang Tang little demon pen on the screen and sent it via WeChat, without waiting for a second to calm down. The live broadcast room was filled with special effects, which directly overshadowed the carnival on the other side that was still going on. Tang Tang Xiugao's voice was still sweet, without a trace of nervousness, as if she had long been assured that Zhang Chenyang was behind her, and she felt at ease. Thanks to my brother Zhang for sending the Phoenix Arrival group. Thanks to my brother Zhang for sending 2 groups of Phoenix Arrivals. Thanks to my brother Zhang for the 10 sets of Phoenix Arrivals. Thanks to my brother Zhang for the 20 sets of Phoenix Arrivals. Thanks to my brother Zhang for the 30 sets of Phoenix Arrivals. Thanks to my brother Zhang for the 50 sets of Phoenix Arrivals. Thanks to my brother Zhang for the 100 sets of Phoenix Arrivals. The comments scrolled rapidly, and the fans' emotions were completely ignited. Some people were typing hold on, while others were shouting the rich man is coming. The gift special effects almost cover the entire screen, making it difficult to tell whether it is carnival or chaos. Holy crap, Phoenix arrives? 100 groups? Brother Jiang is awesome. What's wrong? What's wrong? Phoenix Lai 30,000 yuan each. How much would 100 Phoenix Lai cost? Oh my god, is Zhang Gu short of a cell phone? I only need 500 a day and I'm willing to go to work. The person above, your calculations have already hit me in the face. Brother Jiang, I don't need 500 a day. 200 a day is enough for me. Holy crap, 30,000 each. 100 sets of this, is this Kuai-Yin's most expensive gift? 666. Brother Jiang is awesome. 3 million was just swiped away like that. Oh my god, this is a truly wealthy person. It's only been less than a few minutes and he's already swiped 1 million. In less than half an hour, 4 million has already gone down? Zhang Chenyang stared at the numbers that kept climbing on the screen, his fingers tapping on the keyboard keys. When Mr. Lin on the opposite side saw his health bar crushing towards him, he didn't think twice and started fighting with him. Outside the live broadcast room, Lin Xiao and Gao Meng sat together in the office. The computer screen showed the live broadcast rooms of both sides, especially the health bars on both sides were still not increasing. Before, Yuelia's fans deliberately suppressed Tang Tang Xiaoyao's side, but now Tang Tang Xiaoyao's health bar directly crushed the value of 3 million. Mr. Lin is on the ticket. The health bar is crushing. Family members, let's raise some money and quickly shorten the health bar. Family, airplanes, sports cars, carnivals, phoenixes are coming, kunpengs are flying high. Those who have money can support us, and those who don't can give us a ticket. We have so many people in our family, we can't lose. If we lose again, it will be so embarrassing. Family, please share your popularity votes. In an instant, fans in the live broadcast rooms on both sides began to vote on their own. The public screen showed scattered votes one after another, and the gifts were too numerous to count. The special effects showed that it was impossible to react. At this time, Lin Xiao was also a little excited, and directly swiped all the 5 million Kuai-Yin coins in his account. Lin Xiao was so angry that his fingers were about to break. Although he had spent 5 million, he didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. He was always suppressed by the opponent and was not as shocked as when the opponent gave him money. Who exactly is this Jiang Taoshui? How could your father not be able to find any information about him? Without waiting for either side to have any chance, Jiang Chenyang took advantage of the last 5 minutes and directly spent the remaining 6 million Kuayin coins from the 10 million he had recharged. Chapter 34 Yuli withdraws from the meeting. The PK match between the two reached a white-hot stage. In the last minute, Yuli's health bar was completely immobile. Mr. Lin on the opposite side, do you still want to farm? Come and carry our brother Zhang's shoes, I guess you're not even worthy, ha ha. Holy crap, a full 10 million. It's not impossible for brother John to give me a share. Brother Jiang, when are you going to start the livestream? I really want to see what the difference is between the super rich and us ordinary people. Damn, do they spend money differently than us? Are you jealous upstairs? In the office, Gao Meng and Lin Xiao sat dejectedly on the sofa. It seems that Jiang Taoshui's strength is really extraordinary. 10 million in turnover, without even blinking an eye. Lin Xiao pounded the sofa hard. If it weren't for his good brother Gao Meng's repeated assurances today, he would have been able to get 5 million. He just asked the guild for a quick account, a 20% commission, and he could even let Julie spend a night with him after the act. He could still accept spending 1 million to sleep with a woman, but reality gave him a loud slap in the face. He really lost face in today's PK. Gao Meng, who is this person? Is there such a person in Kyoto? Gao Meng's face was gloomy and he was so angry that he threw the wineglass in his hand to the ground. It seemed that he had really met a tough opponent this time. Brother, last minute, do you want to follow? Follow me, you've already invested 5 million. You need another 5 million to catch up. You need at least 10 million to win. Do you have it? Are you just going to admit defeat like that? It's time to find out more about Jiang Taoshui. Obviously, there was no suspense in this bet, and Tang Xiaoyao won. The cheers in the live broadcast room were endless. This PK was the most shocking one in the past month for fast music. Just this PK today will bring countless traffic and exposure to Tang Xiaoyao in the future. After the PK ended, the two anchors began to thank all the fans who gave gifts in the live broadcast room. Jiang Chenyang looked at Yueli's beautiful little face and went directly to Yueli's live broadcast room. He recharged 5 million Kuayin coins again, then sent 10 sets of Kuanping Wanli's medical expenses to Yueli's live broadcast room, and gave Yueli's fans a big package of 10,000 yuan. Suddenly, Yueli's live broadcast room was in an uproar. Fuck, boss. 10 groups of Kuanping Wanli. Awesome, brother Jiang. This guy is really powerful. He swiped over 10 million in one night. Damn, I hate all the rich people in this world. Don't be jealous above, come grab the 10,000 yuan fan package that the rich man gave us. Oh my god, it smells so good. Yuli immediately stood up, bowed to the screen, and said, thank you, brother Jiang sent the medical expenses. It smells so good. Jiang Chenyang replied on the screen, I hope you can keep your promise about the bet you made. After finishing speaking, Jiang Chenyang went straight back to Tang Xiaoyao's live broadcast room. Then, 10 big bags worth 10,000 yuan each were given to Tang Xiaoyao's fans, and all fans present could grab one. Thank you for your love. It smells so good. I was a little mad just now because the rich guy was giving fan bags to the other team's fans. I didn't expect that we could get one now. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. I got 52 yuan. Me too. At this time, Yueli's fans saw this and rushed from Yueli's live broadcast room to Tang Xiaoyao's live broadcast room, ready to grab the red envelopes. Damn, why can't I grab it? Ha ha, me too. Stupid. There are requirements. You have to be a fan of Tang Xiaoyao and join the fan page to get it. I finally got it. At this moment, the number of Tang Xiaoyao's fans once again reached a new height, directly soaring to 3.2 million plus, and Tang Xiaoyao was instantly moved to tears. I don't know if Jiang Chenyang did it on purpose, but there were 4 hours of live broadcast time in one night, and Jiang Chenyang sent 10 red envelopes of 10,000 yuan each into the live broadcast room every 10 minutes. He even used his wealthy account to announce on Kuayin that as long as Tang Xiaoyao reaches 10 million fans in one night, he will do a live broadcast the day after tomorrow night to give benefits to all fans. He will draw 10 lucky fans and give each of them a family car worth more than 200,000 yuan, and 10,000 mobile phones worth tens of thousands of yuan. Just 2 hours after Jiang Chenyang released the news, Tang Xiaoyao's number of fans soared to more than 10 million. Even Jiang Chenyang's Kuayin account, Jiang Taoshui, has 5 million followers. Yueli lost the PK. In fact, she was even somewhat glad that she lost the game. If she wins, she will no longer be considered a mainstay. For just 5 million, the guild she had followed for several years could sell her out. Ask her to go out and sleep with him, and she has no way of refusing. At this time, Yuli came to Gao Meng's office. Gao Meng knew Yuli's intentions. He crossed his legs, his gloomy face filled with suppressed anger. His voice was cold and devoid of any warmth as he asked, "Yuli, are you really here to quit the club?" "President, there are over 500,000 people present on both sides of this PK match. I can't go back on my word." "You can refuse." "President, I only took your advice and entered into this PK match with Tang Tang Xiaoyao. I also made this bet with Tang Tang Xiaoyao under the guild's instruction. I cannot go back on my word. You can withdraw if you want." Gao Meng's voice was chilling, and the black-framed glasses on his nose covered most of his vicious eyes, as if he was secretly stabbing someone in the back. "What do you want?" Gao Meng sneered, his eyes filled with contempt and calculation. "The penalty for breach of contract is 10 million. If you can come up with 10 million, the guild will let you go immediately." He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back slightly. At this moment, he seemed to be confident of winning the conversation. The low pressure in the office almost made Yuli unable to breathe. At this moment, if she were a man, she would definitely beat up this hypocritical and evil man in front of her. He always has a superior attitude and looks down on women. Gao Meng was sure that she would beg him. Good. Chapter 35 in the bathroom with Yuli. Yuli left Gao Meng's office and happened to meet Lin Xiao, who had just come out of the bathroom. When Lin Xiao saw Yuli, his eyes widened as he stared at her like a cat seeing a mouse. His eyes looked Yuli up and down unscrupulously, as if he wanted to swallow her into his stomach. "Xiao Yueli, as long as you follow me, I will settle today's matter for you." "Do you think it's okay?" "Mr. Lin, everyone knows it. We all know whether you've spent money on me or not. Those people online think you're the top guy, and they're all flattering you and coaxing you. But I'm different. The only difference between me and those female anchors is that I have a bottom line. But why are you pushing me like this? Xiao Yueli, no one forced you? Why are you so angry? Lin Xiao, do you think I don't know what will happen if I win this PK tonight?" Lin Xiao looked at the figure going away and gradually fell into deep thought. It seemed that he was the only one who lost in today's PK. Since Yuli had already greeted Gao Meng, there was no need for her to stay in the guild. After she returned to her residence, she operated her own account, filmed another video, made a full explanation, and then unilaterally applied for withdrawal from the first guild. Not long after the announcement was sent out, someone sent Yueli a private message on Quyin. When Yueli clicked on it, she saw the wealthy brother who was facing Tang Tang Xiaoyao today. Zhang Chenyang took the initiative to add Yuli's private message. After the two followed each other, Zhang Chenyang directly sent his WeChat and phone number. Yuli did not pretend to be pretentious. She directly added Zhang Chenyang's WeChat and saved Zhang Chenyang's phone number. As soon as they added each other on WeChat, Zhang Chenyang directly sent Yuli a location. It is the most luxurious club in Kyoto Guanlan Ueshio. Yueli actually always wanted to be an idealistic and independent heroine, but unfortunately the world seemed to like playing jokes on her. Now that she has made her choice, she knows what she has to pay. In less than 30 minutes, Yuli arrived directly at the location sent to her by Zhang Chenyang. When you arrive at the 8888 luxurious independent suite and gently push open the door, the aroma of a large table of delicious food will hit your nose, and there is a group of beautiful women dancing. There was only a young and handsome man in the suite, who looked very young. Yueli was afraid that she had taken the wrong path, and she couldn't help but step back to look at the door. After seeing the number 8888, she walked in nervously. Zhang Chenyang was facing the door, and when he saw Yuli coming in, his heart seemed to jump out. Yueli's appearance is really amazing. She is 100 times more beautiful than the dancing beauties present at Guanlan Ueshio. Just like the little dragon girl in The Return of the Condor Heroes, so white, pure and cold. Zhang Chenyang waved to Yuli and asked her to sit over. Yuli sat next to Zhang Chenyang, as if she didn't know that Zhang Chenyang was the wealthy Zhang Taoshui. In her eyes, a man as rich as Zhang Taoshui should be an old man, at least in his 50s or 60s. Zhang Chenyang saw that Yueli seemed a little nervous. He handed her a piece of dessert, pushed it in front of Yueli, and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Yuli shook her head. The young man in front of her had a completely perfect appearance, height and dress. He looked like a noble young man. "I am Zhang Taoshui. Xiaohu protects files from piracy. If you are looking for books or robots, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps. Yuli widened her eyes and almost dropped the snacks in her hand. Fortunately, Jiang Chenyang was quick to steady Yuli's hand holding the plate. Am I so scary? Ha ha. Jiang Chenyang couldn't help laughing out loud. At that moment, Yuli seemed to be able to hear her own heartbeat. The young man in front of her was actually Jiang Taoshui. It seemed that the tension and oppression she had felt at home before suddenly disappeared. I thought you were a guest here. Don't be too nervous. Tang Xiaoyao and other leaders from Chunwan Entertainment will be here soon. At this moment, Yuli didn't know how to start. Jiang Chenyang asked, "What's wrong? Is there any problem with withdrawing from the guild?" As long as I quit the guild, the penalty will be 10 million. When Jiang Chenyang heard that it would only cost 10 million to withdraw from the association, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Yuli's number of fans and influence are not just a matter of 10 million. There is simply no comparison. Only 10 million? I thought they were going to ask for a huge sum and wouldn't let you go. It's just a small matter. Once you sign the contract with the company, I'll transfer the 10 million to you directly. Yuli was so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. The man in front of her seemed to have grown taller in her eyes. The next second, Yuli put down the snack in her hand, stood up and asked Jiang Chenyang embarrassedly, where is the bathroom? I want to go to the bathroom, is that okay? Jiang Chenyang stood up very gentlemanly, then naturally extended his hand and said to Yuli, I'll take you there. I'm afraid you'd get lost. In the bathroom cubicle. Yuli was lying next to the toilet. The two of them were deeply in love, and sparks naturally flew the moment they walked into the bathroom. After it was done. Originally, Xiaomo wrote a 999 plus description for you, but unfortunately, it was rejected and failed to pass the manuscript. What a shame. Jiang Chenyang pulled Yuli up and saw that her rosy cherry mouth was slightly open, and her pair of innocent big eyes were staring straight at Jiang Chenyang. At this moment, Jiang Chenyang was completely unable to think, as if his mind was overwhelmed by desire. He directly pulled Yuli up and kissed her. The sounds of coquettish anger came one after another. Jiang Chenyang gently brushed away the hair that had fallen by Yuli's ear. A tingling sensation came over him, and he kissed Yuli affectionately behind her ear. From now on, I will be the only one who loves you. Yuli snorted coquettishly, indicating that she had heard it. Jiang Chenyang, who had been waiting for no response, decided to do something bad. He tightened his grip on Yuli's neck and deepened the kiss. Hubby, be gentle. So you were pretending not to hear? Sweetheart, tell me you love me. Hubby, I love you. After hearing Yuli's words, Jiang Chenyang worked even harder. He stroked Yuli's head with his big hand and replied in a very gentle voice, be good. Chapter 36 Signing 2 female anchors. I'll go first. You pack up and go back to the private room. The company staff will be here soon. Jiang Chenyang gently tidied up Yuli's wrinkled clothes and put an access card to the luxurious room on the top floor of Guanlan Yueshio into her hand. After saying that, Jiang Chenyang walked out of the bathroom without looking back. If you have a room, why do you have to do it in the bathroom? These are two different feelings, one is open and aboveboard, and the other is the feeling of being both afraid and thrilling, which seems very exciting. When Jiang Chenyang returned to private room 8888 again, Tang Xiaoyao, Su Wanqing, her male secretary, Jiang Chenyang's agent, and even Jiang Chenyang's lawyer were all present. Su Wanqing's current outfit is that of a successful person, a white shirt with suit pants. The shiny manicure she used to like on her hands has now been removed and replaced with a monotonous nude color. Jiang Chenyang took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves casually, his movements were very casual and handsome. He still sat in the same seat as before. The waitress behind him took his coat very naturally and hung it on the hanger beside him. Wanqing, this is Tang Xiaoyao. I spent a lot of money to dig her up here. Jiang Chenyang took the warm water handed to him by Su Wanqing, took a sip, and looked towards the door of the private room with a vague look. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Tang Xiaoyao, just call me Tang. After all, Tang Xiaoyao arrived late, and she felt a little embarrassed when she arrived, so she sat directly in a position closer to the door, and was sitting diagonally opposite Jiang Chenyang. Almost everyone present here was visiting such a luxurious area for the first time. They heard that Guanlan Yueshio was the most luxurious, expensive and enjoyable club in Kyoto. After spending a meal, several million is a small amount. Su Wanqing glanced at Jiang Chenyang vaguely, and her woman's intuition told her that this woman had an unusual relationship with Jiang Chenyang. But Su Wanqing is not a rigid woman. How could a man like Jiang Chenyang only have her as his woman? At least, Jiang Chenyang is unique to her. After the two of them got to know each other briefly, Yuli pushed the door open and walked in not long after. Yuli took the room card Jiang Chenyang gave her and went to the room to take a shower. Jiang Chenyang even considerately prepared several new sets of clothes for her. Yuli was wearing a simple and elegant white evening gown. The moment she pushed the door open and walked in, everyone's eyes in the private room were focused on her. Yuli is beautiful, very beautiful. That kind of beauty has nothing to do with plastic surgery, it is just natural beauty. Come and sit down. Jiang Chenyang looked at the dumbfounded Yuli, and it seemed that he had more patience with Yuli. He loved her as if she were his own daughter, his eyes full of tenderness. Yuli walked to Jiang Chenyang's side like a quail, and then sat down next to Jiang Chenyang. Tang Xiaoyao was actually a little angry in her heart, but she couldn't lose her temper. After all, she chose this position herself. If she changed her position now, it would seem that she was poorly educated. This is Yuli. I called you two here today so that everyone can get to know each other. After all, you will all be part of Chunwan Entertainment in the future. The current owner of Chunwan Entertainment is this person, Mr. Su. Jiang Chenyang turned his gaze to Su Wanqing again and inadvertently glanced at the male secretary beside her. The male secretary was very attentive. He poured water and handed tissues to Su Wanqing to wipe her hands. He was like a personal assistant. The most important thing is that from the moment he entered the private room, the male secretary's hatred towards him was extremely obvious. Obviously, this male secretary likes Su Wanqing. After everyone present got to know each other, they added each other's contact information. At this time, Jiang Chenyang's agent was a middle-aged man about 40 or 50 years old. He wore a pair of glasses and looked very gentle. He took out 2 contracts from the file bag at hand and handed them to the male secretary next to Su Wanqing. Signaled him to pass it to the 2 female anchors. The male secretary looked disdainful and seemed to look down on him. He had heard it clearly. The young man sitting in the main seat seemed like a middleman, and the female boss, Ms. Su, sitting here, was the boss of Chunwan Entertainment. At this moment, he didn't give any attention to anyone. Handing contracts to others is what subordinates should do. How could a top graduate student like him do such a thing? His goal was to just coax Su Wanqing. If I can make this female boss happy, it seems that it is not impossible to make him a gigolo. After reviewing the contract, if you two have no other questions, you can sign it directly. The agent pointed to the lawyer C, who was the same age as him and was holding a tea set at the table next to him, and introduced him. This is the company's attorney. If there are any changes that need to be made or if you're not satisfied with the terms, please let us know directly. The attorney will then draft the plan. Seeing that the male secretary next to him had no tact or knowledge at all, the agent handed the information directly to Su Wanqing. Everyone present knew that Su Wanqing was the big boss of Chunwan Entertainment on the surface, but in reality she was just a puppet with no real power. The agent's surname is Zhang, and he and lawyer C only provide services to Jiang Chenyang. Chenyang Entertainment Company is a branch of Jiang Chenyang. In addition, he also holds a 30% controlling stake in UEFA Champions League Group Company, Limited. Currently, Jiang Chenyang has handed over all related matters to him and Si Lu for full handling. The European Champions League Group Company, Limited is a large enterprise that controls all economic lifelines of Kyoto and ranks among the top 3 in the whole of China. I wonder what Mr. Su likes about a pretty boy like this male secretary. Agent Zhang pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, as if he had long seen through the behavior of this pretty boy. Stupid and dumb. Boss Su, could you please pass this to the 2 female anchors? Agent Zhang didn't give Su Wanqing any face at all and was still very polite in his words. Su Wanqing's face froze, as if she had not expected Agent Zhang to be so disrespectful to her. But for Jiang Chenyang's sake, she did not get angry. He took the contract naturally, and the cracks on his face healed in an instant. He proudly assigned it to the male secretary beside him. The male secretary was about 1.8 meters tall, very handsome, with fair skin and a beautiful appearance, which was exactly what Su Wanqing liked. Mr. Su. Chapter 37, Exposing the Gigolo. Just go when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? At this time, Su Wanqing's face became very ugly. When she was recruiting this secretary, she was looking at this person's abilities, and it was her good sister who introduced her to him. The male secretary stood up reluctantly, and deliberately made a loud noise with the chair when he stood up. Hashtag 34. Who is this? Number 34. Jiang Chenyang smiled and looked gently at the young man standing next to Su Wanqing, and at the same time raised his hand gracefully to signal the waiter behind him to come forward. The waitress standing behind him was wearing a slim-fitting cheongsam, with her long hair tied gently behind her head, combed meticulously without a trace of mess. A group of beautiful waitresses immediately understood and acted skillfully. Everyone present was served with premium liquor specially supplied by Kyoto. In the crystal-clear glasses, the amber liquid shone with an alluring luster. Immediately afterwards, carefully prepared hot dishes began to be presented on the table in an orderly manner, and the tempting aroma immediately filled the box. He is Xiaoyu, his full name is Yu Ziho, and he is my recently hired secretary. Seeing that Yu Ziho had already sent and received the contracts of the two beautiful anchors, Su Wanqing turned to Jiang Chenyang and introduced him in detail. Xiaoyu graduated from Kyoto University and is a top graduate student. There was a hint of appreciation in her tone, and she was obviously quite satisfied with the newly hired secretary. Sure enough, her sister did not lie to her. Oh? Graduate school? Jiang Chenyang laughed out loud when he heard this, and he asked with great interest, Xiaoyu, what major are you studying? As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Yu Ziho for a few seconds, as if he was very interested in him. Ding, the host's second girlfriend has been detected. Su Wanqing is at risk of being deceived. Please complete the first side quest and help Su Wanqing recognize Yu Ziho's true face. Once the quest is completed, the system mole mode will be successfully activated. Jiang Chenyang immediately smiled with understanding. He communicated with the system in his mind. System, what is my current level? And what exactly is in this system mole? Host, your current level is low. Once you reach level 10, the system mole mode will automatically open. So, I'm level 9 now. Not straightforward at all. Host, please take the initiative to complete the task. To prevent piracy of Shohu documents, choose Shohu from the book search robot. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Su Wanqing saw Yu Ziho sitting there stupidly, and he didn't seem to want to explain anything. Xiaoyu, I'm asking you a question. Su Wanqing couldn't help but murmur in her heart, Xiaoyu is usually not so stupid when he is in the company, why is he so confused about the situation today? Yu Ziho replied, I'm studying finance. Oh, finance? How come you're majoring in finance and applying for a tedious job like a secretary? And you don't look very old, anyway. What does my job have to do with you? My boss is Mr. Su, and you're just a small agent. I don't know what you're bragging about. Why should I tell you so clearly? When Su Wanqing heard Yu Ziho's words, her face turned pale and blue. Although Chunwan Entertainment Company has only been officially operating for about a month, its investment is considerable. Previously, Jiang Chenyang had invested 50 million. Recently, in order to attract many actors, short drama internet celebrities, male and female anchors, and even well-known internet celebrities from Kuayin, he invested nearly 500 million yuan in Chunwan Entertainment. Inside the box, there were 16 people, including the waiters, and everyone present was shocked. Guanlan USO Club has one waiter per person, and if other programs are required, the number of people will be more. This young man looks clean and innocent, and he claims to be a graduate student. How could he be such an idiot? Have you become stupid from reading too much? Do you know who I am? Jiang Chenyang was not annoyed. This secretary was hired by Su Wanqing. No matter what, he had to give Su Wanqing face. If Su Wanqing felt that there was nothing wrong with this person, then he would not embarrass her. Yu Ziho just thought that Jiang Chenyang was a gigolo like him, and what good could a middleman be, so naturally his tone when talking to Jiang Chenyang would not be very good. Who do I care who you are? At this moment, Yuli, who had been sitting next to Jiang Chenyang, suddenly spoke. Her voice was soft and pleasant. Hello, senior brother Yu, I also graduated from Kyoto Academy. What year did you graduate? When Yu Ziho heard Yuli's question, his face suddenly turned ugly. Only he knew that he was not a top student or a graduate student, it was all fake. Seeing that Yu Ziho had been silent, Su Wanqing understood what was going on. She tilted her head back and drank the wineglass in her hand in one gulp. Then, she stood up, her face icy, and demanded, Yu Ziho, my friend brought you here for the interview that day. So, those diplomas and awards you brought with you were all fake, right? Xiao Hu, but anti-theft document book search robot, just choose it, it's safe and reliable. Mr. Su, listen to me, it's not like that. Su Wanqing is not stupid. If Yuziho was really a graduate student from Kyoto University, he would have been so proud of himself that he would have put on a show long ago. Obviously, Yuziho is not stupid. Although the waiters present here seem to be working in the service industry, in fact, many of them may have educational backgrounds far beyond your imagination, and not all of them have low education. Not to mention, Lawyer C and Agent Zhang. These two are famous figures in Kyoto. Su Wanqing slapped Yuziho in the face. Then, she continued, "You're still asking who he is? I'm telling you, you're not even qualified to carry his shoes. He's the big boss behind Chunwan Entertainment. Who else could he be? Your 100,000 yuan monthly salary, your travel expenses for every business trip, everything you have, all comes from him. Do you understand now?" After hearing Su Wanqing's words, Yuziho's face changed immediately. So, were the company's hundreds of millions of cash flow all invested by this guy named Zhang Chenyang? At this moment, Yuziho looked like a clown, looking at everyone present in disbelief. He came to Zhang Chenyang, said nothing, and knelt down straight. "Boss, I was wrong, I didn't know. Please don't fire me. Although I'm not a graduate student from Kyoto University, I'm from Hua University. Please give me another chance." Chapter 38 Drinking to Apologize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first side mission and successfully exposing Yuziho's true face. The system level has automatically been upgraded to level 10. Ding! The system mall is automatically opening for you. Ding! The system mall has been opened successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing 2 female anchors with a fan base of tens of millions. Rewards to the host: 100 billion yuan in cash already received in business investment skills can predict investment projects that will become popular in any industry. Zhang Chenyang sat in his seat indifferently, not at all affected by Yuziho who was kneeling beside him. Call the friend who introduced you to Wanqing for the interview and ask her to come over immediately. Yuziho climbed up trembling, his hands shaking violently. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and called a woman across the street. About half an hour later, the door of private room 8888 was pushed open again. "Hello, sister, how is my brother? Isn't he awesome?" The person who came was a slightly plump woman in her early 40s with curly hair, a pair of big earrings, and heavy makeup. Su Wanqing didn't say anything, just stared at Zhang Chenyang. At this moment, she wanted to die. Within half an hour, I finally understood why Yuziho was so attentive to Su Wanqing. The reason was that this woman named Sisterly heard that Su Wanqing had started a company and was driving a Ferrari. Although Su Wanqing was rich before, she was not a wealthy woman, but she was considered a small wealthy woman and had some savings in real estate. At that time, Su Wanqing and her sisters were always very low-key and reserved. Suddenly, she invested 50 million yuan to start a company and even drove a sports car. This made Sister Lee have evil ideas. This Sister Lee used to work in a KTV nightclub. She was a mother-level type, the kind that introduced men to rich women and then took a commission from it. Coincidentally, Su Wanqing made a high-profile announcement in her circle of friends some time ago, saying that she was looking for a secretary who was highly educated. Who would have thought that this Sister Lee would introduce Yuziho, a member of a boy band who was originally engaged in online group broadcasting, to Su Wanqing? Among her subordinates, only Yu Ziyang is a college graduate and a highly educated person. So, he pretended to be a top student at Kyoto University to deceive Su Wanqing. As soon as Sister Lee entered the private room, she immediately noticed that the air pressure was wrong. Yuziho was kneeling aside. The air conditioner was on in the private room, but beads of sweat kept dripping down his head. "Xiao Yu, didn't you ask me to come over for dinner?" Sister Lee walked to Su Wanqing's seat and asked cautiously. "Sister Lee, please help me. Tell President Su that I really didn't mean to deceive her. I only falsified my academic qualifications. Otherwise, I really worked hard in the company. Sister Wanqing, please help me plead with the boss." Of course, although Yuziho did take good care of her and was even a little ambiguous with her, Su Wanqing could not find any fault with his work ability or even his effectiveness. "Sister Wanqing, please beg for mercy on my behalf, help me." Yuziho plopped down and crawled over to Su Wanqing's seat again. "It's no use begging me." Su Wanqing shook off Yuziho, who had just grabbed her suit pants, with an embarrassed look on her face. Her feelings for Zhang Chenyang are unwavering. Sometimes she had doubts, but after Xiaoyu came, those doubts seemed to be diluted. She admired Yuziho and loved him like a younger brother. Although there is sometimes a hint of ambiguity between the two of them, she always keeps her original intention. Sisterly, huh? Jiang Chenyang spoke, then called the waiter and whispered a few words in the beautiful waitress's ear. Then he raised his head and looked at the woman named Sisterly with a fierce look. Introducing a man to his woman, this woman is really the number one person. Do you know why I called you here today? Sisterly didn't know whether to stand or sit, so she stood there awkwardly. At this moment, she guessed that Yu Ziho had been discovered. Sisterly is a very eloquent person. So, in order to show her sincerity, she picked up the wine glass where Yu Ziho had been sitting before, and then took the wine bottle from the beautiful waitress behind her and filled the glass with wine. I'm so sorry, big boss. My sister has always liked handsome boys. I thought she suddenly came to her senses and wanted to keep him by her side. I never expected it to turn out like this. I'm so sorry. I'll drink 3 glasses of wine as an apology. After saying that, Sisterly picked up the full cup of wine and drank it all in one gulp. After that, she drank 2 full cups in a row. This wine is a special liquor supplied by Kyoto. A bottle costs tens of thousands. The purer the concentration, the higher the alcohol content. After 3 cups of white wine, Sisterly didn't seem to be drunk at all. It's like drinking plain water. Jiang Chenyang glanced at everyone present and said calmly, Sisterly, don't be impatient. I haven't said anything yet, and you've already drunk the wine. How about this? I just asked the waiter to bring 3 bottles of XO. As long as the 2 of you drink them all, I'll forget about this matter. Yu Ziho came to his senses immediately after hearing this and nodded quickly, saying, Boss. I'll drink. I'll drink, no matter how many bottles. I'll drink them all. After a while, the beautiful waitress who had been standing behind Jiang Chenyang came in from outside the private room with a tray on it. There were 20 cups on the tray, and the cups were already filled with rich XO wine. Jiang Chen bent down and patted Yu Ziho's face, but the smile in his eyes did not reach his eyes, and he said with a half smile, Well then, please do as you please. As soon as Jiang Chenyang finished speaking, Yu Ziho, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly jumped up. He used his hands and feet to crawl awkwardly on the ground, and finally crawled to the low table in the rest area where the wine glasses were placed not far away. He was seen holding the edge of the low table with trembling hands, grabbing the wine glass on the table and pouring it into his mouth. Amber XO liquor overflowed from the corners of his mouth, but he was unaware and poured glass after glass down his throat. His movements became more and more rapid, and there was the sound of wine glasses clinking. At this moment, it seemed particularly harsh in this quiet private room. Chapter 39 Side Quest, I was ridiculed by the system. The 2 drank for about an hour, vomiting and drinking repeatedly. Finally, the 2 of them finished all the XO, and both of them were already unconscious. When the dinner ended, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Chenyang said hello to the manager of Guanlan Yuesho and left without looking back. Su Wanqing stopped in front of her sports car and waited for Jiang Chenyang to come closer. Chenyang, can I talk to you? Sister, what do you want to talk to me about? Yu Ziho is a rare talent. He's really good at his job. I hope you can keep him for my sake. Sister, you are the boss of Chunwan Entertainment. I think you should be able to control these small matters. Chan Yang. Thank you for still trusting me. I will never have second thoughts about you. I know, dear. It's late, go back and get some rest. It was around 5 o'clock when Jiang Chenyang got home. Yueli stayed directly at Guanlan Yuesho Club, and Tang Xiaoyao had drunk some alcohol and could not drive. Originally, Tang Xiaoyao wanted to go back to the villa with Jiang Chenyang, but was rejected by Jiang Chenyang. It seemed that the 2 of them were a little unhappy. In a fit of anger, Tang Xiaoyao stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. So Jiang Chenyang asked the driver to follow behind and escort him all the way. Fortunately, Tang Xiaoyao was still sober and probably didn't drink much. After she arrived home safely, Jiang Chenyang returned to the villa area with peace of mind. I just finished taking a shower and came out of the bathroom, but my hair is not dry yet. Ding, the system prompt sound rang in Jiang Chenyang's mind. Host, a new side quest has been successfully added for you. Quest requirements, please complete side mission 2 within 42 hours. Help the female anchor Yueli leave the first guild and successfully raise Yueli's favorability to 100%. Jiang Chenyang touched his nose and asked curiously, at the end of this mission, why didn't you let Yueli become my third girlfriend? The system beeped twice and replied, currently, Yueli's favorability towards you is 30. I hope the host will work hard. As for whether or not she can become your girlfriend, that is not currently within the scope of this mission. Why is the favorability only 30? Did you miscalculate? He was so domineering and generous last night, and must have charmed many girls. He should have a favorability rating of at least 90 plus. Moreover, they both had substantial relations, so the level wouldn't be that low. Host, please stop your indecent fantasies. The system grumbled twice before responding. Yuli's favorability towards you had previously reached 80%, but it just dropped 50 points. Jiang Chenyang's current host identity information. System level, level 10 system mall permissions unlocked. Skills required: 1. Business acumen able to predict high-quality investment projects within 3 days. 2. Business insight able to keenly capture business opportunities in future business decisions. 3. Business investment skills able to predict investment projects that will become popular in any industry. Cheating props, identity disguise props, 1 hidden potion pill. Host information: Jiang Chenyang. 30% controlling stake in UEFA Champions League Group Company, Limited, ranked among the top 3 in China, and 100% controlling stake in Chunwan Entertainment Company, Ltd. Mall points, 10,000 points. Each level up earns 1,000 points, which can also be redeemed using the system reward mechanism. Business acumen, 10 points. Asset status, total valuation exceeds 100 billion. Including real estate, equity, securities and working capital, including cash reserves of more than 10 billion that can be mobilized at any time. Jiang Chenyang racked his brains but couldn't figure out why Yuli's favorability towards him didn't increase but decreased instead. Jiang Chenyang slept until 3 in the afternoon before getting up. As soon as he took out his phone, he saw over 99 messages on WeChat. It seemed that he was pulled into a work group by Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing even established an efficient company model called WeChat for Business. Jiang Chenyang took a quick look at the corporate WeChat process, and only then did he realize that Su Wanqing was not fooling around, and she was indeed suitable to be a boss. Over the past month, the company has officially started operations and currently has 50 employees. Even the information of all employees on the corporate WeChat has been uploaded to him as the chairman. He could clearly see which part of the work each employee was responsible for. As for the girl named Sisterly last night, although she had some bad intentions, she was also quite generous. In fact, Jiang Chenyang felt that the person named Sisterly was quite suitable for dealing with people. Jiang Chenyang really wanted to bring her under his command and there would be no problem for her to be a manager in the company. After logging out of the corporate WeChat account, Jiang Chenyang looked at the messages sent to him by others. Tang Xiaoyao has sent him 99 plus messages since last night. Knowing that Jiang Chenyang doesn't like to answer the phone, she actually managed to resist calling him to question him. The first sentence that caught my eye was, "Jiang Chenyang, you really are going too far." Jiang Chenyang seemed to no longer want to bother trying to coax girls. He used to think that Tang Xiaoyao had high emotional intelligence. However, Jiang Chenyang seemed a little unacceptable to her behavior last night. He did not reply to Tang Xiaoyao's message, but just glanced at it quickly. The general content is what girls question their boyfriends. Ask him what his relationship is with Su Wanqing, President Su. When can they meet? Why couldn't she go to the villa with him? What was the reason? Yueli only sent one message, and her WeChat message was directly pushed to the bottom. Hubby, aren't you coming over tonight? Seeing Yuli's soft words, Jiang Chenyang's heart melted at that moment. I have to admit that Yueli knows how to capture a man's heart. Did you sleep well last night, baby? It was too late when I got home last night. I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I didn't reply to your message. You are so good and obedient, you shouldn't be angry, right? I just woke up, and the first thing I replied to was your message. You keep the room card. I've already reserved the top floor, and you can stay there anytime. Chapter 40 premieres, declaring war on the first guild. At present, Yueli and Tang Xiaoyao have moved their residence to Kyoto, and both have signed with Chunwan Entertainment Company. The commercial building where Chunwan Entertainment Company is currently located is an extra reward after the system was upgraded to level 10 yesterday. Jiang Chenyang sent the address to Su Wanqing overnight, and within a day, everyone in the company moved directly to the commercial building. He had originally rented only one floor at the address, but he always felt like something was missing. It wasn't until the system rewarded him with this building that he realized what was missing, and that was the word how. This building has a total of 11 floors. The top floor is Jiang Chenyang's activity area, but Jiang Chenyang rarely comes here. The 10th floor is the area used jointly by Lawyer C and Agent Zhang. This floor is basically the database, all contracts and important documents are located on this floor. The 9th floor is Su Wenqing's office, plus an office space for the secretariat. The 8th floor is shared by 2 internet celebrities, including a live broadcast room, dressing room, cloakroom, fitting room, and other spaces. Each of the remaining layers corresponds to a department, such as the operations department, publicity department, filming crew, finance department, purchasing department, human resources department, canteen, and so on. The first floor and underground parking lot are the responsibilities of the security department. We moved to the new address in one day, sent out a preview in the morning, and started the live broadcast in the evening, with the time set at 8 p.m. Zhang Chenyang wanted to take advantage of the traffic from the previous PK between Tang Xiaoyao and Yuli to get some data and traffic for his new anchor and even the company. Expose your fame. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Chenyang started the live broadcast on time. All 20 vehicles for the fan lottery have been parked in the underground parking lot of Chunwan Entertainment Company. As for other gifts, Zhang Chenyang had already arranged them. That night, everyone at Chunwan Entertainment stayed behind to work overtime, even Tang Xiaoyao and Yuli came to the company. Fuck, the rich man is so handsome? Jiang Gu actually made an appearance. Holy crap, he's got to be 185 centimeters tall, right? He's so damn handsome. This world really is unfair. Brother Jiang, we are all your supporters now. Brother Jiang. Super rich, can I have a Cadillac? Give me one. Super rich. Less than 5 minutes after the broadcast started, Zhang Chenyang's live broadcast room was already packed with fans, with the number of fans directly approaching 1 million plus, even causing the Quyin app system to freeze and crash. At this moment, Zhang Chenyang's account is operated by the company's operations department, and the staff who go out to shoot follow him with live broadcast props. Many people around him were busy running around, following Zhang Chenyang to the underground parking lot. At this time, the parking lot was brightly lit, and everyone walked to the neatly arranged cars that were specially used for raffles for fans. Zhang Chenyang then greeted the fans in the live broadcast room. Hello, I'm Tada Jiangshui, also known as the Super Rich Man. The only purpose of my live broadcast today is to be a money-giving boy. What you're looking at now is Chunwan Entertainment's underground parking lot. Cameraman, please rotate the screen and give you a brief tour. Then, the lens began to show all directions as the camera moved. These cars are my promise. As long as Tang Xiaoyao's fan base reaches 10 million, I will give them away as a bonus. Let the fans present here today grab them based on their luck. It's fair and just, without a trace of fraud. Operation, prepare to give out red envelopes to fans. Send me 10 red envelopes directly, and put 10,000 yuan in each envelope. As soon as he finished speaking, the operation had already distributed the benefits. Suddenly, the public screen was bustling with activity, and many people were trying to increase their popularity votes. Oh my god, I got 100 yuan. I also got one. The sesame egg was only 1.3 yuan, it's not much, but it's meat after all. Why don't I have it? Oh my god, it's stuck, I can't even open the red envelopes. Please send a few more, the rich man, I still haven't grabbed one yet. When will the lottery for the car be drawn? Please, God, please let me get the car. Please, God. The person above, are you cramming at the last minute? Why didn't I hear you praying to God before? God bless me with this lottery announcement. The turtles in the wishing well aren't that effective, are they? Now, if you pray to God, He doesn't have time to respond to you because there are too many people praying for sudden wealth, fortune, and winning the lottery. Ha ha ha. The number of people in Zhang Chenyang's live broadcast room was rapidly increasing. Only those with better eyesight could make out 1 or 2 sentences. There were so many people that it was hard to keep up. Without further ado, who will win the first family car today? Everyone, please follow us. The top 10 on the list are all new anchors from Chunwan Entertainment. If you increase your fan base, we'll give you all 3 cars. Good luck to you. Holy crap, Tang Xiaoyao really joined Chunwan Entertainment? Yuli is here too, what the hell is going on? Didn't I put up the notice board yesterday? Didn't you guys see it? What's the announcement? I'll take a look. Yuli has already posted on Quyin, and she has unilaterally applied to withdraw from the group. It's so laggy, I can't even squeeze out. Never mind, I'll wait until the rich man's livestream is over before I watch it. Today, Jiang Chenyang started this live broadcast in order to exaggerate the matter, so that it would be more direct to let Yuli quit the guild later. Yuli is the pillar of the number 1 guild. How could she buy out everything with just 10 million? If Jiang Chenyang's guess is correct, if the Yuli issue is not handled properly in the future, the first guild will definitely retaliate. It will even be very unfriendly to Yuli's subsequent development in the future. Jiang Chenyang's live broadcast this time is to take advantage of the traffic, let Yuli clarify in front of all fans on the internet, and then directly transfer 10 million in liquidated damages. Is the operation here? Exist. I'm just going to give fans a treat by putting up 3 cars right now. The top 10 on the list will get a bonus. Less than 20 minutes after Jiang Chenyang started broadcasting, Quyen had already crashed 3 or 4 times. Many fans were even stuck outside the live broadcast room and couldn't get in. How about this? There are too many people in the live broadcast room. Now I will let all the anchors of Chunwon Entertainment start live broadcasting. There are 17 cars left. I will distribute them to their live broadcast rooms. Whether you can grab one depends on your luck. Chapter 41, Against the First Guild, I Had on Clash. Did anyone really get the red envelope? Has the car prize been announced? Do I still have a chance? Brothers upstairs, hurry up and join the draw. The prize draw is in 10 minutes, there are still 7 minutes left, hang in there. It's too laggy, guys. No, he's handsome, rich, and a super rich guy. Who on earth would date a boyfriend like this? Please God, give me a boyfriend like this. Sister, wake up quickly, stop dreaming. There was a peaceful atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Since it was still early for the lottery draw, Jiang Chenyang and the cameraman began to walk casually in the commercial building of Chunwon Entertainment Company. The camera switches to the interior of a commercial building. The people on the public screen were once again excited. Oh my God, is this building the one located outside the center of Kyoto? Yes, that's the one. This Chunwon Entertainment is not simple? Has anyone checked this company out? Brother, this is unethical. What do you mean by checking this company? Tell me what's going on. In the heart of Kyoto, that location is a building you can't buy even with all your money. And don't you even look at the commercial streets and what companies are around those commercial buildings? Oh my God, that's true now. Does this mean there's someone behind Chunwon Entertainment? After Jiang Chenyang directly distributed the remaining 17 cars to other anchors under Chunwon Entertainment, although the number of people in the live broadcast room remained over 1 million, at least it was not as laggy as before. A large wave of traffic spread to the live broadcast rooms of other people in the company. This kind of interaction is mainly to allow all the company's anchors present to catch this wave of traffic more directly. Secondly, the number of fans of all their anchors also increased, and some people directly increased by 200,000 plus in 5 minutes. The most important thing is that everyone's exposure has increased, and even Chunwon Entertainment Company has been remembered. At this time, Yueli and Tang Xiaoyao were on the 9th floor of the building. They both started live streaming at the same time. In just a moment, the live streaming room was full, and the number of people and fans continued to increase. Yueli started a live broadcast, and Jiang Chenyang just sent her a message. The goal today is to use this wave of traffic to confront the first guild directly, and in front of the fans, directly transfer the 10 million yuan penalty to the other party's account. The opponent will not be able to deny it afterwards. Just as Yuli was telling her fans in the live broadcast room the whole story of her withdrawal from the guild, the first guild began to get restless. After finishing the explanation, Yueli contacted Miss Rose, the second pillar that the first guild was currently promoting. Yuli was about to say hello, but before she could say anything, a man's face appeared on the other side of the video. The person sitting opposite is Gao Meng. That is, the president of the first guild. Yueli, is the guild treating you badly? Or am I treating you badly? President, I followed your instructions regarding the PK bet with Tang Xiaoyao before. I lost the game, so I must keep my word. Yueli, do you really have to say this online? Can't we resolve this privately? President, we just happened to have a face-to-face discussion tonight. There are nearly 600,000 plus fans in the live broadcast room, and they can all bear witness for me. At this time, Yuli took out her mobile phone and played a recording in front of all the fans in the live broadcast room. The recording contains a conversation between Gao Meng and Yuli. Gao Meng stood up suddenly, and the face in the video moved even closer. Yueli, you actually recorded it? Fuck, did I hear that right? Insider story. Wow, what do you mean by 10 million in liquidated damages? Even a third-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry would only get a few million in liquidated damages, right? The first guild? I think it's the Guild of Henchmen, right? This guild leader is truly disgusting. Could you please step back a bit? I'm getting disgusted. Could you please not get so close to this big faceplate? I almost vomited the rice I ate 2 years ago. Why is there such a huge difference between people? Look at Jiang Taoshui, he's got good looks, a great figure, and even money. Do all the rich second generations in Kyoto look this good these days? If you have that much money, go get some plastic surgery right away. Stop scaring people. I used to think the guild at least had backing and security, but I didn't expect that in order to win the live broadcast, I would be sold out by my own boss behind my back. Can I sue this idiot? This first guild is definitely laundering money. I used to naively think those high-level accounts were really just botching votes for Ueli. Turns out they were all fake. Oh my god. Because of the release of this recording, Ueli's live broadcast video of resisting evil forces was edited into countless short videos by netizens and spread throughout the entire network. President, I have to keep a backup plan. After saying that, Ueli honestly asked the company's finance department to pay the penalty overnight. Ueli took out the screenshot sent by Chunwon Entertainment's finance department and placed it directly on the public screen of the live broadcast room, even showing the time, minutes and seconds clearly. Our company has already paid the liquidated damages. I hope the guild will approve my request to withdraw from the guild. The guild is different from Zhang Chenyang's company. Every account and every new employee in the company is signed with a contract and is legally binding. The first guild can only be regarded as using a voice platform and establishing a hierarchical model. In the past, when people joined the guild, there was no such document as a contract. Now Gao Mengsher was asking for a penalty of 10 million yuan, which was directly considered extortion. At that time, Ueli took over a document from her assistant, which detailed the charges against Gao Meng. In the document, Gao Meng's crimes of extortion, demanding others to sleep with him, and a series of other improper means were exposed one by one. This document is a lawyer's letter with legal effect. At this moment, Gao Meng had never thought of such humiliation, and even underestimated Ueli. He thought he was just an easy target and a money-making tool, but he didn't expect to be bitten back. Ueli's first live broadcast after switching to Chunwon Entertainment Company has concluded successfully. At the moment of the final draw, who will be lucky enough to win the card depends entirely on personal luck. Chapter 42 Celebrating the victory of the premiere and participating in the group meeting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and successfully helping Ueli escape from the first guild. Congratulations, host! Ueli's favorability towards you is continuing to rise. Zhang Chenyang's live broadcast only lasted for an hour. At this time, Zhang Chenyang was lying on his back in his office, which was on the 11th floor of the commercial building. Zhang Chenyang listened to the system's report and couldn't help but ask back. What does it mean to be continuously rising? Now they don't even bother to tell me the value. This system is so cruel. The next second, the system exploded countless messages in Zhang Chenyang's head. Congratulations, host! Ueli's favorability towards you has increased to 40%. Congratulations, host! Ueli's favorability towards you has increased to 41%. Congratulations, host! Ueli's favorability towards you has increased to 42%. Congratulations, host! Ueli's favorability towards you has increased to 60%. Congratulations, host! Ueli's favorability towards you has increased to 89%. Congratulations, host! Ueli's favorability towards you has increased to 91%. Congratulations, host! Ueli's favorability towards you has increased to 92%. Congratulations, host! Ueli's favorability towards you has increased to 93%. Congratulations, host! Ueli's favorability towards you has increased to 94%. Congratulations, host! Ueli's favorability towards you has increased to 95%. Zhang Chenyang rolled his eyes speechlessly. No more? Why did the favorability level stop at 95%? Hey, host, you have to work hard. There are only 18 hours left. I hope the host can complete the task as soon as possible. Zhang Chenyang asked, is there any mute medicine in the mall? Host, the system mall has been opened for you. The hidden potion you need, the mute potion, requires 3,000 points. Do you want to redeem it? 3,000 points? System, are you trying to steal my money? It doesn't seem worth it to mute you with this system. I think I don't need it after thinking about it. Host, please stop joking. System, shut up. Ever since you upgraded, you've actually become more humane? Congratulations, host, for answering correctly. Our system is also a soulful entity. The higher the level, the more powerful the hidden items will be. Please complete more tasks and keep up the good work. Whose normal system would be like this? Just as Zhang Chenyang was discussing the favorability with the system, a slender figure was quietly standing at the door of his office. At this time, it was already past midnight and all the live broadcast rooms had ended their broadcasts. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Chenyang immediately stood up and sat straight, then said, "Come in." A strange woman walked in from outside. She looked like she was from the secretarial department. Even though the female secretary was wearing high heels, her height was still a shortcoming. She was estimated to be only about 1.55 meters tall. She was wearing a mature and capable white shirt and suit pants, and she looked a little funny, like a child who had stolen adult clothes. "What's up?" The female secretary came forward holding a stack of documents and said, "Boss, these are the documents that President Su asked you to review." Zhang Chenyang just nodded slightly, indicating that he would take a look. Then, seeing that the female secretary had no intention of leaving, he asked, "Any other questions?" "Boss, Mr. Su has booked a place for the party and asked me to come over and ask if you want to join us." "I'm a little tired, you guys go ahead." Zhang Chenyang politely declined Su Wanqing's invitation. He was still worrying about how to raise Yu Li's favorability to 100%, so he had no time to have a midnight snack. "Okay." After hearing Zhang Chenyang's refusal, the female secretary was about to leave. Just as her hand touched the door handle, she heard Zhang Chenyang's whisper. "How do you make a woman completely devoted to you and increase her favorability?" Zhang Chenyang was scratching his head and thinking, and was about to get up when he was scared out of his wits by the big face of his female secretary who suddenly appeared behind him. "Didn't you leave? Why are you back?" The female secretary was a little reserved at first, but now she seemed to have relaxed, with a carefree personality like a tomboy. "Boss, are you going to pursue an employee in our company?" Zhang Chenyang looked puzzled and asked, "Is it very obvious?" "Boss, I'm a woman. If you ask me, I swear I will never tell anyone this secret." Zhang Chenyang pushed away the big face that came straight at him and asked with a tone of distrust, "You look like you are quite gossipy." "Swear, you will never tell anyone." Okay, I swear." Come on, tell me, what do you think beautiful women like?" "Boss, please don't interrupt me. I just want to ask you a question." "What's the problem?" "Just one question. Is the beauty you want to pursue from our company?" Zhang Chenyang didn't answer. Instead, he asked curiously, "You little secretary, why are you so close to me? Are you here to gather military intelligence?" The female secretary rolled her eyes, brushed off the non-existent dust on her butt, and got up and left. After leaving the office, she shouted loudly on purpose as if talking to herself. "Oh, it's already this late, and we all ate in the cafeteria around 7 o'clock. I wonder where President Su will take us to have fun. I heard those two internet celebrities on the 8th floor will be there too. Can you guess where it will be?" When Zhang Chenyang heard this, he immediately stood up and ran to the door. "You guys want to go to the bar?" Seeing that the female secretary did not answer, Zhang Chenyang watched her get on the elevator and leave. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned back to the office, picked up his phone, and chased after him. "I was thinking about finding an opportunity to ask Yu Li out, and now the perfect opportunity has come. Tonight, he must make Yu Li's favorability towards him reach 100%. A group of people from the company came to the Gilded Age bar in a mighty procession. Originally, Su Wanqing suggested going to the bar where she and Zhang Chenyang had first met by chance. Later, because the company employees wanted to see the world, they directly chose the most luxurious and prestigious Gilded Age in Kyoto. I heard that this bar is full of high-quality people. Rich second generations, career elites, and big stars from the entertainment industry often visit here." Chapter 43 Membership Bar. The Gilded Age Bar is a high-end lounge full of retro luxury. Its name is inspired by the Gilded Age in the United States in the 1920s. The bar is a membership-based one, and anyone who comes here is either rich or noble. At this time, a group of people stood awkwardly at the door of the Gilded Age bar and were directly stopped by the bar's security. Why won't you let us in? It's not like we won't pay. Yeah, we just want to experience it. I heard you can see big stars here. Wasn't there a video a while ago showing that Gu Shijue often hangs out here? Do you think I'll run into Gu Shijue today? If I do, should I take the initiative to ask for his autograph? A group of people were talking at once, surrounding several security guards at the door. Even a security guard who was 190 centimeters tall could not withstand the bombardment of words. When Jiang Chenyang arrived, he saw the chaos in front of him. After a while, more than a dozen tall and burly security guards came out of the Gilded Age bar and started to drive them away. The leader was a middle-aged fat man, who seemed to be the manager of this group of security guards. Manager Liu walked out of the bar with a fat belly and cursing. You poor bastards, don't you see where this is? Is this a place where people like you can come? Su Wanqing, Tang Tang Xiaoyao and Yueli were standing at the front. The most important thing was that these three of them were very beautiful and were S-level beauties. Su Wanqing stepped forward to negotiate with Manager Liu, her tone very sincere. I'm so sorry, but our company is nearby, and my colleagues just finished their work, so we decided to come here to relax. However, the two security guards at the door refused to let us in and wouldn't explain why. I'm just asking, are there any requirements for entering the bar? Manager Liu saw that Su Wanqing was a sensible person and also that she was a great beauty. With a lewd smile on his face, he first looked Su Wanqing up and down, then looked at Tang Tang Xiaoyao and Yueli, who were equally outstanding and standing beside her. It's not that I look down on you, but our bar has a rule. You need to be a member to enter our bar. Most people probably won't be able to enter in their lifetime. However, if you three are willing to accept that kind of service, I can give you a backdoor and say you are employees here. How about that? Yueli glanced at Manager Liu, who had a wretched look on his face. His expression was truly disgusting. But after all, she has been an anchor for many years, and she has seen almost all kinds of people. These people are basically small characters who use chicken feathers as a token of authority. Tang Tang Xiaoyao is a girl from the countryside. She has not received higher education, but she is very good at reading people's faces. It was she who first proposed the Gilded Age bar, and later on, when the company employees heard about it, they all wanted to come and see the world. She was partly responsible for the awkward situation. She hadn't known at first that the bar required membership. I only heard her friends mention it, saying that this place is very luxurious and the people are of high quality. Member? How much does it cost to get this membership? It seems like all my hard work today was in vain. I probably won't be able to get in. Well, let's go home and sleep. It's a spoiler. Su Wanqing seemed to be struggling when she heard these words. She knew some inside stories about this Gilded Age bar. It is said that it costs 5,000 million to get a membership card before you can enter. Moreover, the drinks and even the services there are very expensive. At that time, Yu Ziho, who had remained silent, and some of his male colleagues stood up. Several men stepped forward to block the way, and Manager Liu's greasy eyes instantly shifted away from the three beauties. Speak to girls with more respect. There was a sudden atmosphere of tension between the two sides. When Manager Liu heard what Yu Ziho said, he was instantly furious and glared at him. You guys still want to gather together to cause trouble? You don't want to live anymore. If you don't leave, I'll have the security kick you out. Jiang Chenyang drove his limited edition sports car, and the roar of the sports car could be heard from far away. When Manager Liu saw Jiang Chenyang in a custom-made suit and looking like he belonged to a high-ranking official, his expression immediately changed. The security guard pushed the company employees who were blocking the road, and Manager Liu squeezed in front of Jiang Chenyang. Manager Liu called over the man named Asan in a very servile manner. He carefully took the car keys handed over by Jiang Chenyang and said with a smile on his face, Asan, go and help the boss park the car. Jiang Chenyang looked at all the stunned company employees calmly. At this moment, he felt extremely satisfied. Looking at Yuli's expression again, it seemed that there was still no change in her emotions. System, help me see if Yueli's favorability has increased? Host, Yueli's favorability towards you remains unchanged at 95%. Please continue to work hard. Manager Liu bowed and nodded to Jiang Chenyang, just like a eunuch in ancient times. Jiang Chenyang, who had already walked to the door, stopped and did not say a word when he passed by Su Wanqing and the others. At this moment, Jiang Chenyang suddenly turned around and stopped, took out a black card from his pocket and raised it in the air. This black card is generally issued by banks only to those with a net worth of over 10 billion yuan, and is considered a limited edition card in China. This black card has no limit. Tell me, can I come into your bar? Can. Manager Lu wiped his sweat. As soon as the black card came out, he knew how much the man in front of him was worth. It's simply immeasurable. Before Manager Lu took the black card from Jiang Chenyang's face changed and he asked quietly, "But I don't have a membership with your company. I think it's better not to come in." At that moment, Manager Lu was in such an awkward position that he could only act like a grandson, grit his teeth, bow his head, and work even harder. Your identity is right here. Why do you need a membership? Your black card is the face of all China. Jiang Chenyang snorted lightly, then spoke to the stunned company employees on both sides. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you say you wanted to see a male celebrity? Why don't you go in quickly? To the astonishment of Manager Lu and the security guards, the company's employees screamed and cheered one after another. The boss is awesome. The next second, a group of people rushed forward like wild boars just released from the mountain, pushing away the security guards who were trying to stop them. The smug looks on their faces were quite arrogant. Chapter 44 Popular young actor Gu Shijue. The Gilded Age Bar is not as noisy as before, and its style is more like a quiet bar. As soon as I entered the bar, I was completely shocked by the decoration in front of me. Low-key luxury, restrained and stylish, this is the word elegant. The crowd dispersed, and everyone sat together in groups of 3 or 5. Jiang Chenyang walked at the end and told Manager Lu, "Find me a seat on the second floor." Manager Lu took the black card with both hands. Who knows the value of this black card? 10 billion. 10 billion is in his hands. He had never seen so much money in his life. What's the boss's name? I'll arrange for someone to take you there right away. My last name is Jiang. Boss Jiang, please come in. After the two entered the inner hall of the bar, Manager Lu called a beautiful waitress with good looks and figure, and led Jiang Chenyang straight to the second floor. Of course, you have to know that the strong usually like to look down on others, so the service prices on the first and second floors are naturally different. Tang Xiaoyao and Yueli were familiar with each other, so they naturally sat together. The relationships between girls are always subtle. We can only say that the internet allows people to meet each other and reality makes everything come true. Su Wanqing and Yu Ziho were waiting for Jiang Chenyang at the stairs. Yu Ziho was a little embarrassed when he saw Jiang Chenyang, but after experiencing what happened last time, he no longer had any improper thoughts about Su Wanqing and had sincere admiration for Jiang Chenyang. Hello, boss. Chenyang. Su Wanqing smiled slightly, stepped aside to make way, and signaled Jiang Chenyang to go first. She wore a slim black dress today, which made her look particularly capable. Yu Ziho stood aside, with a look of awe and gratitude in his eyes. He knew that if Jiang Chenyang had not let him go last time, he would have probably been unable to survive in any industry in Kyoto. Jiang Chenyang nodded and walked straight to the exclusive booth on the second floor. On the second floor, the view is indeed clearer. Almost every table and every action on the first floor can be seen clearly. At this time, the resident singing stage on the first floor is very large, with lighting and scenery, and the invited resident singers are basically popular singers in the industry who are on the internet or in the entertainment circle. At that time, on the resident stage, there will be a 4-member music team that was created and promoted by the Golden Age Bar, singing an original song of their own creation. The lead singer in the center of the stage is a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament. She is wearing a flowing pure white gauze dress, and the hem of the skirt dances lightly on the stage with her graceful movements. The clear voice made every audience present involuntarily indulge in it. The beautiful waitress stood in front of Jiang Chenyang's booth, holding a tablet-shaped menu in her hand. Sir, what drinks would you like to order? Jiang Chenyang took the tablet and handed it to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing took the tablet and looked at the menu on it, breaking out in a cold sweat. This is not a menu at all. What is being held is gold, silver and money. A simple snack can cost thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan, and a glass of lemonade can cost thousands of yuan. The alcoholic drinks are incredibly expensive, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Jiang Chenyang noticed the embarrassment on Su Wanqing's face, so he took it and glanced at the menu. He slid his fingertips across the screen, then scrolled to the top and ordered 2 bottles of the best-selling wine from the Gilded Age Bar. He also ordered a glass of wine for Su Wanqing that women could also enjoy and wouldn't make them drunk, and a few snacks, fruit platters, and the like. Please wait a moment. Soon, drinks, snacks and fruit platters were served one after another. The first floor was almost full of people, and there were only 3 or 4 tables on the second floor, including Jiang Chenyang's table. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise, which seemed to come from the door of the bar's inner hall. Hey, is that person wearing a mask at the door Gu Shijue? Hey, it seems to be him. It seems that the person in the video that the paparazzi captured of Gu Shijue dating a woman late at night outside the Golden Age bar must be him. But didn't Gu Shijue's team say it wasn't him? It's not him? Then the person at the door is a ghost? I guess it's all because of Gu Shijue's single persona in the entertainment industry. If it were revealed that he had a girlfriend, his fans would definitely scold his girlfriend. That's true. What was the name of that popular young actress before? Su Qingyue just shot a magazine together. During that time, Su Qingyue was severely criticized. Shu. Stop it, it's too loud. Shu, it's really worth coming here today. I happened to see Gu Shijue, and he was close to me. He's so handsome. I want to take some pictures, take a few and post them on social media to show off, so that my friends will be envious to death, ha ha. Oh my god, is Gu Shijue looking at us? At this time, Gu Shijue was led directly by manager Lu to the innermost booth on the second floor. Boss Su, it seems to be Gu Shijue. Su Wanqing looked at Juziho with amusement, holding the pineapple she had just eaten in her hand, chewing it slowly in small bites. Xiaoyu, are you also a fan? I'm not a fan. When I was doing group broadcasts, the team leader was a woman. She was particularly fond of Gu Shijue and always asked us to dress according to his style. It turns out that the live broadcasts were quite good. Gu Shijue has good taste in clothes and is handsome. Many young women online like him, and he has a huge number of fans. That's true. Although I couldn't see closely because she was wearing a mask, her tall and slender figure is as perfect as if it were modeled in 3D. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. She has an aura when she walks. She really has the potential. For a top-tier actor like him who's currently in the spotlight, there must be a lot of top female celebrities in the entertainment industry lining up to work with him in a film. If Chunwan Entertainment can sign a few more high-quality male artists with both talent and popularity, it will not only enhance the company's industry influence, but also drive the business development of the entire artist management sector. The future market prospects and development space are truly limitless. Jiang Chenyang listened to Su Wanqing and Yuziho chatting incoherently, and the wine in his glass gradually ran out. Chenyang, do you think our company will take this film and television route in the future? Jiang Chenyang did not respond, but just drank the wine in a puzzled mood. After finishing the last sip of the wine in the glass, he glanced at Tang Xiaoyao and Yueli who were sitting and chatting together on the first floor. At some point, 2 men appeared next to the booth, and it seemed that the 4 of them were having a very happy chat. Chapter 45 Vice President Li, right? Su Wanqing followed Jiang Chenyang's gaze and looked towards the table of Tang Xiaoyao and Yueli on the first floor. It seems that they are quite popular. As they were talking, Tang Xiaoyao and Yueli's table on the first floor had a conflict with 2 men. Yuli's soft voice seemed to be angry for the first time, her voice close to breaking out. Can you please go away? Tang Xiaoyao supported Yueli's body, and Yueli was almost pushed to the ground by the man in front of her. Miss, I'm just buying you a drink. You look familiar to me. Have we met somewhere before? Sir, we don't need your wine, please leave. Tang the little demon protected Yueli behind her. At this moment, the other man's face turned very ugly when he saw that they were so disrespectful. One of the men picked up the wine and was about to force Tang Xiaoyao and Yueli to drink a glass of wine with them. These 2 young ladies in front of me are just a little pretty, but they are really shameless. They don't even consider who invited them to drink. How many female celebrities in the entertainment industry would like to take the opportunity to climb into his bed, just to play a role in his movie? If the investor had not seen the 2 of them enter the hall from afar tonight and had not fallen in love with the cold beauty next to the busty girl at first sight, he, a big director, would not have come so humbly to invite them. At that time, Jiang Chenyang stood up and stood at the fence on the second floor, holding the railing with both hands, and then threw a bottle of wine worth nearly 1 million yuan from the second floor directly at the 2 men who were about to take action. With a bang, the wine splashed on the ground, as if a flower bloomed. Jiang Chenyang stood by the railing on the second floor, looking down at the 2 strange men in the lobby on the first floor. His voice was almost icy, and ice chips were already on his face. He asked word by word, "What are you doing?" The originally noisy hall immediately became quiet. The entire hall suddenly fell into silence, and everyone's eyes were gathered on the second floor where Jiang Chenyang was standing. At this moment, he was in an extremely unhappy mood. What kind of monsters and demons would dare to covet his woman? Yu Ziho was a smart man. When he saw Jiang Chenyang getting angry, he immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. He immediately ran from the second floor to the first floor, quickly came to the table where Tang Tang, Xiaoyao and Yueli were, and stood in front of the two girls vigilantly. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the two men. One of them was wearing a well-tailored black suit, but it couldn't hide the hostility emanating from him. There was a hideous scar across his ferocious face, and his burly figure of nearly 1.9 meters made him look like a bad guy. Facing Jiang Chenyang's questioning, the scarred man was not afraid at all. He squinted his eyes and looked up at Jiang Chenyang, and asked in a rough voice, "Who are you?" His deliberately amplified voice echoed in the hall, full of provocation. Jiang Chenyang replied without a second thought, "I'm your father." "Fuck you. If I don't kill him today, I'm not going to stay in Kyoto anymore." Jiang Chenyang looked down at the furious man with a scar below and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. At this time, the man with the scar actually had no idea what to do. He is quite famous in the entertainment industry, and those big stars will give him face. After all, they will rely on him to make a living in the future. Jiang Chenyang, who was in front of him, was particularly arrogant. Looking at his appearance, he could basically guess that this person was not afraid of him. Even Vice President Li, who was sitting peacefully next to him, might not have the courage of Jiang Chenyang. You have to know that people who can enter this place must have some background, and the man on the second floor was wearing a suit of unknown brand. What he fears most is dealing with such people, as these people often become big shots in the end. Ding! The system prompt sound rang in Jiang Chenyang's mind. It has been detected that the host is threatened by capital. A new main quest has been successfully added for you. System, who is this idiot? Host, the two people downstairs are a famous director and investor in the entertainment industry. Director? Jiang Chenyang is not in the entertainment industry, so what is he afraid of? Instead, it is this investor? If someone has more experience and money than him, he will be afraid. If not, then Jiang Chenyang could just walk sideways. Host, please rest assured. The investor downstairs is a branch of the Champions League group. Jiang Chenyang sneered, and roughly understood in his heart. He casually picked up the wine glass on the table, shook it gently, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. The system's voice sounded again, "Host, do you need to use your hidden assets for deterrence?" "No need, I can handle this little thing myself." At this moment, the gentleman-looking man with glasses stood up and planned to leave without further entanglement. What happened today was his fault. For women, it was a bit abrupt for him to sit directly next to the two ladies today. For men, aren't women just their accessories? Since the other party is unwilling, he will not force it. He is the deputy general manager of Rongha Asset, a subsidiary of the Champions League Group, and an investor with absolute decision-making power in the entertainment industry. As an important capital force in China's entertainment industry, Rongha Asset's influence covers the entire entertainment circle and currently controls approximately 40% of the market share in the entire industry. No woman had ever been able to reject him like this. Whether it was the actresses or internet celebrities who had had relationships with him, which one of them did not follow him willingly? "Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Are you leaving just like that?" The scarred man was furious when he heard Jiang Chenyang's arrogant tone. He pointed at Jiang Chenyang as a warning. Jiang Chenyang finished the wine in his hand in one gulp and said in a low voice, "This is the deputy general manager of Rongha Assets, Mr. Li, right?" The next moment, the gentleman stopped. The cold light hidden behind the glasses stared straight at Jiang Chenyang from behind the lenses. To be precise, at this moment, the gentleman was scared. No one knew that he was here today, not even the top management of Rongha Assets knew about it. Usually he is the one who communicates on such film and television investment matters. After that, he would bring high-quality movies and TV series to the market and make millions of dollars from them himself. Chapter 46 We will meet again. Before the bar security personnel arrived early, this matter had to be made smaller. Of course, Manager Lu was a smooth-talking person. The incident happened just 5 minutes ago, and the security personnel did not arrive in time, which shows that the bar does not want to offend anyone. Jiang Chenyang walked down slowly from the second floor, and every step seemed to step on the hearts of all the onlookers present. Who doesn't like eating melon? Li Mu watched Jiang Chenyang approaching step by step. It seemed that he had never seen this man before, but he could call out his identity in one breath, which meant that he had already figured out his background. This feeling of having information controlled by others made him extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Chenyang's eyes were always fixed on Vice President Li, with a meaningful smile on his lips. Vice President Li is a veteran in the entertainment industry, so how could he make such a low-level mistake? I'm afraid this matter today won't be resolved so easily. Vice President Li pushed his glasses up on his nose, trying to hide his inner uneasiness, but his fingers trembled slightly, revealing his true emotions. Sir, I think there may be some misunderstanding here, and we don't want to make things too awkward. His voice was low and restrained, with a touch of businessman smoothness. Misunderstand? Jiang Chenyang sneered and casually placed the wineglass in his hand on the table beside him, making a crisp sound. I think you take yourselves too seriously. Seeing this, the man with the scar couldn't help but take a step forward and glared at him. Don't go too far, kid. Do you know who Mr. Li is? Can you afford to offend him? His tone was full of threats, but his eyes would occasionally glance at the empty seats on the second floor behind Jiang Chenyang, as if he was also looking at and judging whether Jiang Chenyang was a big shot. Jiang Chenyang ignored the scarred man and walked straight to Vice President Li. The distance between them was so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. He raised his hand and gently patted Vice President Li's shoulder. The action seemed friendly, but it made people feel an invisible pressure. Mr. Li, Rongha's assets are indeed very important, but I'm curious, who do you think your status can suppress here? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. The employees of Chunwan Entertainment who were present were somewhat abstract. Damn, this is the first time I've noticed how handsome the boss is. Hey, even if you praise the boss so much, he won't give you a raise. Besides, no matter how handsome the boss is, can he be as handsome as Gu Shijue? Yeah, anyway, there is no General Gu Shijue. But aren't you curious about the boss's identity? What identity? Isn't he just the boss? Stupid. The guy wearing glasses is Mr. Li, the deputy general manager of Rongha Assets. Do you know who's backing Rongha Assets? The Champions League Group, that's the most influential giant company in all of China. Holy crap, is the guy with the glasses so awesome? Don't you have a brain? Our boss can find out this Mr. Li's information, which means our boss is even more awesome than him. Discussions were heard all around. Obviously, Vice President Li also heard it clearly. At this time, Li Mu's face became very ugly. He opened his mouth, but found that he had nothing to say. He tried to calm himself down and forced a smile. Sir, do you know me? Even so, cold sweat broke out on his palms. Why is Mr. Li so nervous? Jiang Chenyang nonchalantly played with the empty wineglass in his hand, his tone indifferent but with a sense of oppression that could not be ignored. I'm just curious, is the annual salary offered by the Champions League Group not enough to satisfy you? When Li Mu heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, Su Wanqing slowly walked down from the second floor. Her appearance eased the originally tense atmosphere a little. She stood beside Jiang Chenyang, her eyes sweeping over everyone in the hall, finally landing on Vice President Li. Hello, Mr. Li. I'm Su Wanqing, the president of Chunwan Entertainment. It's an honor to meet you here tonight. Su Wanqing's tone was very calm. She smiled slightly and continued. However, your behavior tonight seems a little inappropriate. Although Chunwan Entertainment has a relatively young foundation in the entertainment industry, we will never tolerate anyone offending our employees at will. Vice President Li frowned, obviously not expecting that the woman with outstanding temperament in front of him was actually the president of Chunwan Entertainment. He subconsciously adjusted his stance, trying to regain the initiative on the situation. Mr. Su, you're too serious. I think this may really just be a misunderstanding. If I've caused any offense, I apologize to you and your team. However, there was not much sincerity in his voice, but rather a hint of temptation. He knew that Chunwan Entertainment was a new company that had recently emerged and was developing very rapidly. In just 1 month, it had acquired many high-quality film and television copyrights. The most important thing is that this company is very powerful and that it is willing to invest money. He didn't want to make an enemy easily with such an opponent. Jiang Chenyang turned his head to look at Su Wanqing, and the two exchanged a brief but tacit glance. Then, he turned his gaze to Vice President Li again, his tone as cold as ice. Since Mr. Lee said this was a misunderstanding, why not do this? He paused deliberately, looked around, and captured everyone's attention. To show your sincerity, if you don't want this incident to be widely publicized by the media, why don't you have a drink with our employees, apologize, and we'll let this matter go. Otherwise. How else? The scarred man finally couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted loudly. Apologize? What is his identity? You actually want Mr. Lee to apologize? And apologize to a woman in front of so many people? His fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. He was obviously on the verge of exploding. Jiang Chenyang looked at the servile and mean-spirited man with the scar on his face and couldn't help laughing out loud. He glanced at him nonchalantly and asked, Director Xia, no matter how good your life is outside, you still have to go home often. Don't look back and see Madame Xia cut off your escape route. I'm afraid your life will not be so easy. The next second, the scarred man fell silent. How did this man know that he had a mistress outside? After everything was settled, the shrewd manager Lu slowly came over with the security guards. Ha ha ha. Dear bosses, harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth. Today is actually not a big deal. Why don't we give out all the drinks for everyone present tonight? Manager Lu is like a cunning loach, he really knows how to behave. Chapter 47 Mission completed, meeting Yueli late at night. Yueli stared at Jiang Chenyang with tears in her eyes like a little woman. She had never thought that the man tonight would be so handsome. She could clearly hear her own heart beating violently. Host Yueli's favorability is constantly growing. The next second, the system's voice exploded like gorgeous flowers in Jiang Chenyang's mind. Ding! Yueli's favorability has risen to 96%. Ding! Yueli's favorability has risen to 97%. Ding! Yueli's favorability has risen to 98%. Ding! Yueli's favorability has risen to 99%. Ding! Yueli's favorability has increased to 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest ahead of schedule. Reward, 10 million yuan already received plus business negotiation skills plus network resource package including a meeting opportunity with an industry leader. System, why is the main quest only 30% complete? Haven't I been slapped in the face enough today? Host, the completion of the main quest is related to the depth of emotional interaction, not just conflict. The system's voice was calm and mechanical, as if stating a very simple fact. Jiang Chenyang frowned and understood. I originally thought that as long as I created enough dramatic scenes, the mission would proceed smoothly. From this, it can be judged that this main task will inevitably have subsequent conflicts with these two or one of them, it is just a matter of time. Li Mu and Director Xia expressed their deep apologies to Yu Li and Tang Xiaoyao. After drinking a large glass of XO, they hurried away. When leaving, Li Mu looked at Jiang Chenyang deeply. Jiang Chenyang smiled and said calmly, Goodbye, Mr. Li. We'll see you again. At that moment, thunderous applause broke out on the first floor. I don't know who was so brave that he actually made a joke about Jiang Chenyang. Boss, I heard you're single, right? Do all these beautiful women here have a chance to pursue you? On the way back, Manager Lu respectfully handed Jiang Chenyang his previous black card with both hands. Manager Lu's attitude was extremely friendly. His face was filled with a flattering smile, and even deep wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. Even towards the ordinary employees accompanying Jiang Chenyang, he changed his previous condescending attitude and showed a rare friendly smile. Before leaving, Manager Lu bowed and said, I look forward to seeing Mr. Jiang and your elite team come back next time. We will definitely provide you with the best service. These attentive words and actions were in stark contrast to his previous arrogant image. These words made the company employees see the fickleness of human nature. This fat guy didn't look like this when he first came here. That's right, the security guard had to chase us away earlier. Look at his chubby face, that smile looks fake to me. You can't say that. You feel sorry for that fat guy? What a pity, I didn't get Gu Shijue's autograph. What's so bad about that? Next time, just ask the boss to invite them to our company. Up close. Hee, wouldn't it be easier to see? We can get as many signatures as you want. You go and tell me. I don't want it. So what's that stupid idea you came up with? Go away, you dreamer. Jiang Chenyang drove his sports car to Guanlan Yueshou Club and parked the car. Yuli sent him a message, and they both thought of Guanlan Yueshio by coincidence. When Jiang Chenyang arrived at the door of the top floor suite, before he knocked, Yuli opened the door directly from the inside as if by telepathy. The two of them hugged each other tightly with passion. After a night of passion, Jiang Chenyang hugged Yuli, who was exhausted, and stroked her smooth back. A charming and passionate sound came out from Yuli's small, rosy mouth. Jiang Chenyang's big hand once again grasped the softness of Yuli's chest as if out of control. Although it was already bright outside, the two were full of love. Last night, Yuli took the initiative again and again in order to please him. Imagine it yourself. I originally wanted to write it in detail, but I'm afraid it won't pass again. When Jiang Chenyang left Guanlan Yueshio, it was already afternoon, and Yuli was still in a coma. After greeting the room manager of Guanlan Yueshio, we waited for the people in the 8888 presidential suite to wake up, and then delivered food, drinks, and clothes to them according to the most expensive standard. Jiang Chenyang did not return to the company, but returned to his villa area. When he woke up, he received a WeChat message from Sun Yan, but the sender was not Sun Yan himself. Since Sun Yan won the group broadcast PK last time, she invited Jiang Chenyang out for dinner, but was politely declined by Jiang Chenyang. Sun Yan is a very stubborn girl. Seeing that Jiang Chenyang rejected her, she felt as if she had been heartbroken. The WeChat ringing sound kept coming, and the message was still sent by Sun Yan. Brother Jiang, could you please come and see Sun Yan? Brother Jiang, Sun Yan hasn't eaten for many days. Can't Brother Jiang come and see Sun Yan? Jiang Chenyang read the message but did not reply. In fact, in the past month, Jiang Chenyang has received harassing messages from Sun Yan every day. For Sun Yan, Jiang Chenyang may be her salvation. However, to Jiang Chenyang, Sun Yan was just an unfamiliar little sister on the internet and had no other meaning. Jiang Chenyang sighed and put his phone aside. He was not unkind, he just didn't know how to deal with such a situation. Sun Yan's enthusiasm and persistence made him feel an invisible pressure, and he didn't want to cause any misunderstanding to her because of his response. What's more, his life is already complicated enough, and he has no time to deal with a one-sided emotional entanglement. Chapter 48 Looking for the male lead of the short drama. As usual, Jiang Chenyang used the account Taodao Jiangshui to browse in the live broadcast room. Whenever he met a male or female anchor that he liked, he would give a carnival to them. Jiang Chenyang's current main account level has reached 76, and high-level accounts come with special effects when entering the live broadcast room. Although it is very pretentious, it seems that there is no fun in just slapping people in the face and spending money. At this moment, Jiang Chenyang had an idea. If he used a level 0 account to go to the live broadcast rooms of those anchors, would he be disliked? Just do it. So, Jiang Chenyang started again the task of searching for male and female anchors online every day. At present, he has a very good short play on hand, but he is lacking a male lead. He originally planned to let Yuli be the female lead, but now his mind has changed. In fact, he had already planned Yuli's future development. Before this, he had thought carefully and decided to send Yuli to Country H to receive professional artist training and let her embark on the path of becoming a trainee. This plan is not only to allow Yuli to receive more systematic training, but also takes into account that Country H has a mature system and rich experience in idol training. He felt that under the strict training environment of Country H, Yuli's singing and dancing skills and stage performance would be improved. All of these are done in preparation for the official debut in the future. Yuli is still young and has great development prospects. Girls like her should be very popular in the entertainment industry. Tang Xiaoyao is several years older and is already 28 years old. It's a little late for debut. Afterwards, Jiang Chenyang arranged for her to hone her acting skills first, and then shoot short videos to go viral. Jiang Chenyang changed his account and logged into the Quyin app. He had no intention of changing his name. He simply used the homophonic pun of Taodao Jiangshui and changed the font to Taodao Jiangshui. Why did I change to a small account? In fact, there are all kinds of people on the internet, and they are all superficial. Now, Jiang Chenyang has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in Chunwan Entertainment, so when choosing people, he will definitely choose people with good character. Otherwise, if a series of scandals occur later, he doesn't want the company to have to follow behind him all day to think of countermeasures and clean up the mess. Ding! The system's prompt sound rang in Jiang Chenyang's head at this moment. Ding! It's detected that the host has activated the fast-paced trumpet mode. The trumpet growth value can increase the mole points. 1 point will be obtained when the honor value reaches 100. System, can you be a little more stingy? Host, if you want to get more mall points, the task requirements are 1. You can only complete group broadcast tasks alone, regardless of whether it is a male or female group broadcast. 2. You cannot use large amounts of Quine coins. System, tell me yourself, is this a task that a human could come up with? Jiang Chenyang was just about to recharge about 100,000 Quine coins to his small account. When he opened the recharge panel, he found that there was no recharge panel at all for this account, but there were 10,000 Quine coins in his account. In the past, he would spend hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of Quine coins, but now Jiang Chenyang couldn't help laughing when he saw that he only had 10,000 Quine coins. This system is really a dog. Compared with the previous account, 10,000 Quine coins are just a drizzle. There are now many Quine users, many wealthy people, and countless live broadcast rooms. Of course, there are also many people who are willing to spend money. 10,000 diamonds may not even make a splash in a large-scale PK. Jiang Chenyang actually also thought about going to a small live broadcast room to choose a role. Many small anchors are not very experienced in the industry and their selfish motives are not that strong. It can be regarded as a small difference. Jiang Chenyang's secondary account is a female one. So, Jiang Chenyang went straight to a boy group live broadcast room with only about 200 people. 10,000 diamonds are enough for a live broadcast room of this size, and the number of people in it is not too small. The live broadcast room adopts the mode of 1 coin and 1 dance. A small gift corresponding to 1 coin is placed in front of each of the 10 male anchors. The one with the most combos stands at the front of the team and shows his face. At this moment, a few small gifts were given out from time to time in the live broadcast room, but the highest number of combos was no more than a dozen. Jiang Chenyang's small account doesn't have any special effects. Even when he enters the live broadcast room, the host in charge doesn't even call out his name. Jiang Chenyang took a quick look at the 10 male anchors in the live broadcast room. One of them caught Jiang Chenyang's eye. He had a clean-cut appearance and was quite suitable for the role of the handsome second male lead in a short drama who was in love but could not be with him. Among a group of boy groups, the tall and thin male anchor with a handsome appearance stood at the end. Everyone was wearing a black suit, white shirt, black pants, and black leather shoes. As soon as someone swipes a ticket, they start the leg-sweeping dance. Jiang Chenyang chose the boy band member who he liked and had the qualities of a second male lead. His name was Zishuan. So, I started to click little hearts after Zishuan's name. Thank you, Miss Taodao Jiangshui, for sending me 10 little hearts. Thank you, Miss Taodao Jiangshui, for sending 100 little hearts. Jiang Chenyang has now ordered more than 100 times, which is considered a large amount in this live broadcast room. Jiang Chenyang's current thought was how to gain the most attention with the least amount of Quine coins, gaining honor points while also being remembered by everyone. The only way is to keep doing combos long enough so that most of the audience will definitely remember them. Then, 1,000 little hearts, 2,000 little hearts, 5,000 little hearts, a total of 10,000 little hearts were clicked. The originally quiet comments section also became lively. Ha ha ha, this surging river is so funny. Damn, aren't you tired, brother? That's a young lady, don't think the person above is a brother. Is Zishuan at the top of the list today? Wow, that face is really pretty. Yes, it's beautiful, I love it, and I want to watch more. Our Zishuan has finally caught the eye of a young lady again. That's awesome. Come on, Zishuan. At this moment, Jiang Chenyang felt like dying. He had only brushed carnivals, airships, and cruise ships before, but this was the first time he brushed little hearts. Originally, he was thinking of brushing 1314 directly, in several groups, but with only 10,000 Quine coins, he would have nothing after brushing 5-6 groups of 1314, and no one would remember Jiang Chenyang's small account. Chapter 49 Ex-boyfriend Lu Shiran. After Jiang Chenyang had earned 10,000 Quine coins, he typed a line of text on the screen and said, "That's all for today. I'll come back tomorrow. Off I go." After saying this, Jiang Chenyang left the live broadcast room without stopping or caring about the follow-up matters. The next second, the system voice appeared again. Host, congratulations on obtaining 10,000 honor points, which can be converted into 1,000 mole points. System, you worked so hard and only gave me 1,000 points? Host, I hope you can be more open-minded. Points are not easy to earn. I hope you will work harder and do your best. Jiang Chenyang couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling uncomfortable all over. He threw away his phone and lay back on the sofa in the living room of the villa. I don't know if you are the same as Jiang Chenyang, but he just likes to lie on the sofa. At this time, the WeChat ringtone on the mobile phone rang. Jiang Chenyang opened his eyes again, which had just been closed. When I took out my phone, I saw that it was Li Hao and a few others who were having a group video call. Jiang Chenyang's expression changed in an instant. He had been sullen at first, but when he saw that they were his good roommates from college, he immediately opened the WeChat group and connected the video call. Chenyang, you are the slowest. Jiang Chenyang's handsome face soon joined the group video of 6 people. Li Hao seemed to be lifting weights in the gym, and his muscular body was well developed. Boss, what you said is not right. When I came in, Lao Wu hadn't come yet. You can't side with Lao Wu just because he's younger than me, right? Ahahaha, really? I didn't care. Li Hao smiled awkwardly and said sorry, but he didn't look sorry at all. Hey, Chen Yang, didn't you check the university class group? What group? It was a group created by my class back in college. You mean that QQ group? I haven't logged in for years. What's going on? Why do you all look so weird? Although we are in that QQ group, we haven't logged in for years. A few days ago, I was bored, so I logged into QQ. That university group is always very lively, and there was even a class reunion there before. Jiang Chenyang had been listening to what the third brother was saying, and it seemed that he was also beginning to be curious about what the third brother had seen. Third brother, stop dilly-dallying and speak quickly. I heard that the campus beauty, Lu Shiran, is getting married. What? Didn't we meet her half a year ago? Wasn't the school beauty still clinging to Chenyang then, and seemed reluctant to break up? The third brother's tone immediately turned serious. He replied, how could this be false? I wouldn't joke about this. It can't be true, can it? Seeing that no one in the dormitory believed him, the third brother directly sent Lu Shiran's engagement photo in the QQ group to the small group of people. I specially saved this photo. I've been thinking about it for days, but I didn't dare mention it to Chen Yang. Today, I finally mustered up the courage to talk to you about Funko and asked you to comfort Chen Yang, but you actually suspected I was joking. Come on, third brother, why are you still angry? After they exited the video and entered the group chat page, they found the photo sent by the third brother. It turned out to be the engagement photo of Lu Shiran and her fiancé. Li Hao then asked, Old 4. Are you okay? Jiang Chenyang is the 4th child in the dormitory, so the 6 of them sometimes call him that, which seems to sound very intimate. No, what does Lu Shiran mean by posting this photo? Third brother, please explain clearly. Don't be so anticlimactic. Lu Shiran asked the entire class to attend her wedding banquet. What the hell? The second brother, who had always been taciturn, was a little puzzled at this moment. On October 1st, National Day, we're holding a wedding banquet at the Kyoto Imperial Hotel. We're inviting all the classmates to attend. Holy crap, what's this school beauty up to? Is she trying to show off her affection? Or is she trying to show off that she married into a wealthy family? That's right. It's not that easy to be the wife of a wealthy family. The third brother asked cautiously, Shenyang, are you going to Lu Shiran's wedding? Jiang Chenyang no longer had the same fondness for Lu Shiran when he heard her name. Now he only had feelings for her as a classmate, and no other feelings. Jiang Chenyang answered straightforwardly, go? Why not? Li Hao took over the conversation and said, that's right. Why not go? The Emperor Hotel is treating us to a free meal, why not go? It would be a waste if we don't eat. Shenyang, are you really going? Go! At this time, the third brother started gossiping again, saying, I heard that Lu Shiran was pregnant and forced the man to marry her. The man's family was reluctant to give up the grandson in Lu Shiran's belly, so they had no choice but to agree, so they got married. Lu Shiran is really good at this. During those 4 years in college, I've actually been annoyed with her for a long time. Every time Lu Shiran ran out of money, she would deliberately create conflicts with Chun Yang and then start using PUA on him. I was so angry at that time that I really wanted to slap Chun Yang in the face. That can't be helped. We are brothers and we can't break up our marriage, right? Afterwards, they talked for about an hour before reluctantly hanging up the phone. After the WeChat video ended, Jiang Chenyang discovered that there were a few red dots in the trumpet music. Jiang Chenyang clicked on the private message on Quine. It was a message from Zishuan in the SM Boy Group live broadcast room where he had been posting little hearts before. Sister, can I call you that? Thank you, sister, for giving me so many little hearts today. This is the highest score I've ever had on the charts before I started live streaming. Thank you again, sister. I will definitely work harder. Sister, can you still come and watch our group live show tomorrow? I haven't even won first place on the charts. Sister, can I win first place tomorrow? Sister? Fortunately, strangers in Kuaishou can only send one message when sending private messages. Otherwise, the message bar would be flooded with messages. At this moment, Jiang Chenyang secretly felt 20 points disappointed with this ideal second male lead. Although Jiang Chenyang knew that this was a task they had to complete every day, that is, they had to keep interacting with the older brothers and sisters after the live broadcast and take the initiative to send messages. But, to be honest, Jiang Chenyang actually doesn't like it. He even discovered that he had received private messages from several other members of the SM boy group. Chapter 50 Angry at Lu Shiran. Jiang Chenyang's secondary account is a female one. In fact, he is quite curious whether there will be palace intrigues between men as shown in TV dramas. So he clicked on the private messages from other people, one of whom was named Meng Yang. Sister, can you help me vote next time you come to the live broadcast room? Actually, I can also send you some nice photos. The following is a carefully edited photo sent by a guy named Meng Yang. His white shirt is open, revealing his 8-pack abs, and his pants are even lower than usual. Sister, how is it? Next time, if you give me a plane, I can show you something even more powerful. Jiang Chenyang almost spit out the water he drank. Are male anchors also so brave nowadays? Are you trying so hard to please your elder sister? Besides, he didn't spend much today, just 10,000 Kuayin coins, which would be only 1,000 yuan if converted into cash. Later, Jiang Chenyang also clicked on messages from other people one after another, most of which were about poaching. Although it is very common to steal big brothers and sisters in the online live broadcast industry, since everyone is a member of the same team, it seems very unfriendly. But it has nothing to do with Jiang Chenyang. He uses the secondary account to watch live broadcasts just for honor points and mall points. At most, he will recruit male and female anchors he likes to the company. Moreover, Chenwan Entertainment Company also has a human resources department that is constantly recruiting, so Jiang Chenyang didn't pay much attention to the anchor he was looking for. After clicking on the message, Jiang Chenyang only followed the person named Zishuan, and then directly exited the Kuayin app. The nanny has already arranged dinner, a table full of home-cooked dishes that are all Jiang Chenyang's favorites. After dinner, Jiang Chenyang went back to the second floor as usual, took a bath, and then planned to go to bed early. I've been staying up late frequently lately, and my body really can't take it anymore. At around 10 o'clock the next day, Jiang Chenyang was awakened by a call from his boss Li Hao. He squinted his half-asleep eyes and asked, "Boss, what's wrong? What's going on so early in the morning?" Li Hao was also straightforward and said, "Old 4, I just added you to the WeChat group chat." The class monitor created a WeChat class group and said they're holding a class reunion this Saturday. Class reunion? Why do those people always want to have class reunions? The class monitor said that we couldn't get in touch last time, so Lu Shiran is in charge of organizing this class reunion and will pay for all the expenses. I heard from the class monitor that Lu Shiran will also bring her fiancé. Then let's go there on Saturday. Jiang Chenyang replied nonchalantly. The squad leader contacted me and told me that you must come over. I heard that it was Lu Shiran who specifically asked to see you. Is she mentally ill? You don't understand, do you? They're just showing off their affection. Why don't you find a good female friend to take with you and annoy her? See how arrogant she gets. Jiang Chenyang really couldn't figure out what Lu Shiran was up to. No. Okay then, let's meet at Kyoto Dihao on Saturday. After hanging up the phone with Li Hao, Jiang Chenyang casually got up from the bed, washed up, and then slowly went downstairs. When the nanny saw Jiang Chenyang coming down, she quickly prepared the dishes for him. Then, he said to Jiang Chenyang, who was sitting on the sofa, "Sir, I made some rice porridge this morning. You can eat some first. You can have lunch around 11 o'clock. Jiang Chenyang followed the nanny to the restaurant and had a glass of ice water with lemon, a bowl of rice porridge, an egg, a small plate of thumb-sized meat buns, and 3 or 4 different side dishes. Auntie Wang, breakfast is very rich. I really like the food you cook. It suits my taste very well." Aunt Wang is a middle-aged woman in her 50s. I heard she came from a small county town. Hearing this, she remembered that 10 years ago, her eldest daughter was admitted to university and she followed her to Kyoto. Later, because the couple were not together in Kyoto for many years, her husband had an affair. Since the 2 children grew up, the son was given to her husband, and the eldest daughter followed her. After graduating from university, the eldest daughter found a job in Kyoto, and a few years later she got married in Kyoto. But she is so old, and she can't continue living in her daughter's house even though her daughter is married. Her son-in-law agreed, but his family did not agree, so she moved out by herself. Fortunately, she has been working for the past 10 years and has not lost her cooking skills. When Wang Ma came for the interview, she was impressed by the cooking skills. Although not as fancy as the food in big restaurants, Wang Ma's home cooking tastes like her mother's. As long as you like it, sir. I'm afraid you might not be used to it. How could that be? I really like your craftsmanship. After a simple breakfast, Jiang Chenyang returned to the study on the third floor. While sitting on the chair in the study, Jiang Chenyang took out his mobile phone and opened the university classmates group that Li Hao had mentioned before. When he clicked into the group chat, the chat history was directly 99+, and Jiang Chenyang took a quick look. The one who spoke the most was Lu Shiran. When he was dating Lu Shiran, she was a very cool goddess, but today she talked too much in the group. At the beginning, she directly posted the wedding photos of her and her fiancé, and then solemnly invited every classmate in the group to attend her wedding banquet on October 1st. Jiang Chenyang was speechless after watching the subsequent outrageous actions. Or they would accidentally take a photo of their LV bag and post it in the group, and then they would post car keys, dresses, and so on. Jiang Chenyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Jiang Chenyang didn't know what he was thinking. He was just deliberately trying to anger Lu Shiran and started to scold her in the group. Lu University Campus Bell, do you think the class group is your circle of friends? You have the nerve to show off that 200,000 yuan bag of yours? I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to afford it to my girlfriend. It seems like your fiancé doesn't love you that much and doesn't even want to spend his money on you. Your car keys are fake, right? Haven't you seen real luxury car keys? If you don't beg me, I can take you to see how many luxury cars there are in the underground parking lot of my villa. Don't tell anyone else that you are my ex-girlfriend. I feel ashamed. Chapter 51 Classmates Reunion. Jiang Chenyang's words in the class group made Lu Shiran so angry that smoke came out of her nostrils. Lu Shiran was lying in the large flat her fiancé bought for her. She was so angry that she threw the new bag she bought today directly to the ground. Jiang Chenyang has good taste. The bag in Lu Shiran's hand is indeed worth only about 200,000 yuan. After saying the last sentence, Jiang Chenyang directly opened a Do Not Disturb group chat, then opened the Quyin app and started browsing the live broadcast room. Last time, there was some unpleasantness with Tang Tang Xiaoyao. After that, Jiang Chenyang bought another bag worth more than 1 million yuan without saying a word and had it delivered to the suite where Tang Tang Xiaoyao lived. It doesn't mean that a woman's anger can cure all diseases. After that, the two reconciled. Saturday arrived quickly. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Chenyang drove his sports car to the gate of the school where Tang Tang Xiaoyao was studying to wait for her. At present, Yueli has been arranged by the company to go to Country H. Tang Tang Xiaoyao was arranged by the company to study acting at an acting school. The school is closed, and she will have to stay in the school for the next few months. A few days ago, when Jiang Chenyang told her that he wanted her to accompany him to the class reunion this Saturday, Tang Tang Xiaoyao's heart was filled with sweetness. The moment the phone was connected, I couldn't wait to start choosing clothes for the class reunion. Jiang Chenyang chuckled on the other end of the phone, "Baby, you look good in anything you wear. Don't pay too much attention to the clothes. Just wear what you like." When Tang Tang Xiaoyao on the other end of the phone heard this, she felt even sweeter in her heart, and finally chose an elegant black plain dress. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the two men's sports car stopped directly in front of the gate of the Dihao restaurant. After the two got out of the car, Jiang Chenyang directly threw the keys of the sports car to the doorman. At the gate, I happened to meet my squad leader whom I hadn't seen for half a year. The squad leader was still the same as before, wearing thick glasses and neat short hair, but today he was wearing a suit, looking very formal. Jiang Chenyang took the initiative to greet the squad leader. "Squad leader? Jiang Chenyang?" The squad leader glanced at the female companion next to Jiang Chenyang, then looked at the limited edition sports car that had just been driven away by the doorman, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. "Squad leader, what's with that expression on your face? Is there something wrong with me?" The squad leader waved to Jiang Chenyang and asked him to come over to talk. Jiang Chenyang glanced at Tang Tang Xiaoyao and said to her, "Baby, go sit in the hall for a while. I want to talk to the monitor." After seeing Tang Tang Xiaoyao leave, the squad leader finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked cautiously, "Chenyang, is it hard to serve someone like that when you're kept by a rich woman? At that time, countless question marks appeared in Jiang Chenyang's mind. Rich woman? Keeping a mistress? Seeing that Jiang Chenyang looked confused, the monitor explained, School Beauty Lu said that you were being kept by a 35-year-old rich woman, and that rich woman has several other men like you out there. Lu Shiran told you? The squad leader nodded, which was considered as an admission. Damn, Lu Shiran is really so wicked. Wasn't it just that he scolded her in the WeChat group last time, and she actually made up stories about him behind his back? A kept gigolo? 666. Jiang Chenyang's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. Good, 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 Jiang Chenyang said 3 good words in his heart. Today he brought Tang Xiaoyao to his side to act as his girlfriend, intending to slap Lu Shiran in the face. Unexpectedly, rumors were spread about him before he even joined the Alumni Association. At this moment, Jiang Chenyang suddenly said to the system, is there a hidden mission to slap Lu Shiran in the face? Such a scheming bitch? Host, haven't you already done this mission before? Oh, if not, forget it. Host, it's okay. If slapping Lu Shiran in the face is too satisfying for the secondary mission, I'll reward you with 10,000 mall points. Okay, system, I'll take this mission to slap Lu Shiran in the face a second time. Lu Shiran, if he doesn't break you up with your fiancé today, he is not Jiang Chenyang. You want to marry into a wealthy family, right? No way. Jiang Chenyang led Tang Xiaoyao and followed the class monitor into the private room. Lu Shiran didn't recognize Tang Xiaoyao at first. When she saw Jiang Chenyang bringing a beautiful woman into the private room, her smile immediately fell. Lu Shiran couldn't help but hold tightly the wrist of her fiancé who was sitting next to her. Doesn't Lu Shiran know who his fiancé is? The cynical second-generation rich man can't help but flirt with beautiful women when he sees them. Fourth brother, come and sit down. When Jiang Chenyang heard the third brother's voice, he immediately took Tang Xiaoyao to the second table. Of course, there were about 30 people at this class reunion, with 18 people sitting at each table. In order not to cause trouble to School Beauty Lu, Jiang Chenyang and his brothers sat directly at the second table. When Li Hao saw Jiang Chenyang brought a beautiful woman, he couldn't help but whistle and teased. The third child has really made it big. Each of his girlfriends is prettier than the last. Back when he was in school, he dated the School Beauty Lu. Isn't she much prettier than the School Beauty? And her figure is absolutely perfect. Jiang Chenyang was amused by Li Hao. After arranging Tang Xiaoyao to sit down, he introduced her, brothers, this is my girlfriend Tang Xiaoyao. Just call her Tang Tang. Hi. Hello everyone. Tang Xiaoyao blushed so much when Li Hao praised her and Jiang Chenyang admitted that she was his girlfriend in front of so many people. At that time, when Lu Shiran heard the name Tang Xiaoyao, her expression seemed to become a little ugly. He was in a relationship with this second-generation rich man, but he never said that he had been a female anchor. Moreover, her mother-in-law is very strong-willed and doesn't like those so-called female anchors on the internet. She thinks those girls are not well educated and are always thinking about deceiving other people's feelings and money. Lu Shiran has always told her fiancé's family that she has been studying for a master's degree at home since graduating from university. So, I usually have no work experience. She and her fiancé first met in an accidental car accident. She accidentally rear-ended her fiancé's car, and that's how they met. Chapter 52 I will give you a gift of 1 million. Just then, a man at the main table seemed to recognize Tang Xiaoyao. He quickly asked, Jiang Chenyang, is your girlfriend Tang Xiaoyao? Is she the internet celebrity Tang Xiaoyao? Jiang Chenyang glanced at Lu Shiran intentionally or unintentionally, and then deliberately replied. Yes, my girlfriend is indeed the internet celebrity Tang Xiaoyao, but I'm really sorry. She is a little embarrassed to mention that my girlfriend is an internet celebrity. She is quite low-key in real life. Oh, actually, I met my girlfriend Tang thanks to the campus beauty Lu. After hearing Jiang Chenyang's words, everyone present looked even more confused. What does the fact that Jiang Chenyang found an internet celebrity as his girlfriend have to do with the campus beauty of Lu University? Among them, the female classmate who had always been at odds with Lu Shiran at school said sarcastically. Don't you understand? Have you all forgotten that when we were in college, our school beauty Lu also did a live broadcast? She was also an internet celebrity, but she wasn't as popular as Tang Xiaoyao. At this time, Lu Shiran's fiancé, who originally had a smiling face as he listened to gossip, immediately became gloomy. This guy named Jiang Chenyang said before that he and Lu Shiran were a couple when they were in school. And now, he says that he got to know internet celebrity Tang Tang Xiaoyao because of Lu Shiran? Why does this sound so strange? Moreover, Lu Shiran always told him that she had never done a live broadcast, nor had she ever been in a relationship, and she even gave her virginity to him. At this moment, Lu Shiran's fiancé felt that he had been cheated. Jiang Chenyang continued, "My quick music username, which my brothers should all know, is Taodao Jiangshui. The first time I met Tang Tang Xiaoyao, it was the day I was dumped by the campus beauty Lu De. The surging river?" At that moment, Lu Shiran was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She turned to look at Jiang Chenyang. So, the level 18 fan who has always been with him is actually Jiang Chenyang? I was so angry that I entered the live broadcast room. I saw that Lu Xiao's LP address was not in Kyoto, and I knew that my love was dead. Big brother on the list, she gave up our 4-year relationship for just 500,000. Jiang Chenyang spoke with such emotion that he almost cried. Her big brother kept scolding me, calling me a poor bastard. I was so angry, but it just so happened that she was playing against Tang Tang Xiaoyao at that time, and then I became Tang Tang's top brother. Ah! This turning point left everyone present stunned. In particular, Lu Shiran's fiancé looked extremely ugly. Lu Shiran pressed her fiancé's hand, her voice tinged with tears. "Husband, don't you believe me?" Lu Shiran's fiancé filled a glass of wine at this moment and drank it in one gulp to suppress his inner anger. "Hey brother, please be respectful. I kindly invited all of you to dinner today, but you actually made up stories about my wife." Then he filled another glass, drank it in one breath, and then slammed the glass heavily on the round table and said, "My ex, I heard from my wife that you're just a gigolo. How dare you say that to my wife? You're just jealous that she met me and you're slandering her. I believe my wife." Tang Tang Xiaoyao looked at Jiang Chenyang in surprise, silently asking Jiang Chenyang, "You're being kept? How come I don't know? Are you being kept by me? Go away, stop making trouble." Halfway through the meal, the scene suddenly became lively. If the squad leader hadn't intervened, he wouldn't have given face to Lu Shiran's so-called fiancé. Don't you see how pretentious Lu Shiran is? She really thinks she is so great. Jiang Chenyang brought Tang Tang Xiaoyao with him and held a freshly opened bottle of white wine in his hand. He walked up to Lu Shiran and said to Tang Tang Xiaoyao, "Baby, fill up the glasses for Lu Xiaohua and her husband. Let's toast them." Tang Tang Xiaoyao blinked her big eyes, seeming a little surprised by Jiang Chenyang's words. But she still picked up the bottle obediently and carefully poured wine into the glasses of Lu Shiran and her fiancé. Lu Shiran's expression changed slightly. She seemed to want to say something but held back. She just forced a smile at the corner of her mouth. Her fiancé seemed a little uncomfortable, and his hand holding the wineglass was a little stiff. Jiang Chenyang, however, didn't care at all. With a meaningful smile on his face, he raised his glass and said, "I wish you and your family happiness. So, my old classmate, when you two get married, I'll give you a gift of 1 million. This sentence sounds like a blessing, but it makes people feel that there is something else behind it, and the atmosphere in the air suddenly becomes subtle. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone present changed, and they all started muttering in private. Lu Shiran and Jiang Chenyang were together in college and separated after graduation. It seems like it hasn't been that long since they broke up, right? Didn't Lu Shiran say she had changed her partner before? Hey, you said the baby in Lu Shiran's belly. Jiang Chenyang wants to give such a large gift money. Could it be that the child is his? Oh my god. Why is this so exciting? The scene suddenly became awkward again. By then, Lu Shiran's fiancé's face, which had originally been ashen, had turned the color of liver. At this time, Li Hao stood up and tried to smooth things over. As a brother, how could he not know why Jiang Chenyang did this? Lu Shiran really can't live a good life. Why do you have to provoke Jiang Chenyang? They also spread rumors that Jiang Chenyang was being kept by a rich woman. Which man could stand hearing that? Hey, my brother has plenty of money, no need to make a fuss, it's only 1 million. Li Hao also walked to the main table with a glass of wine, deliberately pushed Jiang Chenyang away, and then took the initiative to drink a glass of wine with Lu Shiran's fiancé. After finishing the drink, Li Hao spoke again. "You may not know that Chun Yang's family is originally a wealthy second-generation family. When he was in school, his family was afraid that he would have too much money and mess around, so they held him to the standards of ordinary people. Don't listen to those people gossiping about Chen Yang being kept by someone. Chen Yang lives in a mansion, drives a luxury car, and has his own company. He has a lifetime of wealth and glory. Does he still need to be kept by someone? If you want to find a job in the future, you can ask Shin Yang for help. Li Hao's words not only gave Lu Shiran a chance to save face, but also restored Jiang Chenyang's dignity. The squad leader then took over and said, I said Jiang Chenyang couldn't be kept by a rich woman. We just came here together. I think I've only seen the limited edition sports car he drives in magazines. It's a limited edition for China, and there are only 10 in the world. Chapter 53 Making Trouble. Although the situation was awkward for a while during the meal, fortunately the squad leader and Li Hao smoothed things over, and the matter was mostly over. During the meal, the students gradually relaxed and began to chat and laugh. Wow! Jiang Chenyang, your family is so rich? Back in college, it didn't look much like that, huh? Ha ha! If I had known Jiang Chenyang's family was so rich, I would have pursued him when I was in college. Hey, my girlfriend is here, Li Weiwei, what nonsense are you talking about? It's just a joke. Besides, Jiang Chenyang was single when he was a freshman in college. If he hadn't fallen in love with the school beauty Lu at first sight and pursued her for 2 years, I would have taken action long ago. At the dinner table, the topic went back to college. Li Weiwei, I heard that you joined the UEFA Champions League Group Company, Limited, is that right? The girl named Li Weiwei was wearing a professional suit. She rushed straight to the Emperor Hotel right after get off work without even having time to change her clothes. Weiwei, you're amazing. So many people in our class submitted their resumes to the Champions League Group, and most of them were rejected. I heard that the requirements for the Champions League Group are very high. Did you get in through the back door? When Li Weiwei heard this, she smiled gently, with a hint of pride in her eyes. She put down her chopsticks, straightened her collar, and said, How could I have gotten in through the back door? I got in based on my own merit. The interviewer asked some very tricky questions, but I did my homework and finally got in. I went through round after round of assessments before finally getting this opportunity. The students next to him couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. No wonder you were able to get in, you're so amazing. But then again, the Champions League Group does offer good treatment. I heard the annual salary is several times higher than at ordinary companies like ours. Yes. Another boy chimed in, I heard the promotion mechanism within the Champions League Group is very transparent. Unlike some places, where you can work hard for years and still not get a promotion. You've only been here a short time, haven't you? How are you feeling? Li Weiwei pursed her lips, as if considering her words, and then slowly spoke. It's actually quite stressful. There's a lot of work to do every day, and if you slack off even a little bit, you might be eliminated. It seems that big companies have their advantages, and small companies have their advantages. Our company has no pressure, and the colleagues are very friendly. Li Weiwei took a sip of wine, and replied with a lot of helplessness and some envy in her tone. Your company is really great. The relationships between us colleagues aren't as pure as they were in college. There are a lot of twists and turns between people, and we don't dare to speak the truth, for fear of being blamed the next second. Ah. So dark? Jiang Chenyang suddenly interrupted, Weiwei, you should be considered one of the best students in our class now, right? Li Weiwei waved her hand and responded modestly, no, everyone has their own wonderfulness, I'm just lucky. Jiang Chenyang asked, Weiwei, can I have your contact information? Our company may have business dealings with the Champions League Group in the future. I'll contact you then. Okay. Li Weiwei didn't act pretentiously and directly sent her phone number in the group chat. Jiang Chenyang and Li Weiwei saved each other's phone numbers, and the topic of work came to an abrupt end. Come on, let's not talk about work anymore, let's talk about something else. By then, the atmosphere at the dinner table became lively again, with classmates chatting about their recent situations and laughing constantly, as if they had returned to that carefree college era. After the class reunion, it was already around 11 o'clock. Basically, the male and female classmates who got married early left first, and Lu Shiran and her fiancé also left early. When he left, it seemed that his fiancé was not very happy and had a gloomy face. Tang Xiaoyao attends a closed school. Unlike office workers, she has acting classes on Saturdays and Sundays. Jiang Chenyang arranged a driver in advance and asked the driver to take Tang Xiaoyao back to school. Since the next day was the weekend, the remaining dozen or so people suggested, how about we go sing some songs? So, these dozen students changed their location and went to a KTV less than 2,000 meters away from Dihao. Li Hao and his brothers did not leave. It happened that they had not gathered together for a while, so they participated in the second event together. Arrived at KTV. Inside the box, lights flickered and music played one after another. Li Hao skillfully operated the song ordering system and selected several popular songs for everyone. Jiang Chenyang sat aside, watching his classmates having fun with a smile. Several people took turns singing, the atmosphere gradually became lively, and laughter filled the whole room. There were not many girls who came to the KTV with me, just 2 or 3 female classmates, all of whom were single and had no curfew at home. A group of people were singing heartily, the atmosphere was just right, some were playing finger-guessing games and drinking, while others were rolling dice. Suddenly, the door of the private room was pushed open. I saw a thin girl rushing in like a madman. The door of the private room was open, and 3 or 4 big men rushed into the room chasing the girls, led by a bald man. The bald man had a fierce look on his face, his eyes filled with anger and impatience. He glanced at the people in the private room, and finally his eyes fell on the thin girl. The girl had already hidden in the corner, her body trembling slightly, but her eyes still looked back at the bald man stubbornly. The music in the private room suddenly stopped, and the originally lively atmosphere froze in an instant. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden situation, and no one dared to speak for a moment. Li Hao was originally singing at the door, holding a microphone in his hand, singing enthusiastically. Suddenly, a group of big men rushed in. The bald man pushed them hard and made them sit down on the soft sofa next to the door. When Jiang Chenyang saw Li Hao being pushed down, he immediately stood up and stood in front of the bald man. Jiang Chenyang was taller and leaner than Li Hao. He said in a cold and firm voice, "Apologize." That group of people, especially the bald leader, felt as if they had heard a huge joke when they heard what Jiang Chenyang said. 3 or 4 shirtless men with fat faces immediately burst into laughter. The bald man shouted, "Hand over that bitch." Chapter 54 The Girl's Identity? Jiang Chenyang frowned, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "If your mouth is dirty, I can clean it for you for free." He stood in front of the bald man with a very tough aura. When the bald man saw this, the flesh on his face twitched. He obviously didn't expect someone to be so disrespectful to him. He has been hanging around in Kyoto with Lord Hanwoo for so many years, and basically all the entertainment venues in Kyoto are run by Lord Hanwoo. No matter which club in Kyoto does not give face to Baldy, it must give face to Lord Hanwoo. Everyone in the box held their breath. Li Hao got up from the sofa and patted the dust off his pants. Although he was still a little confused, when he saw Jiang Chenyang step forward, he slowly stood beside Jiang Chenyang. The microphone in his hand had fallen to the ground at some point. "Do you fucking know who I am?" the bald man finally spoke, his voice hoarse and threatening. He took a step forward, trying to overwhelm Jiang Chenyang with his momentum. However, Jiang Chenyang did not move at all, just looked at him coldly, with a slight disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the girl in the corner suddenly sobbed softly and curled up even tighter. Although her eyes were still stubborn, tears rolled down her cheeks, silently telling of her helplessness and fear. This scene made everyone else in the private room feel nervous, but no one dared to act rashly. Jiang Chenyang took a deep breath, his tone even colder. "Who do I care who you are?" After he finished speaking, his eyes swept over the big men and finally returned to the bald man. "Now, immediately, apologize to my friend and leave here." The bald man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He turned to look at his men, pointed at Jiang Chenyang and said, "Did you hear that? This guy actually asked me to apologize. He's really tired of living." The several big men behind him also started laughing, and the atmosphere in the entire private room became even more tense. However, Jiang Chenyang had no intention of backing down. He slowly clenched his fists, and his knuckles made a slight sound. At the same time, none of the boys in the private room gave in. Li Hao's brothers also obediently picked up the wine bottles on the table and hid them behind their backs. The bald man's laughter echoed in the private room, sounding particularly harsh. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiang Chenyang fiercely. However, when he saw Jiang Chenyang's eyes that were shining with coldness, he felt a sense of unease inexplicably in his heart. "Boy, don't regret it," the bald man said, gritting his teeth, his momentum dropping a little at this moment. "Don't you understand the situation? Don't you see how many people we are? How many of you are there?" At this time, the bald man finally came to his senses. It seemed that he would not gain any benefit by breaking up in such an occasion. "Sir, we just want to take her away." The bald man's tone softened in an instant. Ding! The system prompt sounded in Jiang Chenyang's mind. Ding! It's detected that the host has encountered an emergency. Are you willing to help this girl who accidentally broke in? Host, please make a choice. 1. Choose to help the woman in front of you. 2. Pretend you didn't see it. Jiang Chenyang couldn't help but ask in his mind, what's going on? System, who is this girl? Host, please make a choice. Jiang Chenyang did not respond to the system, but just turned his body slightly to one side, using his actions to show his determination not to give in. Although his movements were small, his presence could not be ignored. At this time, the girl in the corner seemed to muster up the courage. She wiped her tears and stood up tremblingly. You, don't make things difficult for them. Although her voice was weak, it was full of stubbornness. I'll go with you. Hearing this, Jiang Chenyang suddenly turned around and looked at her, with a hint of complicated emotions in his eyes. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately held it back. Seeing this, the bald man snorted triumphantly, it's good that you know what's best for you. He waved his hand, signaling his men to go forward and grab the girl. However, just as they were about to get close, Jiang Chenyang suddenly moved. He rushed in front of the girl and blocked the way of those big men. At the same time, Li Hao quickly raised the wine bottle and smashed it on the head of one of the big men. The crisp cracking sound instantly broke the silence in the private room, and everyone was stunned. The bald man's expression suddenly changed, from initial shock to rage. He pointed at Jiang Chenyang and roared, "All right. I'm going to take care of you today." Before he finished speaking, he had already swung his fist towards Jiang Chenyang. Jiang Chenyang was well prepared. He quickly dodged the bald man's attack by moving sideways, and at the same time raised his right leg and delivered a spinning kick, hitting the man's abdomen. The bald man was knocked back repeatedly by this sudden counterattack, knocking over the chair behind him with a harsh sound. The other people in the private room suddenly became chaotic, with screams and exclamations coming one after another. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang Chenyang grabbed the girl's wrist and protected her behind him. His movements were quick and decisive, without any hesitation. Li Hao took the opportunity to pick up another wine bottle and blocked the two men, breathing heavily but still standing straight. If you want to touch her, you have to get past us first, he shouted, with a rare sense of unquestionableness in his tone. The bald man got up from the ground, holding his stomach and widening his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that the two young men would actually dare to attack him. His face flushed crimson, veins popped out on his forehead, and he looked like he was going to eat someone. Boy, you're dead. He roared and waved his hand to signal his men to attack together. At this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a deep and majestic voice rang out, "Enough! Stop it!" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in a black suit standing at the door, his eyes scanning everything in the box like a knife. The appearance of the middle-aged man instantly froze the atmosphere in the private room. His eyes swept back and forth between the bald man and Jiang Chenyang, and finally stopped on the messy ground. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he was dissatisfied with the chaos in front of him. When the bald man saw the person coming, the anger on his face immediately subsided a little, and he even looked a little uneasy. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to explain something, but in the end he just lowered his head and stood there, not daring to move. Jiang Chenyang also relaxed his vigilance a little, but he still protected the girl behind him and looked at the man at the door cautiously. Although the other party does not seem to have any malicious intentions, his aura of majesty without even being angry cannot be ignored. Li Hao put down the bottle in his hand, quietly retreated to Jiang Chenyang's side, and muttered softly, "Who is this person? Why does he seem so powerful?" Chapter 55 Kyoto Boss. The middle-aged man did not rush to speak, but walked into the private room. He looked around, his eyes finally landing on the girl in the corner. The girl was obviously a little uncomfortable with his gaze. Her body trembled slightly, but she raised her head stubbornly to meet his gaze. A complicated smile appeared on the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth. He then turned to the bald man and said coldly, "I asked you to take people to deal with things, not to run wild here." At this moment, Jiang Chenyang was having a conversation with the system in his mind. He looked at the middle-aged man with extraordinary demeanor not far away, his heart full of doubts. "System, who is this person? I don't think I've ever seen any news about him in Kyoto." The system immediately responded, "Host, this man is quite influential. He is the renowned underworld figure, Lord Hanwu. Not only is he ruthless, he possesses extraordinary courage and strategy. He has successfully transformed his once shady, black market businesses into legal ones, and is now a renowned capitalist in the business world. Jiang Chenyang heard this, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. System, I want to use props. The system immediately responded, okay, host. The items you can currently use include identity disguise card, hidden potion, and one power pill. Please select the item you wish to use. Jiang Chenyang quickly called up the prop interface in his mind and carefully browsed the function description of each prop. After a brief thought, he made a decisive decision. I'm going to use the identity disguise props. The system immediately executed the command. The identity disguise prop has been successfully activated. The host's personal information, social relationships, and other key identity information have been temporarily replaced by the system. The current disguised identity is Kyoto Emerging Entrepreneur, valid for 24 hours. The bald man turned pale with fear. Boss, it's this brat who's been causing trouble. Lord Hangwu frowned slightly, and his gaze lingered on Jiang Chenyang for a moment. He spoke slowly, his voice low and powerful. Young man, that's quite interesting. Jiang Chenyang looked calm, with a faint smile on his lips, as if he didn't care about the sudden scrutiny at all. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became tense. The bald man stood aside, cold sweat oozing from his forehead, obviously feeling extremely uneasy about the pressure from Lord Hangwu in front of him. The girl still stood behind Jiang Chenyang, her hands clenched into fists, trying hard to make herself look less cowardly. Lord Hangwu suddenly turned around, waved his hand with his back to the crowd, and signaled the bald man to leave. His movements were crisp and decisive, without any unnecessary explanation, but with an unquestionable sense of authority. Master Hangwu waved to the girl behind Jiang Chenyang and asked, Young man, do you know who she is? Jiang Chenyang really didn't know who this girl was. He had asked the system before, but the system didn't answer his question directly. Seeing Jiang Chenyang shaking his head, Master Hangwu explained seriously, this girl is the daughter of the Ling family. She was deceived by her gangster boyfriend some time ago and ran away from home. I've watched this girl grow up, and I absolutely cannot stand by and watch her sink deeper and deeper into depravity. Her boyfriend is in debt, and when he runs out of money, he's instigating her to work as a hostess in a KTV. If my men hadn't run into her today, we really wouldn't have found her. At this time, everyone else in the box was shocked when they heard what Master Hangwu said. Are all rich girls so naive and easy to be deceived? Can you be sold out after defrauding money and yourself? Master Hangwu looked at everyone present, all speechless, and spoke again. So, today's incident is the fault of my subordinates. That bald guy was tactless and certainly didn't give you a good look when he came in. Today's game is my fault. Next time, young man, if you have any problems, tell me my name. I'll consider it a favor. Master Hangwu, like a smiling tiger, continued, as for her, I'll take her away today. Her family has been looking for her for more than half a month and is almost dying of worry. As soon as Master Hangwu finished speaking, a whisper came from the students in the box. Some people whispered about his identity, while others expressed surprise at his statement. Jiang Chenyang stood there, frowning slightly, as if weighing the weight of the words of this uninvited guest. The woman being mentioned remained silent, but her hands were clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white, and it was obvious that she was not at peace. Li Hao tilted his head and whispered in Jiang Chenyang's ear, since this important person has said so, let's just let this matter go. Jiang Chenyang did not respond, he just glanced at Li Hao. Since the person involved, Li Hao, did not pursue the matter of being pushed, he, as a friend, would not interfere. Li Hao replied cautiously, Master Hong, these are all trivial matters. There's no need to take them to heart. These are what we should do. He had heard of the legend of Lord Hangwu. Of course, they are all ordinary people and don't want to have any entanglement with people like Lord Hangwu, otherwise they will die without knowing how. Upon hearing this, Lord Hangwu glanced at the other person lightly, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, but he did not respond. He clapped his hands and signaled his men outside to take the woman away. However, just as they turned around and prepared to leave, Jiang Chenyang suddenly said, wait. His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunder that made the whole audience quiet down again. Lord Hangwu stopped and looked back at Jiang Chenyang with a look of inquiry in his eyes. What else do you want, young man? His tone was calm, yet it contained a sense of authority that could not be refused. Jiang Chenyang's expression was stern. He looked directly at Master Hangwu and said slowly, Master Hong is indeed straightforward, but I'm afraid this Miss Ling's case is not that simple. Her family has been looking for her for half a month, but what she has been through in the past half month, perhaps only you, Master Hong, know best. As soon as these words were spoken, a low gasp sounded all around, and many people secretly worried for Jiang Chenyang. After all, there are not many people who dare to question Emperor Hongwu to his face. Upon hearing this, Lord Hongwu did not get angry, but instead looked very interested. He clapped his hands lightly and said with a smile, "This young man is indeed thoughtful and thoughtful. No wonder he is so courageous at such a young age. However, some things should be stopped at the right time, which is better for everyone. As for this daughter of the Lin family." He paused, glanced sideways at the woman beside him, and continued, "Whether she stays or leaves isn't something you or I can completely decide." When the woman heard this, her body trembled slightly. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end he clenched his teeth and made no sound. Chapter 56 Ling's daughter. Li Hao grabbed Jiang Chenyang and told him to stop talking. The Lord Hongwu in front of them is well connected in both the black and white worlds, and none of them can shake him. "Chenyang, don't be impulsive." Jiang Chenyang glanced at Li Hao, and finally stopped talking. Indeed, this girl had nothing to do with them. They were dragged into the dispute between the two families because of a stranger, and these small characters could only become pawns. Li Hao patted Jiang Chenyang on the shoulder, trying to calm Jiang Chenyang down. Any unnecessary actions or words at this moment may lead to unpredictable consequences. Lord Hongwu stood there, still with that meaningful smile on his face, as if everything was under control. His eyes swept over Jiang Chenyang, Li Hao, and everyone in the box with a bit of contempt. Jiang Chenyang's clenched fists slowly loosened, and his knuckles turned slightly white due to excessive force. He lowered his eyelids to avoid the gaze of Lord Hongwu, but his chest was still heaving, and it was obvious that he was not at peace. "You are still young, there are some things you shouldn't get involved in." Lord Hongwu finally spoke, his voice low but full of unquestionable authority. "Let's just pretend what happened today never happened." After he said that, he turned and walked out. Jiang Chenyang looked at the back of the girl being taken away, and there was endless sadness on her face. This glance was like a thorn, piercing into Jiang Chenyang's heart. Master Hongwu returned to the car with a gloomy face and slammed the door shut. The atmosphere in the car froze. He narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of the chair. After a moment's silence, he suddenly said, "That ignorant kid just now, find out his background for me." Although his voice was not loud, his tone was very sharp. Name, origin, background, not a single detail can be left out. After saying this, he turned his head to look out the window at the darkening sky and added coldly, "By this time tomorrow, I want to see the complete investigation report on my desk." The private bodyguard sitting in the passenger seat responded with a serious expression, "Yes, boss." "Chenyang, don't take it to heart. Everyone has their own sorrows." The group lost interest in singing and went back early. At this moment, Jiang Chenyang realized that in addition to being rich, one must also have power. "System, what is the identity of that girl? What is her origin and background? Why is she here?" Host, after detailed investigation and verification, she is indeed the daughter of the Ling group. The information previously provided by Master Hongwu is completely true and there is no falsehood. The Ling family not only holds a prominent position in the business world and possesses substantial assets, but also stands out among the powerful and wealthy. They are considered a powerful and wealthy family in Kyoto. As the only daughter of the Ling family, this girl has an extraordinary status and position. How is it related to Emperor Hongwu? Jiang Chenyang, who was lying on the bed resting, didn't think too much about it. It was none of his business anyway. The next day, Jiang Chenyang slept until noon again. When I woke up, it was already afternoon. Jiang Chenyang made a direct phone call to the first floor and asked the housekeeper to prepare lunch for him and some wine for him. After Jiang Chenyang hung up the phone, he stretched and slowly sat up from the bed. He rubbed his eyes and felt his head was still a little dizzy. The curtains in the room were closed, letting in only a faint light, making it seem exceptionally quiet. He casually picked up a book on the bedside table, but just flipped through a few pages, his mind seemingly not on the book. After a while, his eyes fell on the wall clock. Time was passing by minute, but his lunch and wine had not been delivered yet. He sighed softly, leaned against the headboard, picked up his phone and started browsing. After Jiang Chenyang logged into the Kuayin app with his nickname Tada Jianshui, he took a look at the backend and found that Kuayin coins were automatically generated in his account again. It was 10,000 Kuayin coins before, but I just took a look and it has increased to 100,000 Kuayin coins. Jiang Chenyang now understands that as long as he uses up all the fixed Kuayin coins in his small account at one time, the next time he logs into his account, there will be one more zero than the previous time. 100,000 Kuayin coins is equivalent to 10,000 yuan in real life. So, next time you log into the Kuayin app, there will be 1 million Kuayin coins in the background, right? This method of earning honor points seems to be not bad. Jiang Chenyang opened his follow list and clicked on the live broadcast room he saw the day before yesterday, which was the live broadcast room of Zishuan's team. I spent 10,000 Kuayin coins the day before yesterday and my account level is now level 5. It is different from the real level, so don't make substitutions. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, the host suddenly laughed. "Welcome, Miss Taodao River." Jiang Chenyang replied on the public screen, "Huh, you still remember me? Miss, you are finally here? How could he not remember you? Zishuan doesn't remember the other big sisters, but he can't forget you giving him the 10,000 leg sweeps that made you go off the air." Ah, ha 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 ha. Holy crap, who's so wicked? 10,000 leg sweeps? I am dying of laughter. Hearing this, Jiang Chenyang didn't say anything and directly clicked on Zishuan's name to send 10 sports cars. One sports car costs 120 Kuayin coins, so 10 cars cost 1,200 Kuayin coins. I don't know if it's because there are too many people doing group broadcasts recently, but Jiang Chenyang found that there are actually more than 2,000 viewers online. But Jiang Chenyang soon discovered the truth in the public screen comment section. "Zi Yang, if you have the guts to snatch my eldest sister away, why don't you dare to say a word? Yes. Privately, you don't really like to talk to big sister. Why do you ask big sister to chat with you? Why aren't you talking now? Ziyang, speak? Stop pretending to be a grandson, Ziyang. You have the guts to flirt with an older sister, but why don't you just admit you're a slut?" Jiang Chenyang was very happy when he ate the melon. Don't be fooled by his usual serious appearance. In fact, when he was in college, Jiang Chenyang's favorite thing was to eat melons with his brothers. Chapter 57 Provoking Trouble. I heard that the older sister that Zi Yang stole away was the older sister of Xiao Mei in the live broadcast room next door. This sister Xiao has always been the most popular member of the next team, so naturally she has a lot of fans. When something like this happens, fans naturally want to actively protect their own anchor. Although it is very common to steal the big brothers and big sisters, it is up to others to decide who the big brothers and big sisters give their gifts to, and it is Zi Yang's ability to steal the big sister away. After finishing the 10 leg sweeping dances, Jiang Chenyang directly bought 10 sports cars, which cost another 1,200 Kuayin coins. At this time, someone on the screen started to make a fuss. I didn't expect, this little obscure group actually has an older sister? I can't believe it. Such a small group has a big sister. It's hilarious. They can't even compare to the girl groups next door, right? What's with the above? It's only been airing for a week, isn't it? It's already pretty good, right? Fans of Jo Mei, if you can't speak, just don't speak. Yeah, don't embarrass yourself. It's like the girl group next door didn't start out as a small group? What are you pretending to be? What's the name of this guy dancing? Wow, he's got big tits and looks like he has abs. Hey, sisters, have you finally discovered Zishuan's good points? Brothers and sisters who like Zishuan can follow Zishuan and cast a vote if you have one. Hey, even if it's only been on air for a week, so what? It's a flop, and if it's unpopular, it's unpopular. If it weren't for what happened today, how could your small group have 2,000 viewers? Are you crazy, the one upstairs? If you don't like watching, just leave. No one is forcing you. I spoke truthfully, but you were the ones who scolded me first, okay? Besides, they're just a rubbish dance troupe to begin with, so why shouldn't they tell me that? What the hell? The guy upstairs, you just poop when you open your mouth, right? Sister, how do you know his rectum is connected to his mouth? Ha 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 ha. I can't say anything to you women, all you do is curse. Hey, we're not cursing, we're just civilized people, unlike some people's fans who just bark and bite people all day long, like mad dogs, with no manners. You guys usually don't even get 30,000 points in a single carnival. Didn't the live streamer say big sister? If you can, ask your big sister to give me a carnival right now. No, Ziyang hasn't apologized yet, why are they arguing again? This poor loser is asking others to spend money on the carnival in front of him, but he doesn't even have enough money for a carnival in real life, right? To put it bluntly, they're just broke. With 2,000 people in the livestream, they can't even get a single carnival point, and all they do is talk nonsense. The rubbish dance troupe is rubbish, and they won't let anyone say it. A war of words broke out between fans of Jo Mei and fans of Z Yang, making the entire public comment screen a mess. Moreover, from time to time there are always some fans who look down on others and stir up trouble under the pretext of doing good for the anchor. At that time, the style of comments on the public screen suddenly changed. "Oh my god, what did I see? Aw, carnival. Oh my god, thank you Miss Taito Jiangshui for sending the carnival. Thank you, Sister Taito Jiangshui, woohoo, otherwise I would have been dissed by this fan of Xiao Mei and would have been speechless. Luckily, my sister came. Otherwise, Zixuan would be embarrassed, not just the entire team." Jiang Chenyang watched the quarrel on the public screen with a smile. It seemed that if he didn't post a carnival, he would be sorry for the fans of Xiao Mei next door and was deliberately provoking them. Jiang Chenyang may not have anything else, but he still has a lot to offer in the carnival. Just a lot of money. Although this small account has already received 1200x2 plus 30,000, at least he can still get another carnival. At worst, he could just bring a big account to help out. Are you showing off? Who doesn't know that? The host was still anxiously controlling the comments, wishing he had 10 mouths to respond to the messy comments on the public screen. However, as soon as he looked up, a carnival hit him in the face. The host roared, "Thank you, Sister Taotao Jiangshui. Let's all praise Sister Taotao Jiangshui for being the most beautiful." On the public screen, after being flooded with a wave of the Sister Jiangshui, "You are beautiful," the fan of Jo Mei who had just caused trouble actually left the live broadcast room quietly. "Ha ha ha, this idiot must be your group's agent. This is the first time I've seen an anti-fan asking for gifts. I'm dying of laughter. It's so cool, I didn't expect that I could join in the fun and watch a great show. Ha ha, it was really cool. Fortunately, I wasn't looked down upon by the fans next door." Whose carnival is this then? Of course it's Zixuan's. Didn't your sister always support Zixuan? That's not necessarily true. Everyone saw that Miss Taotao Jiangshui was swiping because of that anti-fan's words, and it was directly swiped in the host's face. From now on, if I don't click on Zixuan's profile picture, all the votes I swipe will go to Zixuan. It doesn't matter, if it doesn't count, I'll get another one. After saying that, Jiang Chenyang posted another carnival on the public screen, and this time it was displayed directly on Zixuan's avatar. Damn, Sister Taotao Jiangshui is so handsome. Oh my god, I actually gave Zixuan another carnival. Zixuan is getting better now. Well, finally someone noticed that Zixuan is getting better. Ha ha ha, Zixuan is also enjoying the benefits of the carnival. I guess Zixuan should be the first place today, without a doubt. 2 carnivals for 60,000 plus 20 sports cars for 2,400 is 62,400 fast music coins, and the remaining amount is 52,400 fast music coins. Jiang Chenyang heard a knock on the door and thought that it must be the lunch arranged by the housekeeper. He didn't explain much, but just clicked on Zixuan's profile picture and spent the last 52,400 Kuayin coins. Then he left the live broadcast room without saying anything. Jiang Chenyang quickly got up from the bed, opened the door, and then rushed into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. When Jiang Chenyang came out of the bathroom, the housekeeper had already arranged everything. The simple 4 dishes and 1 soup had been neatly placed on the small table by the nanny. Chapter 58 Short Filming. Jiang Chenyang got himself ready and went to the company in the afternoon. Recently, the company has officially started filming a new short drama. Su Wanqing asked him to go to the scene with her today. Jiang Chenyang was very interested in filming short dramas, and he thought he could take this opportunity to learn about the film and television production process. If I invest in this field in the future, I will have a certain understanding of it. Jiang Chenyang, Su Wanqing, and Yu Ziho arrived at the shooting site. Jiang Chenyang saw that the scene here was busy yet orderly, and the staff were all doing their duties conscientiously. The actors were concentrating on their acting, while the director was patiently guiding them. The whole scene was filled with a strong passion for creation. The original work of this short play is a novel written casually by a distant cousin of Su Wanqing when she was in school. When Su Wanqing saw the content posted by her cousin on WeChat Moments, she read 2 or 3 chapters. She didn't expect that her cousin was so talented in writing at such a young age. Su Wanqing felt that the novel had great potential, so she took the initiative to contact her cousin and asked if the novel could be adapted into a short play. My cousin was very surprised when she heard this and readily agreed to the proposal. So, Su Wanqing began to plan. From script adaptation to casting, and then to shooting preparation, she personally took care of every step and strived for perfection. Jiang Chenyang looked at Su Wanqing's figure and couldn't help but feel a little more admiration for her. At this moment, he realized that Su Wanqing was not just a vase. She runs Chenwan Entertainment with great care, and he even discovered that Su Wanqing has a unique vision in discovering new talents and new projects. Director, when does the next scene start filming? Call Ning Fair and ask her when she'll be back? Okay, director. As an outsider, Jiang Chenyang just stood behind the screen and watched quietly. At this moment, an hour has passed, it is almost 3 o'clock, and the weather is very hot. The milk tea that Su Wanqing had arranged for Yu Ziho to order had also arrived and was distributed to everyone one by one. At this time, Su Wanqing saw Yu Ziho walking over with an extra cup of milk tea. Sister Qing, I didn't see the heroine. What's going on? Where are Ning Fair? Everyone has been waiting for her for over an hour. She asked the director for leave at noon and said she would be back in an hour. Now it's already been 2 hours. Su Wanqing frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the situation. She picked up her phone and prepared to call Ning Fair herself. Did you call? Yu Ziho replied, I called, and he said he's on the way and will be here soon. Ning Fair is not an actor from Chunwan Entertainment Company, but was arranged by the director, who said that there was a suitable female lead. Su Wanqing had seen Ning Fair's photo before and found that she looked quite similar to the heroine of the novel, as if the novel was written based on Ning Fair's appearance. Furthermore, after Ning Fair finished auditioning, she was quite satisfied with the female lead. At this moment, Su Wanqing only had a moment, and she now had to re-examine this heroine. At this moment, Yu Ziho handed over a cup of milk tea and said softly, Sister Qing, drink something to cool down first. Su Wanqing took the milk tea, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. The staff around also began to whisper, some complained about the hot weather, and some expressed dissatisfaction with the heroine's lateness. Jiang Chenyang still stood in the corner, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, as if observing everyone's reaction. Yu Ziho came to Jiang Chenyang with a cup of iced fruit tea in his hand and said, Mr. Jiang, have a cup of fruit tea to cool down. I know you don't like sweet things, so I ordered a cup just for you. Jiang Chenyang took the fruit tea and was very satisfied with the cool touch. Don't look at Yu Ziho's previous poor performance and his desire to become a huge gigolo. But Jiang Chenyang observed him later and found that his abilities were indeed as Su Wanqing said. He was a capable assistant and was very good at adapting to changing circumstances. Xiaoyu, we've been here for an hour, why haven't we started filming yet? The director is a veteran who has been working in the workplace for many years. He knows Yu Ziho. He has been coordinating with him before, and he is also Mr. Su's secretary. At this moment, he noticed that Yu Ziho was very respectful towards a young man who had been standing behind him and observing everyone, and he even used honorifics from beginning to end. I think it must be a big shot. When the director heard this big shot suddenly asking questions, he was frightened. Shenwan Entertainment previously did not have a professional film and television shooting and production team and lacked professional talent reserves in related fields. The director team of this company was actually invited from outside by Su Wanqing at a high price after extensive investigation and careful consideration. The reason why Su Wanqing was willing to invest a lot of money to introduce this director team was mainly based on the company's future development strategy. With the booming development of the short video industry, the company will inevitably need to shoot a large amount of high-quality short drama content to meet market demand. In order to ensure production quality and improve work efficiency, Su Wanqing decisively decided to directly poach the entire director team instead of choosing a temporary formation or outsourcing method. At this time, the director came over without caring whether it was in accordance with the rules or not, and hurriedly explained, Hello, boss, I am the director of this drama. You are also aware of the current situation on the set. There are some minor problems with the equipment debugging, and the technicians are urgently addressing it. The heroine, Ms. Ning Fair, just arrived not long ago. She needs some time to adapt to the environment and atmosphere on the scene. But don't worry, I've urged them, and they said it will be done in 10 minutes at most. Jiang Chenyang frowned, his tone calm but with a hint of unquestionableness. Next time, be prepared in advance and don't let these trivial matters delay progress. Everyone's time is precious. The director nodded rapidly, saying, Yes, the leader is right. I will pay more attention to details in the future and never make such a mistake again. He secretly felt relieved that he had memorized this excuse. Fortunately, the young man in front of him was easy to talk to. He thought he would be a difficult capitalist, but he was fooled by just some polite words. In his heart, he slowly felt relieved. Although I still haven't figured out who this extraordinary young man is, judging from his appearance, he must be someone we cannot afford to offend. Chapter 59 Playing Big Cards. Yu Ziho was just about to introduce Jiang Chenyang to the director. The words haven't been spoken yet. At that time, Su Wanqing came over from the other side, holding a script in her hand, with a slightly solemn expression. "Chen Yang," she said, "I just discussed it with the editor, and I think the lines in one scene may need to be adjusted, especially Ning Feier's part." Jiang Chenyang remained silent, just staring at Su Wanqing quietly, obviously waiting for her to continue explaining the situation. During this brief silence, a young girl walked over quickly. She has a well-proportioned figure and is about 167 centimeters tall. She wears a simple white short-sleeved t-shirt on the upper body and a pair of light-colored slim jeans on the lower body. She looks youthful and energetic. Her slightly curly chestnut hair fell naturally on her shoulders. A few strands of hair swayed gently with her movements, shining softly in the sunlight. #34 Director number 34. Su Wanqing was about to speak, but was interrupted anxiously by the girl who suddenly appeared before she could finish her words. There was obvious grievance and injustice in the girl's voice. She walked quickly to the director, her hands unconsciously twisted together, and her face was full of anxiety. "Director, Sister Ching modified my lines without my permission." The girl spoke quickly, her voice trembling slightly. "She gave a lot of important lines that were originally mine to the second female lead, which greatly reduced my role." As she spoke, her eyes seemed to be a little red, and she was obviously very dissatisfied and hurt by this change. "Sister Ching, do you have any problem with me? Why did you change my lines?" The next scene is supposed to be a fight at school, the heroine's moment to establish her authority. So many lines have been cut and reduced that it's almost gone. Originally, this scene was about the male lead and the second male lead appearing together to rescue the female lead, but why was it changed to the second female lead being bullied, and then the male lead saving the second female lead? Faced with the girl's questioning, Su Wanqing's face suddenly became very ugly. Ning Feier is really good at turning the tables. This was the original arrangement of the script, but in the next scene, the heroine was dragged to the toilet and first poured with a bucket of cold water, and then the heroine fought back. However, when Ning Feier heard that she would be poured with cold water all over her body, she started making excuses, saying that she was having her period and couldn't get wet. When Su Wanqing heard this, she actually felt sorry for Ning Feier, so she asked the editor to make some changes to see if there was a way to change it. However, just as the editor finished revising the specific plot, Ning Feier refused to work again. "Some say there are too few lines, and some say there are too few exciting moments. Can we add some slapping scenes?" The editor revised it at least 5 times, but still couldn't satisfy Ning Feier. Only at this moment did Su Wanqing realize that Ning Feier was not as easy to get along with as she looked. This girl even thought she was great. Ning Feier is an internet celebrity who transformed into an actress. She is not even ranked among the 18th tier stars in the entertainment industry. However, Ning Feier has always had a good reputation on the internet, and has never been exposed to any bad rumors, such as being difficult to deal with or acting like a big shot. In fact, the original novel was written by her cousin. If it is to be made into a short drama, it will definitely need to be edited and adapted later. Basically, a short play like this can be filmed in about a week. At this time, everyone present did not say a word, but just watched the girl perform quietly. Honestly, the performance was quite engaging. She even started crying, and her little nervous movements were fully expressed. As a secretary, Yu Ziho should stand on the side of the company. However, when he heard the heroine crying and making accusations with tears in her eyes, he felt that Sister Ching was deliberately making fun of him. But based on his understanding of Su Wanqing, it is impossible for Sister Ching to target her or even modify her lines. He stood aside, frowning slightly, as if the sudden scene before him was a bit difficult for him for the first time. He originally just wanted to briefly introduce Jiang Chenyang's identity, but he didn't expect things to suddenly become so complicated. The tension in the air almost dropped to freezing point, and Ning Feier's emotions had obviously reached a critical point. "Ning Feier." The director finally spoke, his voice low but with unquestionable authority. "The script adjustments are for the overall effect, not targeting any particular person. If you have any opinions on the changes, you can communicate with the screenwriter privately instead of questioning them in public here." When Ning Feier heard the director's words, tears instantly welled up in her eyes, but she tried hard to hold back her emotions. Her fingers were tightly clenched around the edge of her clothes, her knuckles turning slightly white, and it was obvious that she was struggling internally. She bit her lip and whispered, "But, uncle, these lines are very important to me. I don't want the audience to feel that my character has no presence." The director stopped him the next second and said, "When you're working, please call me director." Su Wanqing sneered, with a hint of helplessness and sarcasm in her tone. Presence isn't created by lines, but by acting. If you can't even get wet with cold water, how can you express the character's true emotions? Filming isn't about making you feel comfortable, it's about convincing the audience. These words hit Ning Feier's heart like a heavy hammer, and her face became even paler. However, she did not continue to argue, but lowered her head and silently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The whole scene fell into a subtle silence. Jiang Chenyang finished the last sip of fruit tea and threw the empty box into the trash can next to him. He spoke slowly, his voice calm but carrying a weight that could not be ignored. Perhaps everyone needs to calm down. Since the problem has arisen, let's solve it together instead of blaming each other. After all, our goal is the same: to make a good film. Then, he pointed at Ning Feier and asked, "You are the heroine Ning Feier, right? Actually, I think you should be grateful for the recognition of one person for being able to join this team, and that's Sister Qing in front of you. First, as the boss, I think she has the right to change the script, and even improve what the editor thinks is a good plot. Second, actually, I didn't think you were a good person at first. You're such an unprofessional actor. You made everyone wait for 2 hours. Although you did shoot other scenes, I think you're very irresponsible. Third, I believe in Wanqing. She's like an older sister, taking care of everyone's emotions. As the boss of this show, why should she do it herself? Why? Because this is the script she's eyeing, and she wants to see the script she chooses become a big hit." Chapter 60 Choose one. Jiang Chenyang's words hit Ning Feier hard. "I'm actually not very optimistic about people like you. You're like a ticking time bomb. You have no skills, but you have a bad temper. Now, either continue filming according to the previous script, or I will replace the actors. Choose one of the two." At that time, the director directly led Ning Feier to apologize to Su Wanqing, and the matter was resolved. In the evening, Jiang Chenyang went straight back to the villa. "I just finished washing up and laid down on the bed to rest." A video call came from the Six Brothers group. Before he even saw the person, Li Hao's voice could be heard in the video. "Brothers, how about a game of King of Glory?" "Okay, where are the third and sixth brothers? Why haven't I heard from them recently?" "Oh, they are very busy. They recently opened a restaurant. Let's go get together when it opens." Jiang Chenyang was a little surprised. It seemed that he had really been out of the circle of friends recently. He reduced the size of the video interface, opened the third brother's WeChat, and without saying a word, directly transferred 1 million yuan. There is no need for much talk between brothers. Just because the third brother doesn't say anything doesn't mean he doesn't understand. When Jiang Chenyang opened the video chat again, he heard Lao Wu say that he wanted to go play games. "Hang up, let's go talk in the game." The second brother replied puzzledly, "There are only 4 of us, how can we play? The King of Glory matchmaking system is terrible these days. Last night I lost 11 games in a row. I feel like I'm being set up." Jiang Chenyang laughed happily and said, "I'll go to the platform and order a skilled lady. You guys wait for me online." The 4 of them quickly hung up the video, and Jiang Chenyang directly clicked on a young lady named Yunwang on the game platform, who was a skilled player and earned 100 yuan per game. After entering the game room, Jiang Chenyang directly pulled Miss Yuang in. The player he specially selected as his companion was well known in the circle. Not only did he have first-class skills, but he also had advanced gaming awareness. The game started and the lineups of both teams were quickly determined. Jiang Chenyang's skills in playing King of Glory can only be described in one word: terrible. The operation is clumsy and there is no awareness. Although they were all brothers, no one was willing to take him with him. In this game, the brothers were disgusted and asked him to choose support and go directly with the jungler, instead of causing trouble for the other 3 lanes. The jungle queen decisively locked onto Lan, the powerful assassin hero in the current version. Her strength is indeed well deserved, and she showed amazing suppressive power from the beginning. In just 3 minutes, he had already taken the opponent's blue buff twice in a row and also killed the enemy jungler. Jiang Chenyang kept the microphone on throughout the whole process, praising Miss Yuan endlessly, which made his teammates get goosebumps. Seeing that the situation was so good, Jiang Chenyang began to become complacent. "Second brother, just tell me, did I help you gain points today?" Jiang Chenyang deliberately raised his voice and boasted. The second brother was speechless after hearing this, and directly retorted, "Fourth brother, with your skills, I can put a chicken pecking at rice on the screen and it can move better than you. How dare you say you can carry the team? Hashtag 34 poof." Number 34. The other brothers couldn't help laughing. Damn it. No wonder you lost 11 games in a row last night, it's a miracle you managed to find a girlfriend with your mouth. Say sorry to me right now, or I'll give you a full set of limited edition skins. Jiang Chenyang threatened. Fourth brother, I'm sorry. I was too loud just now. The second brother immediately admitted his mistake. Hashtag 34 haha. Number 34. At that moment, the entire team's voice chat was suddenly filled with joyful laughter. Chapter 61 PK. Jiang Chenyang has been addicted to playing games these past 2 days, and he even doesn't bother to watch Quain anymore. It was 2 days later before he opened Kuaishou again. He just logged into his secondary account Taodao Jianshui and opened the private messages, and found that the number of private messages he had received in the past 2 days was about to explode. Jiang Chenyang flipped through it roughly and found that a lot of it was about Zishuan. After reading it, I roughly understood that while he was away, several older brothers and sisters also came to visit Zishuan during these 2 days. In yesterday's ranking session, Zishuan lost to Ziyang in the group dance PK competition. He is the Ziyang who was called in for a verbal fight by fans from the next door after he poached someone else's elder sister last time. Zishuan's fans have experienced many days of consecutive championships, so they are naturally sad at this moment. The most important thing is that Jiang Chenyang has not appeared in the past few days, so many people sent private messages to Jiang Chenyang, asking him whether he would still vote for Zishuan. Although Zishuan has tried his best to restrain his fans, there are so many of them that it is inevitable that there will be a few who do not listen to his advice. When I opened the Quain friend following interface, the first message that caught my eye was Zishuan's message. Elder sister. I asked my errand boy to deliver some snacks to my sister this morning. Did she receive them? Also, sister, if there are any bad private messages, please don't pay attention to what the fans say. Zishuan supports his sister in any decision she makes. Whether his sister comes to see him or not, or whether he votes for her or not, Zishuan will always love her very much. Sister, are you very busy recently? Zishuan, it's been a while since I last saw you online. Can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Chenyang scrolled through many messages from bottom to top, all of which were from Zishuan's daily concern. Jiang Chenyang replied, I got it. I just tried it and it's delicious. Thank you, Zishuan. Ah. Sister, you're finally online. I was so worried about you. Sorry, Zishuan, I've just gotten into playing King of Glory these past couple of days, so I've been practicing my skills. Sister also plays King of Glory? I just started playing recently, I'm not very good at it yet, I'm still practicing. I can help you fly, sis. I'm pretty good at playing marksman. You can just support me. Okay, let us play together when we have the chance. Jiang Chenyang directly clicked on Zishuan's avatar and entered the live broadcast room. He just checked the Quain background and found that there were 1 million Quain coins. With this account, Zishuan is not afraid even if he PKs with others today. Last time, 100,000 Quain coins and 100,000 honor points were converted into 10,000 mol points. If I earn 1 million Quain coins today, I can redeem 100,000 mol points. I shouldn't need to earn points anymore in the future, so it should be enough for a while. Isn't that ridiculous? As soon as you enter the live broadcast room, there are also small special effects. Zishuan Xiaobao's fan card is directly hung in front of the Taodao Jianshui account. Welcome our sister, the surging river water. As soon as the host said a word of welcome, 20 carnivals were thrown in his face. The special effects of the carnival were so amazing that the host was speechless. Wow, whose elder sister is here? 20 carnivals right from the start? I think today's PK will be intense. Isn't Ziyang's eldest sister here? Wow, I see Taodao Jianshui coming to see Zishuan Xiaobao again. I haven't seen sister Taodao Jianshui for a long time. I miss her so much. It's only level 20, is there any need for you to be so excited? It's a safe bet today. Ziyang is likely to win again and take the top spot. Big sister Ziyang is truly amazing.